quick shot here, looking back at Europe's match history. Any standout games that shaped what the LEC is today?
Epic as always. Now, we will be taking you through the draft. Unfortunately, we have an expert with us, given that Trimby is here to assist us. Trimby, obviously, you have a lot of insight into drafting. Obviously, you can give us a lot of breakdowns, but you can't read minds. So I think it's a little unfair to ask you what you come to expect when G2 and Fnatic are playing against each other. But when you play against these teams, what are certain things that you're cautious of, or certain champions that you think are a little scary that you don't necessarily want either team to have?
Well, there's one more thing. I cannot give you any tactics that we have from Rogue, so I'm not gonna say too much.
True.
I mean, it's gonna be for sure interesting. I think the way the draft is gonna go is gonna be like crucial for how the game actually goes to, and yeah, how basically the game will take place in. Because I think that both teams have like a little bit of a different way of playing, so that's gonna be really interesting if G2 or like Fnatic will try to play to the strength of an enemy team.
Okay, well, we are going to see the Jarvan and the Zeri removed. The Jarvan is something that we have seen Jankos been playing a fair amount recently, even after the changes to Sterak's, which I thought would push him out a little bit more. It seems that Jankos still favors it very much. The Aurelia also going to be removed along with the Thresh. So, Nameera, anything immediately standing out to you?
Well, I mean, obviously the Jarvan has a lot of ability to impact the game early. I'm wondering, well, I mean, at this point, we know that we're going to get a trade between the Hypercarry AD carries. I was wondering if that was going to be put into the bans. We still have a couple of games today. We're going to see a Jinx. We're likely going to see an FLS, unless we've got something cooked up from G2 to allow one of them to be open and then counter it.
Yeah, we know that the Xin is open, we know that the Jinx is open, we know that the Aphelios is open, so all of the very standard, very typical AD carry powerhouses. Is there anything? Yeah, I was going to say, Trimby, do you expect any surprises? But it seems that we're just going to keep stock standard for now.
Yeah, it's just Jinx. I'm just curious if the Ryze TF matchup is gonna occur right now, due to the fact that I think Caps and Humanoid like both those champs, and they like to influence the map a lot, so this matchup would be interesting. Also, there was a Grace ban, so now Jace is looking a bit better, I would say, right?
Yep.
So they're just picking it up right now, so I'm curious how Wunder is gonna counter it, unless Caps is gonna pull off the Jace mid lane, which I doubt, but maybe, who knows.
I think the Jace becomes even more appealing when you see the Aurelia band as well, right? One of the common answers to it. Now, you talked about the Ryze and the Twisted Fate. Immediately, Humanoid is going to grab that up for himself. We will see the Diana paired alongside it with Razork, but already we have a pretty dynamic and pretty potent jungle support, jungle mid combo coming.
Yeah, and the thing about the Jace is that you also really want to start stacking dragons to force the enemy team comp to come towards you. When you have the Aphelios, you can take control of the lane earlier on than the Jinx. Yes, Jinx does tend to be more consistent and much more of a threat if, you know, one of these lanes falls behind. I think that having a strong bot lane paired with the Jace is a very valuable thing to have as a whole team composition.
So Trimby, we see the first half of the draft. Is there anything that immediately stands out to you that needs to be taken off the board, or should be prioritized in the second phase of bans?
I think G2 will try to get some either support bans on top. Yeah, exactly. Versus Hilly, you just ban like Rakan right now, and it's like a bit easier, I would say. I don't think he can pull off. I mean, he can still pull off Pyke, right? Because he has TF, right? So he can just do whatever he wants. But I doubt it's gonna happen, because I think G2 is gonna go for the last pick support, and they're just gonna pick jungle on 4. So Fnatic should ban junglers, and yeah, I guess it happens. So I'm not sure what exactly G2 is looking to play versus Diana when Zinza and Jarvan are already banned. So I'm curious what Jankos is gonna bring to the table.
I almost wonder if we have seen a lot of Aphelios Nautilus today as well. I'm wondering if that's a bit more of an easy lock-in, if they do want to kind of leave something which is, I mean, say if they lock in something like a Camille topside, then you're opening up a Poppy angle, but you don't want to show that earlier. I'm just wondering if there's well, okay, there you go. Not going for the Nautilus,
okay,
shuts me up.
Yeah, they really want to pinch Hilly over here. I think they just ban it so he has a rougher time actually blinding, which is understandable, I would say, because Targamas for sure can like pull off some random pick that will actually be a really nice pick into enemy champs. But for now, both drafts are pretty good. I'm just curious what G2 is actually gonna fourth pick, because actually Lee Sin is also banned, so I'm actually really curious what they're gonna do. If they're gonna go for like Gwen or something.
My thoughts would be Viego is an option, potentially Volibear is another option, and then Gwen was going to be my potential third. I did also consider Trundle, but I don't think that that's going to be valued as the Volibear does in fact get locked in. So Yanko's still going to be on something that he can have an early game impact with, and typically when you do see this Ryze Jace, topside focus is usually the name of the game, but things are playing out kind of as you expected, Trimby. Now we just need to see that blind pick. What blind pick would you consider if you're in Fnatic's position right now?
I guess it will be Leona. I mean, I said it when they're hovering, so I guess that's just it.
No, it still counts.
I guess they pick Leona. Okay, I mean, it's a Pyke, right? I mean, they have TF, right? So
yeah.
If they take like an, I don't know, some kind of AD champ, they could even go for some kind of Camille on top lane and make it even more volatile. So they can look for some skirmishes and Pyke just moves there, but I'm not sure versus Ryze if it's that good, but we'll see. Obviously, there's gonna be a lot of fight on map.
There is.
I guess it's Camille.
And the thing about having like Volibear and Ryze is that you kind of know that tower dives and side lanes are really, really easy to do at some point. You hit 60 just like everywhere. I think this is just fighting fire with fire, and I love that. That would be a carrier special.
You don't think it's happening? Come on, Trimby, come on.
I think it's gonna be like a Galio Brown type of thing, or actually not sure. I don't know what he plays versus Pyke.
It's more tower dive.
I guess it's just
every
a
lane
standard
can
one.
tower dive.
Wow, okay.
Well, I mean, they need to engage for sure, so that's not bad for sure. Not bad.
Okay, so now you have the full comps. Break down this Fnatic composition for me, Trimby. To me, it seems like a very pick-focused comp.
Oh, yes, I think it's, and they actually play to, I would say they play more towards topside and more about just farming and trying to like fight them on the Pyke 6 and try to look for opportunities on both sides with TF ult. While G2 has a really, they have quite a strong bot side, and I would say Ryze can move to both sides, and I would like to see actually punishing the fact that Jinx has legit no peel for her in early game, and overall like it's hard for her to play, I would say. So I'm curious if G2 is actually gonna be able to make her, just make her suffer, obviously, but it's upset, so who knows, maybe he's gonna get out of it.
But consider this, you don't need to peel for the Jinx if everyone's dead. I think that's true.
If Pyke just gets five ults, yeah, it's just GG, right?
Yeah, it feels like if
Fnatic
actually like start the fight off on their own regards, like they can blow this out of the water, which is great. It's what we want to see between these two teams, just from a viewer standpoint. I'm gonna love this.
It feels like that we'll see a lot of mid lane roaming. It feels like that we're going to have a lot of fighting in the early game. Very quickly, Nightmare, which comp do you prefer and who's gonna take it?
I like G2's a little more. I think they have a bit more ability to play to both sides of the map.
Okay, and Trimby, what about you?
I mean, I believe in Healy Spike, so I think Fnatic is gonna take that one.
Okay.
I actually think it's gonna be not like a fiesta, but I think that it's gonna be a good game for sure. I would like to see a lot of battles.
It's going to be a good game. Well, you know, you've heard that our analyst desk is already split. You know that the fans at home are going to be excited. You know the coaches are excited for this game as well. It is a battle as old as time. G2 and Fnatic will now take to the Rift.
And here we go, time for match of the week, an EU Classic. Most iconic matchup of the last decade, last era. Let's say era, we like era, that's a buzzword. Hi, welcome. This is the caster desk. We're Keikos, they call us that because we're thick and because our names are Kadril and Dracos. And we're here to bring you match of the week. And it's gonna be a banger because right off the bat, we have an explosive bot lane matchup and a stunning turn of events, Hylissang has had to bow his head in shame to all Pyke players out there and take Aftershock instead of Hail of Blades. But I regret to inform you that it is the right decision because Leona kind of smashes you a little bit without it.
Yeah, Gravity Gun follow-up, he's pretty much dead. So gonna go for the Aftershock for the lane itself. We'll see if they go for the bot brush control, as we saw them do previously. Of course, Halo Blades doesn't give you that level 1 damage, but you can still look for early hooks to chunk out the enemy team. Wow, what drafts we've got here. Fnatic, a lot of single target damage other than the Diana, which will be like facilitating a little bit of wombo. The only worry is you have a double AP mid jungle into the Rise, so he'll have a pretty easy time itemizing, as Razork's going to start up on the Raptors.
Yeah, very easy to go into the Fimbulwinter build. And the tanky Rise build is so fantastic because there's just so much strong defensive itemization in the game right now between Force of Nature and both of the armor items, whether it's Randuin's or the Frozen Heart, depending on how he wants to proceed. But keeping our eyes on the jungle pathing for now, a little bit of a leash for the Volibear, a little bit more lane control for Fnatic this time around, though. Going to be hard to completely destroy G2 in the level 1. You can see Targum is quickly trading back. Now remember, back to the last time Hylissang played Pyke, he had Hail of Blades. He went into the Thresh of Labrov, and they absolutely obliterated that matchup at level 1. But again, the aggression coming out here, very crucial to take control of the lane. Leona level 2, very powerful. And the big thing here is Pyke can peel for himself very easily, but he cannot peel reliably for upset. Part of the reason why you see that cleanse coming out. And 3 for 3! This man can't miss! How do they keep getting away with the K-Drill?
Hilly just keeps walking up, and Targamas, of course, isn't level 2, so he can't really stop him. Hilly's looking for more. Might get a flash.
Gonna go in. Gets the stun. A little more damage.
Oh, Jankos has done his bot side camps. He's going to surprise Fnatic's bot lane here.
Cleanse flash on upset.
They don't have a ward.
I don't even know if Jankos can actually step forward. If they get level 2, yes, they can.
They're still quite a way away. We'll see when they get level 2 because there's still some range creeps that they need to kill. Jankos is thinking about it. He's wasting a lot of time. Here he goes.
Forward. Maybe can get the cleanse out of upset. Immediate cleanse comes out. Hook to pull him back. Damage comes down from the Volibear E. Jankos now taking a big chunk. And in the meantime, Diana rapidly clearing, moving into the top side opposing jungle. Jankos is giving up a lot for just a cleanse onto upset.
Yeah, 3 camps on the top side of the map for Razork to take away. Jankos might just have to walk into Diana's bot side, but the red buff is still up, but Jankos doesn't know that. They saw the Raptors are down, so maybe he thinks that red buff is down as well. He's sprinting to the top side of the map right now to cut off the Diana. He has top push as well. Caps is pushing in the mid wave, so Razork could be in trouble if he overstays. Jankos probably going to focus the crap first.
And K-Drum casting my mind back as we see some of this trade in jungle camps. The last time Hylissang locked in Pyke, it was Targamas who joined us for picks and bans, and he said, well, if he wants to win the matchup, he has to hit his hooks. And now against Targamas, the next time he's plays the matchup, he hits 3 hooks back-to-back, setting up their lane phase for so much success, wasting so much of Jankos' time. Now, ultimately, it hasn't resulted in much of a greater advantage quite yet, but it does get the cleanse out of upset in exchange for a pretty big CS lead for Razork.
Yeah, and I think the wave is pushing into Flacket. I think they have a pretty nice freeze sitting for them. CS lead on the side of Flacket. Actually, it's kind of slow bouncing right now, but there's only 1 CS extra, so big CS lead in the bot lane for Flacket. Gonna get hooked though, not gonna get the stun connecting. And Jankos is gonna get a bit of a surprise now when he realizes his red's gone. He's gonna run to his Krugs. His Krugs are gone, so he's just gonna have to base or look for something top right now. There's not much else to do on the map with his bot side camps respawning soon. As he does head up here, I mean, Volibear, Jace, Rise, really strong early top side, can look for early top dives, but no wave just yet. Jankos in the area though, has flash available.
And sweep comes out, but a trading. Cookies and gonna help keep that mana topped up for Broken Blade, but he is running low if he wants to stick around in the lane. Now Diana on the way down. Hylissang, if he connects to the hook, it's gonna be big, but Targamas just interrupts with the stun. It's well played. Phantom Undertow gonna give his life for this one. Ticking on the Ignite, keeping vision on him. So the passive cannot heal, but he's finally now gonna be able to heal up. Targamas making his way out of that one. It costs him 2 summoner spells, however.
So bot gank backfires. Hilly's the one that's forced to flash away. Combat summoners used. Caps again, looking for Wunder, might have to flash.
Locking up Wunder, phase rush, the flash out with attack sweep, and first blood for Caps!
Clean setup. We talked about the early top pressure that they'll have with the Jace Volibear Rise. It does net them a kill. And yes, Razork has a lot of tempo on the map. They're going to look for a bot dive, actually. TP coming in from Broken Blade to defend this. Waves crash, so he should be able to just base right now and run back top and not lose too much. So that'll be that. Defending the dive. And early lead for G2. We'll see if Wunder decides to fast push this. But in the end, I think it doesn't really matter. Broken Blade will get back there in time. Jankos still hasn't base. Razork has really good tempo on the map, has a blasting wand, has gone back to base, has a camp lead. Took away his red buff. Hylissang still looking. Targamas has flash still.
Just trying to chip Targamas out of pots now, so any damage they do to him will stick at this point in the game. That said, Upset a little bit behind right now. Only was able to back and get the refillable. That said, Flack had no chance to back quite yet, and Razork just rinsing and repeating here on the bottom side. Difficult angle to pull off a gank without Hylissang landing the hook. Flash still up for Targamas, flash still up for Flacket. Cleanse on the way for Upset. Hylissang now stepping forward. Flacket can just flash out. They're trying to bait it, but they hit him. pulling back. The traps are right behind him. Flacket now in trouble. Maybe he should have just flashed away, but he's holding on. He's ticking. He will drop. Targamas now in trouble as well. Will walk away in the end, but ooh.
Little bit of disrespect there, you might have to think there for Flacket. He could just flash the hook and he's pretty safe, but Chomper's behind him, tries to trade 1-for-1. Jankos is on the way. Humanoid has hit 6, but he won't be able to ult in. Pink Horde spots out Jankos. Explosive early game, only 2 kills.
Broken Blade and Wonder trading top side. Fully stacked Conqueror now for Broken Blade, procced up. Walk away here, and a lot of action across every single lane. Junglers can have big impact at this point.
Yeah, Fnatic focusing bot side. They want to get their bot lane ahead, of course, and get Hylissang out of that lane, move towards mid, use TF ultimate aggressively on either side lane. You can punish this Jace very easily with Camille and TF level 6 if Pyke can move up there as well. So Razork's trying to get bot ahead to unlock Hylissang, and then that can be used to shut down this top side of G2. Jankos going to try to steal away some Raptors here. TF has ultimate and has mana to collapse with Ignite too, so he's just going to back off.
Jankos missing the smite there too on the way out. Razork will secure the big Raptor. It's the one that matters. Checking on the gold, 300 lead to Fnatic, but honestly a neck-and-neck game. Big difference here is the CS discrepancy in jungle, 44 to 28. But on the bot side, Flacket balancing things out pretty well, despite all the early pressure from Hylissang, despite the early struggles. All that chaos on the bottom side stopped Upset from really being able to lock down some of that CS, and has got himself a pretty decent lead.
Yeah, here's Hylissang moving towards mid now. Targamas doing the same, trying to make sure that Targamas, yes, he's down in XP, but he's trying to match the support play from Hylissang. Doesn't want to let him be able to access mid-wave, try to push Caps back, look for some kind of kill, blow his summoners. G2 with that bot pressure. Gonna force up the dragon here. Razork is 6, like you said. No TPs, but Humanoid has ult if he wants to collapse. Happy sitting under his mid tower. G2 a bit scared here. Jankos only level 5.
Waiting, watching, Razork debating, do they start the objective up again? Level advantage over Jankos. That camp lead means he has ultimate and Jankos does not. Walking into the Diana could be suicide. Jankos debating if he can try and steal this one, but good patience from Fnatic means they will not early smite, and that's going to be their mountain.
And this is the consequence of Jankos looking for that early bot gank. Yes, you got Upset's cleanse to free up your bot lane, but you lost so many camps in the meantime that now you're down a level. If he was level 6 there, maybe they fancy themselves a fight, but for now, G2 going to try to cross map. Wunder reading the play very well. He knows his jungler's taking away their blue, so let's just drop some plates and give it up. Very contrasting styles we're seeing here. And you can see it in the picture-in-picture. Fnatic playing bot side, G2 playing top side. Broken Blade will be ahead at the cost of Upset and Hylissang getting ahead. And this is the 2 styles we see from both these teams.
Certainly is. We know exactly what to expect when it comes to Wonder and Broken Blade, both as top laners. Broken Blade, a guy who gets that setup, who gets that support, who gets a lot of help in draft with his crazy picks like the Yone and gets the jungle support to back it up. Whereas Wonder, a lot of people thought of him as an egotistical player. We had Upset on Euphoria, talked about him. No, he is always willing to take a bad matchup. He's always willing to just pick Gragas, or in this case, pick the Camille into the Jace, suffer a little bit in the early game, and it shows in the statistics, especially when it comes to jungle proximity.
Contrast in playstyles and contrast in the way the team functioned in the offseason. You think of G2 in 2019, picking up star players, right? Signing Caps, signing people who have very big achievements across the board to make sure that they have international success. Flip the picture now. Fnatic are the ones signing these superstars. Humanoid coming across, Wunder coming across, and G2 going through a phase of rebuilding. So these organizations kind of swapped roles over the last couple of years now, and their playstyles are stark contrast. Fnatic starting up their Herald for now. They got the first dragon, of course, because of the level events for Razork, but Jankos has caught up. Humanoid still has ultimate ignite. Hylissang is here, still supports, not level 6 yet.
Targamas now pulling back. Level 5 for Hylissang. Level 6 is going to be big there, but both supports still a little bit off the mark.
And Fnatic with this Camille pick, you want to play for side lanes as much as possible. Yes, falling behind against the Jace is kind of expected because Fnatic want to play for bot side, play for the Pyke to unlock it. But they will need to reward Wunder later on in the game. Maybe a TF ultimate up there with Hylissang dropping a bot wave. They can use Herald for this bot tower and take it down, and then maybe that's their opportunity to do so. Because Camille being ahead just makes the game so much easier when you're playing over side lane with his TF. Jace can easily die to any side lane play.
Absolutely can. Love to have the setup, and again, we'll see if Fnatic can do what Vitality could not. Less of a wombo combo, less reliant on hitting everything together. Razork has a little bit more flexibility and freedom. Keeping my eyes on that gold card plus the Hylissang combo. We saw it used very well in the bot side dives against Vitality when Fnatic pulled it out last time. Super simple. Gold card into Phantom Undertow or Hook, or really any combination you want. Very quick kill if G2 are ever at a man disadvantage.
And Flacket not running the cleanse as well, so the second that hits, he's as good as dead, so has to be very, very careful here. Has Flash coming up soon, but again, we see bot wave pushing into Fnatic. This is where they strike. This is where they make plays. It's either a dive or a wave pushing into them, and G2 are reading the play. Jankos is on the bot side of the map, but there it is.
Gold card, point, click, locked down, but a good interrupt coming from Targamas. Ready to body block, but he still hits it anyway. Rocket going in, Flacket healing up though. Good use of the ultimate from the Severum to bring it back. Hylissang ticking, burning. They've got vision on him, but the rise is on the way. Razork ready to fight the 1v1 though. They've instantly turned their attention. Clean calling coming out, but that is going to be the phase rush. taking Caps out to safety. A tense exchange. Nobody will drop on either side.
So many small mechanical plays there. Targamas tried to block the hook, but Hylissang angled it perfectly to hit Flacket to pull him into the chompers. The heal saved him, and they didn't actually get a kill or a reset on the Pike. The rocket connected, but no one was in execute range. Here's the Heralds for the bot tower. Demolish as well. That's gonna fall. We saw Broken Blade and Wunder fighting. TPs weren't up, so neither of them can join the fight. But Broken Blade was still looking for some kind of pressure when everyone was spotted on the map. Bot tower is gonna fall. Early gold lead to Fnatic, and now Hylissang's unleashed on the map. Level 6 Pike.
Look over the wall. Blacken has to be careful about stepping forward here. Still
another
clear
one.
from a safe distance. Another hook going down. Yanko's going to smite smartly the Herald to heal back up. That's key. Otherwise, the Pike execute could have come through. TP being used on the top side as well. But bot play for Fnatic will finally finish and fizzle. They do break the bottom tower. They do build themselves a gold lead, but Broken Blade continues to press his advantage on the top side.
Now, Fnatic being Fnatic, you expect our bot lane to just go top now and play for plates towards the top side of the map. Wunder just continues to play weak side on bot lane. I think the full swap will come in, and Flacket's taking an early base. You can see on the minimap right now, he could just push out the next bot wave and look to get a small CS lead. But instead, I think he realizes that Upset's going to run towards top, and maybe he wants to run there as well. But of course, he doesn't have information, so maybe he'll find himself against Fnatic's Wunder. We'll see how the map devolves. I think he's just going to run through mid for now and wait. You can see he's unsure which part of the map to go towards. And he's just going to wait to see where he can match the Jinx.
Keeping our eyes on the Pike on the top side. Flacket also moving up to top lane as well. G2 will have a man advantage if the play comes through. Maybe reading the play from Hylissang. Have to be careful though, again. The execute is big.
So Flacket is top, and now Upset's pushing out bot. You can see the question mark ping on the map on the Jinx. Flacket realizes, hang on, they're not swapping. What he's trying to read the play here is their bot lane base ran top and they're sitting behind the Camille. They're going to 3-man dive my Jace. I'm going to run top to make sure they're safe, and I'll go catch mid wave when Caps wants to take a base. He can catch bot wave. So good map movements from G2 just to make sure Broken Blade isn't under any threat.
Certainly solid. Brief break here. Looks like both sides, supports just matching each other. Moving synchronized through the lanes as Razork is going to start up this Drake. It seems like it will just go down uncontested. In the meantime, Wunder may suffer on the top side, but you can see Humanoid hovering, waiting in the darkness. Does have the Destiny in just a few moments.
Yeah, Hylissang's been showing on wards towards top side non-stop, and Humanoid's missing in mid. G2 keep pinging it, so they think the top play might happen any second soon, but joke's on them. Razork's actually on the Dragon, so Fnatic are kind of faking pressure up here, and G2 are trying to defend it, but there's nothing to defend. Caps will push out bot, so now they'll get a small numbers advantage towards mid, but no Herald and no objectives to play for. Hylissang's looking for Broken Blade, I think.
In the time. The hook lands, it's going to be big. Broken Blade is going to make it out in time. The extra movement speed from swapping forms will take him out to safety. Wunder and Hylissang now going to try to put some pressure on the top side. And again, a single hook lands onto Broken Blade and he will be in trouble. Targamas though in mid lane, maybe he can get something done. Difficult though, again, Upset with the cleanse. Might have hurt him a bit in the early laning phase, but helps him a lot in these exchanges. Allows him to step forward. Big damage going in. Good stun comes out from Targamas. Rocket not quite going to finish the job.
Fnatic, absolutely no fear.
Hook goes back. Hylissang taking his time. A little bit extra money in the back pocket of Wunder to boot.
There's the repayment. Now Humanoid might be in trouble. Has cleanse.
Red card, slowing him down. Yanko's just going to ult back out to safety. Scrappy plays. In the meantime, Caps pushing in on the bottom side.
Yankos really hasn't found his way into this game. He's 2 levels down right now. Ever since that early bot gank, he's just been on the back foot, and he's never found his way back into it because no plays have been going in G2's favor. Fnatic pressuring mid, pressuring top. They're all over the map, and Humanoid will now run towards the bot side to catch this wave. TF ultimate still up, a lot of pressure, and you can see how Hylissang, being unlocked in bot, repays Wunder after he's fallen behind. Now he's basically even again.
Yep, Hylissang has been the terror for this team. You saw Astralis yesterday dismantle some of the bot side focus strategy. G2 Esports could not do that in the early laning phase. Yes, Flack had got a bit of an early CS lead, but Hylissang rather just generated so much pressure that demanded a response.
Is he gonna get out? Is he gonna get out?
Coming out. Gold card gonna stop it. Upset with the slow to follow. Hylissang gonna dash in, and it's all too easy. Humanoid grabs the kill.
Now, G2 have a window in mid. They push in the wave. What can their bot lane get done? Upset just ganks bot, catches the wave. He doesn't lose too many resources, but looks like G2 will try to force this top tier one. Wunder has TP if he wants to catch the wave, but TPing into 4 members, he knows the roll top side is dangerous. So, they get a kill bot, but G2 are going to trade for a tower.
And for a brief moment, the game slows down. And I want to expand on something that you brought up earlier already. In the past, G2 was the super team. 2019, super team. Kept that roster going, brought in Reckless. People thought it would get to high heights. Now when they rebuild, for the first time in their history, G2 are focusing on rookies. I don't get to talk about stories. I get to talk about Razork potentially murdering Yankos because there's a 2-level discrepancy. Hylissang's on the way in, and his ult will not have cooldown. It might not matter. Yanko's going to go down. Maybe they fish for a little bit more here. Tower's still standing, but they got 3 members on the top side. Rocket goes a little bit wide, but it's just not going to matter. Broken Blade, clean flash out to safety. Good escape. TP now coming in. Caps maybe hoping to turn this flash forward. The point-and-click CC. The Zenith Blade will not connect, but it does not matter. Broken Blade grabbing the kill. Slow coming out from the Everfrost. They are going to walk away.
So 1-for-1 in the end. Top lane for jungle. TP invested from Caps, however, though. Herald has spawned, and they're going to force it up without their jungler. Hylissang needs to base, restock on wards, but as I say that, he's going to cancel it. Try to fight Targamas, pulls him over the wall, can hit the blast cone to stop him escaping.
Locking him up. Gold card comes through as well, has the ultimate, continues just to push him back, pulling in. Broken Blade on the way in. No, they just want to finish. They want to finish with the execute, but they're going to be forced away. Hylissang actually the one to lose Flash there.
Yeah, but Hylissang just slowing G2 down. Can they do the Herald now? The answer is no, because it's reset, and they're all coming out of base. Razork's on his Wolves. Wunder has TP up, so that's it. G2's tempo is gone, just defending Targamas from falling. So smart play there from Hylissang, staying on the map once again, trying to slow down their bases. Might be a bit dangerous though. Just keeps delaying G2, and Fnatic are the ones who will get the Herald in the end.
Certainly does. It's harder for Hylissang to play this game the later it goes. A single Volibear stun, a single Leona stun. He get one shot very quickly as he can't really effectively build defensive resistances outside of the Aftershock. But you can see now why he went for that mastery. It does give him a little bit more room to get aggressive, to force these plays, to buy time for the rest of the team.
And that's the minute things you don't see sometimes off camera, where he's slowing members down to make sure they have more tempo on the map, or burning the enemy team's tempo by chasing them down and burning his own. And that's exactly what Hylissang's been doing. Still yet to base, staying on the top side, so Fnatic can keep this top push, and they will get themselves a top tier 1. Fnatic so far ahead right now. The G2 actually have objective bounties because of the gold lead and the 2 dragons in their pocket.
Yep. Lead just continues to go. 4K in their favor. Hylissang still waiting in the darkness. Just a level difference. Ulti comes out immediately from Humanoid just to see who's in the area.
Yeah, defensive TF ult there. 40 seconds on the Dragon. They all need to base. Hylissang, you can't stay any longer. You need to go back, refresh your wards, go towards the bot side of the map. There's a wave coming into Wunder that he'll want to catch, but I think G2 need to respond. We'll see how Caps moves around the map, because this Dragon spawning, giving an Ocean Soul point 17 minutes into the game is very, very dangerous. Fnatic have Herald to guarantee mid-push if they want to. Then it's seen members committed to make sure that it crashes, and then they'll move into River. Wunder's going to push out bots. G2 grouping up mid, trying to get some control.
Yep. And more time for G2 to get their carries scaling up is certainly a good thing. The Fellas and Rise will let have a few more items under their belt, but it doesn't look like Fnatic are going to give them that time. It doesn't get easier either, as Hylissang has now completed the Umbral Glaive, so Vision is going to be harder and harder to come by as G2 move later in the game. But for now, they bullied their way into mid lane, they bullied their way into the pit, and they're ready for a fight if Fnatic want to take it.
Yeah, Fnatic has an option here to just bail down mid, look for 2 towers. G2's all in bot side River. They could just ignore this Dragon and run it down. They don't have TF ultimate to face check the Dragon, so they're not going to do that. They're just going to look for the tier 2. G2 need to respond quickly. Yes, you've denied the Ocean Soul point, but can you save your mid tier 2 tower? They might have to Ryzel to defend the tower. There it is. Ryzel coming in, but you're Ryzel into Diana.
Grabs coming out. Volibear pulled back. Jankos can heal back up to get a little bit more down. Big ulti comes in from Flacken onto the backside, but Razork and Wunder make quick work of the frontliners from the side of G2. Flacken, Caps, Broken Blade still standing, but Fnatic pushing into the mid lane. They didn't get anything though. That's important. They did not break that tier 2 tower. So for now, it's just the Dragon up for G2. It does cost them 2 members, however, and at the end of the day, it does not seem like a good deal.
Yeah, the idea was good from G2. We need to get there in time now. If we run there, it's gone. Rise ult in, but 4 members on top of Diana, Chompers, Hylissang's Pike. He can hook at least 1 target guaranteed, and that's what happened. Members got singled out. Jankos actually ulted aggressively because I think he thought there would be follow-up from G2, and there was. The blue gun ult was fantastic from Flacken, but that was it. Caps couldn't get in range to do anything else. And Broken Blade had already used his Shock Blast, so he can't jump in hammer form, otherwise he'll get turned on. So 2 kills for Fnatic is what they'll get instead of that tower.
Well, maybe had to go in or they would lose the tower anyway, but ultimately the trade is, instead of losing the tower, you lose 2 lives. So difficult decision for G2, but you can see Flacken getting stronger. That was 1 item that Aphelios saw. That's only going to get better as you move later and later into the game. Caps wasn't even really able to get in range to do any damage. But sadly, it's not getting any easier to stall this game out, because that's a rapid fire cannon for the TF. That's a hole breaker coming in for Wunder. The split push power on this team, the ability to dissect G2, to pick them apart in these side lanes, very much online for Fnatic.
Definitely is. Both teams sitting at 8 and 4. Winner will be 1 step ahead of their counterpart, of course, and push themselves further up into the standings. Not only is it bragging rights, but you can sit atop of your rivals.
And remember, Misfits are currently sole control of second. Winner here will get second, but because there's a 2-way tie for second, loser will be in 4th. Top 4, the also crucial spot to lock in the regular season, keeps you in the double elim bracket in playoffs. Of course, we still got 5 games left after this one for each and every team in the LEC, so there's time. Winning here is big, especially against a team you're directly fighting for that contention in top 4.
So G2's composition works through side lanes similar to Fnatic. The only difference is the Pyke can move around the map faster than the Leona, and Fnatic just have control of the map, so they can always play on 2 lanes. That's the biggest problem G2 have right now. Ryze ulting behind your Jace is fantastic, but if TF ults up always and you have a Pyke roaming around the map with constant mid push, it's very hard to execute those plays, so engaging mid might be your option. So G2 just grouping up as 4 here, trying to get some kind of push, and maybe they can go towards top and stop Wunder from pushing out these waves.
Realm Warp is up. Potentially shut him down, but Wunder waiting back, hiding, waiting to see a few more members before he pushes any further, staying in fog for now. Mostly Caps in the area. Could try to commit for a trade here. Of course, with Hullbreaker, he is very, very strong. With Fnatic just pushing out mid, and it's really just trading back and forth this wave pressure.
Yeah, you can see the 2 lanes Fnatic are playing on, mid and top right now, completely ignoring bot waves. Humanoid just wants to be in range. Their objective is this mid tier 2. It's very low, and G2 want to commit members to stop it from happening. There might be a fight here. Hylissang lands a hook.
Bone Skewer, Rocket. Broken Blade forced back. It's good damage. Tower is going to fall. Tier 2 in favor of Fnatic.
They got what they came for. That Herald was the play to get that, but they got it in the end, and 2 kills on top of it earlier on. So full map control still for Fnatic. Humanoid can happily go bot now and catch the wave after the play has been made, and G2 get nothing in response. 1 minute 40 seconds on the next Dragon. Will put Fnatic on Ocean Soul point. That's going to be the next focus, but with Baron up, they have to be careful. Aphelios Ryze quite quick at doing Nash. They could Ryze ult to a Nash, so Fnatic need to keep some kind of vision around it.
Yep. Have a few get out of jail free cards with the Destiny, as well as double blue trinkets up. So don't have to sweat too much yet, but it is something that has to be respected as we move later and later into the game. 6K gold lead is massive for Fnatic. Again, the carries on the side of G2 will get scary as we move later. Caps on 2 items is going to be a little bit harder to lock down, but for now it's Fnatic in complete control. And Kadril, remember when I was going to do that thing where I talk about stories? I think now, not to cast or curse it, maybe we have time. Because this is something we've talked about a lot behind the scenes. And it's just to say that it's interesting that G2 were once the team that drafted and bought all the star players, whether it was Sven and Mithy from OG, whether it was bringing Caps over and pushing Perks to the bottom lane. Now they're putting their faith in rookies.
Reckless.
Flacket, Targamas, bringing these players up. Interestingly, it was Fnatic bringing all the rookies into the league before this. It was
G2
Whippo,
stealing the players.
It was Broxa, and G2 stealing those players. And now it's Fnatic. We've swapped sides. Now it is Fnatic with a super team. It is Fnatic with a star-studded roster, getting the best talent they can possibly get their hands on. And hold that thought, because now we've got an engage on the top side. Wunder getting a little bit more aggressive, flashing out to safety, and now hookshot wall dive will take him away.
Okay, that's 1 player over side lane, but the thing is, your mid and jungle are up towards the top side. 20 seconds on the Dragon. I think that might just be it for G2. They're going to give it up unless Caps can push out this wave and TP towards mid. Ryze ult down there. Hylissang just trying to fish to find where G2 is, slow them down into moving into this bot side river. Caps going for the next top wave. He has TP, but Fnatic again playing on 2 lanes, mid and bot push. They can collapse towards the Dragon whenever they so choose to do. And G2 maybe looking for some kind of Baron pressure here.
Nope. But again, Fnatic just always on the Drake, ready to take it. They're going to move themselves up to Ocean Soul point. It's going to mitigate a lot of the poke that could come out of Broken Blade.
It's gone.
Massive. Slowly but surely they build these advantages.
Yeah, double rapid fire, so much range.
Going
Humanoid
forward, Targamas immediately going to get taken out. Razork now
Razork
going in. That's a bit of an oopsie. It's going to stop the fight for now. The hook shot, the wall dive to follow. Yanko's forced to ult back. A lot of pressure right now in favor of Fnatic. They got mid push as well. They can go bot. They can go to Baron if they want.
Support is down, but I think G2 have enough members alive that Fnatic don't want to risk a Baron start. Razork, maybe if he was just in range for his dash there, he could have got a 3 or 4 man ultimate or a lot of flashes out of G2, but in this case, he did scuffed it a bit, but they still get themselves a kill. Yanko's forced to ult away. Fnatic can now catch waves and push out again and rinse and repeat. Constant mid pressure being contested from both sides, and Fnatic just trying to push out side lanes before that happens.
The thing is, it's just so difficult because Fnatic have so many tools to pick you off that if Targamas does overstep for even a second, you can see how quickly the kill goes down in favor of Fnatic.
Razork so close. Flash in here after Humanoid goes first onto Targamas. Single out 1 target, double rapid fire play on range. Razork here looks for Flacket, I think. The second he goes in there, he can get Flacket and Broken Blades flash away. Maybe they can single out Caps and Razork would pop stopwatch. That would help them out so much for the next fight because when they don't have flash, they can't walk up against your composition. Pyke, TF, Jinx with rapid fires. You're just naturally outranged as Ryze and Aphelios, and G2 really haven't found any control in this game whatsoever.
Nope, certainly been a difficult one. Feels like Fnatic, again, it all goes back. And we're talking a lot about Hylissang, but it's important to understand that this man has been getting away with murder on the bottom side of the map, winning so many lanes that should be difficult that other supports couldn't even imagine to do, and now builds that advantage for his team on the bottom side. Transitions to the rest of the game, makes it so easy, gives Razork that big lead, shuts Jankos down, sets them up to snowball this lead, and while now everyone on Fnatic has contributed to building this massive advantage, it all started in the bottom lane.
Definitely did, and so much playmaking potential with TF and Pyke moving around the map. TF will just spot all of G2 towards the top side so they can hit this bot tier 2. Might just fall. We'll see how G2 responds though, because there's no real waves to play on again, and your hard engage is so obvious. It's just kind of like a Rise ult or a Leona walking up. Upset's paying respects. They have enough vision to back off when G2 walk up, so another objective in Fnatic's back pocket. The only real tower left standing is at tier 2 top before they can start cracking open the base, and I imagine they'll do that after a massive fight or the Baron, but I think Fnatic can just slow it down. Still 2 minutes 30 seconds on their Ocean Soul.
Yeah, really just take their time here. No reason to rush. You've got the advantage, you've got the lead. G2 are still pretty far away from those major item completions. You can see Upset's build. This is the absolute most respectful build you can go for. Hold that thought. Bit of a trade there, but not much is going to come from it. Anyway, Gale Force, Rapid Fire Cannon, Flash Cleanse. That is, I don't really need to do damage, I just need to not die.
Definitely does. One reset for the Pyke is going to be so dangerous. The Rocket is enough execution damage. The Rapid Fire Auto Attack building towards that BT we expect to make sure he's as safe as possible. Of course, Jace poke is going to be a bit annoying, so he can lifesteal straight through that. And the Rocket was used to slow down Flacket's base so they can keep control over the entrance red. Hylissang might be caught here.
It's going to go out. Bit questionable. Thought he could finish the recall, and it looks like it's going to cost him his life. He's trying to get away, but it will not happen. Big shutdown for the side of G2.
Okay, so signs of life for G2. What's the play now, though? Because mid-wave's pushed into your tier 3. You can't really start Nash unless Broken Blade wants to invest a TP. Bot tier 1 is still up and is an objective bounty, but Wunder won't let that fall. So looks like it's just going to be a shutdown over to Jankos. They get his flash as well, and that'll be the end of that.
Hylissang caught out, thought he could finish the recall. Could have E'd out a little bit sooner, but really believed he could make it to safety. Just a bit of a miscalculation on the timing will cost him, and well punished by the side of G2 to fully commit to take down that Pyke. Razork, though, now leaping forward, uses the Rocket Belt just for a little bit extra movement speed as he chases in there. Won't find an engage.
TikTok on the clock for Fnatic. 1 minute on the Ocean Soul. We'll see how G2 responds. They're trying to base right now to restock on wards, get as many power spikes as possible for this next Dragon fight. Stopwatch picked up for Flacket with a crit cloak. We'll see if Caps has the Frozen Heart in base as well. 3 items rise is always scary, but Humanoid happily far ahead, sitting on the Elixir, waiting for the fight to kick off. That's when he'll pop it a couple seconds beforehand. Fnatic still have control over this bot side. G2 need to group up and crack it open.
Fnatic stepping in, laying down a bit of vision. And okay, and sorry to pause the cast for a second. Did you just quote Kesha in our cast?
A little bit. I might have.
Bro, you're the
No
best.
comment.
No, that's... The party don't start till you walk in, Kadril. I respect
G2's
it.
walking in.
They're
going to get their wards. Caps is looking for midway, but Jankos and Targamas are just running straight through this river. Broken Blade has some kind of bot push.
Hylissang still level 10. Targamas as well. Very squishy again. You saw if he does get caught out, but has more than enough tools just to dash away. Get out to safety. This is it. This is the arena. 10 seconds. Counting down to the Ocean Drake spawns. Fnatic have to be careful not to group into the pit against the Aphelios, against the Rise. They pull someone over the wall. They pull Caps over the wall. It's going to be big, but he flashes back out to safety. Wunder in the midst of the team. Razork, Humanoid, no one's getting any damage down. Everybody just retreating. But lots of low health bars on the side of G2. Jankos is trying to heal up as he retreats.
Oh, Razork.
Ulti from Razork again. Catastrophically bad. What is it going to cost Fnatic? Upset, Gale forcing forward, but he won't be able to finish Jankos. Wunder leaping in. Hookshot wall dive with attack speed. Targamas now the re-engage coming out. It's a comedy of errors.
Oh,
but there's Hylissang finding one reset. Going in for the second, but he cannot finish the job. In the meantime, the Dragon is falling. The Dragon can fall now. Caps cannot make it through the traps. The Realm Warp coming in. Is it going to be fast enough? Caps now, no! It's such a messy fight. It's such a disaster, but Flacket, can he clean up? That's the reset for Upset. Flacket now in trouble as Razork now steps forward. That was the messiest exchange I have seen all week, but ultimately is Fnatic who come out on top.
Broken Blade TP's in, but he's just going to have to run away. 3 members alive. They're going to go towards the Baron that just spawned. That should be pretty easy for them to pick up, but this fight, everything went wide for Fnatic, but they still won. They tried to initially go on the Caps. He flashes away. Big Everfrost roots on Fnatic to slow down the fight. Jankos lives. The Rocket doesn't hit him. Smite onto the Gromp keeps him alive. Hilly eventually finds one target in the backline, but Jankos holds his ult for so long. Here, Razork, ultimate goes wide. Flash, not useful whatsoever, so he's forced out straight away, so he turns towards the Dragon. The ultimate comes out from Jankos. Wunder tries to go back in, so G2 just kiting in and out to try to make sure they can find one target, and they do. But the Chompers slow them down so much, it looks like they're winning the fight when Hylissang falls, and Broken Blade can TP back, but these Chompers from Upset makes it so the Realm Warp has to be cast, and I think Flacket tries to take it, but he doesn't get it in the end because he clicks away. Maybe if he joined the fight, he has a stopwatch, he could help them out a little bit sooner, but he ends up falling.
Comedy of errors there. A lot of small individual misplays, a lot of small moments of success. Hylissang finds one execute, but G2 quick enough to kill him. to stop him from getting 2 more, as Broken Blade and Jankos were both underneath the health threshold. Now you have to deal with the other obnoxious thing about Hylissang Pyke, which is him split pushing on a side lane with Baron buff. G2.
They have the comp for it.
They do.
1-3-1 comp. Well, the one on side lane, it's not the Camille, it's going to be the Camille and the Pyke. The TF's just going to stay around mid with the rapid fire, but Hylissang might be caught out here. He doesn't have flash. Caps uses the Air Frost to try and find him. Jankos can look for him too.
Just down a dash away. Slippery champion the Pyke is.
And this is the power of side laning as Pyke. Things like Rengar and Kha'Zix can work there as well because of the mobility. These champions aren't picked so much in pro play, but are good split pushers. When you have Nash, Rek'Sai is another good example where these champions, when they group up, can't offer too much, but they can pressure side lanes, and they have mobility. G2 run whopping in.
Jankos now going forward. Razork off to the side. Caps potentially caught in the pinch here. Eyes on the gold card from Humanoid. Flacket in the area as well. Upside going to take a bit of poke damage back. In the meantime, Wonder now engaging. The fight is split. Humanoid goes in, goes golden. A bit of a Messiah play to kick things off. Caps, though, will not go down. The shield coming up just in time to stop the execution. But it does not matter because finally, after 2 attempts, the third will finally land. Razork finds the ult, and Fnatic will look to find the win. Soul Control, not Soul Control, tied with Misfits for second place as G2 are forced down to 4th. Vengeance after the last best of 1 went awry. Fnatic will take the win.
Thank you all for tuning in, and let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match that you want to see by tweeting at LEC. Match history, we'll see you next time.
My name is Oskar Boderek, also known as Selfmade, and I'm playing jungle for Vitality. I started playing League when I was 12. We were in primary school and one of my friends discovered this game, and then we all started playing it. I was just playing the game for fun, right? Then once I got to level 30 and I could play ranked games, I obviously started playing them. The old Champion Select music was making you feel like you are going into something really serious. They were really scary at the start, not gonna lie. I was super excited to join my first team, but once I reached one of my smaller goals, which was start playing professionally, my main goal was to always be the best, which made me work really hard. Playing 12 hours a day is working hard, then we can say I was working hard, but I was just playing the game, right? That's what I love to do. I was playing the game when I had to play, I was playing the game in free time. It all came naturally, right? I ended up where I wanted to be, which is LEC, the best European league. I had moments when I felt like I was burned out in League of Legends. I've been there many times and I can confirm that it's a really short time period where you feel like you lost all your abilities. When you do it too much, you will start to just feel like I should do something else in my free time. And then the hardest point starts. You need to find that thing that you want to do, right? In my opinion, the most important thing is to just not overwork and enjoy your life.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
The systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up! Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Why you're hurting me, cursing me, thought we had it all. You poisoned me, came for me like an animal. I wanna give you love, 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 love. I wanna give you love, 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 love. If you're loving me, wanting me, why you gotta go? Your melody's chasing me, staring at my phone. I wanna give you love, 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 love. I wanna give you love, love.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지 롤팀에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 룰러 박지혁이라고 합니다. 적어도 그냥 최소 10시간 이상은 매일 하는 것 같아요. 울트라 기어가 화질도 되게 좋고 나노 IPS 1mm 세컨이라서 이제 시야각이 좀 넓은 것 같아서 게임하기 좀 더 편한 것 같아요. TM보다는 좀 IPS가 더 색 표현이 되게 정확하잖아요. 그래서 약간 화질과 속도 이런 두 마리 토끼를 둘 다 잡을 수 있는 것 같아요.
Chasing me, staring at my phone. I wanna give you love, 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 love. I wanna give you love, 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 love. Why you're hurting me, cursing me, thought we had it all. You poisoned me, came for me like an animal. I wanna give you love, 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 love. I wanna give you love, 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 love. If you're loving me, wanting me, why you gotta go? Your melody's chasing me, staring at my phone. I wanna give you love, 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 love. I wanna give you love, 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 love. Why you're hurting me, cursing me, thought we had it all. You poisoned me, came for me like an animal. I wanna give you love, 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 love. I wanna give you love, 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 love. I wanna give you love, love, love. at my phone. I wanna give you la 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 love. I wanna give you la 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 la. Why you're hurting me, cursing me, thought we had it all. You poisoned me, came for me like an animal. I wanna give you la 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 la. I wanna give you la 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 love. If you're loving me and wanting me, why you gotta go? Your melody's chasing me, staring
Before week 7 of the LEC begins, we want to acknowledge the escalating crisis in Ukraine. Our thoughts are with our fans, teams, players, broadcasters, and everyone across the world affected in this uncertain time. We have decided to move forward with today's show after checking in with our teams and staff, and will continue to offer our ongoing support to them. For those joining us for this afternoon's broadcast, we hope the show can provide you with some brief solace. The broadcast team and those involved in the LEC send their love to each and every one of you.
Germany, home of the LEC, for week 7 of the spring season. There's only 5 games left to play for each team, and big names such as Perks and Elyoya are still fighting for a spot in the top 6. As we will here see the Mad Lions entering the arena for an all-important battle against Excel in Game 1. There's Excel, in fact, so they will be playing on stage as it is the first game of the day, which should net us with some extra action coming into the week. My name is Shax, and I'm joined by Nymira and a very special guest, Broxa. Hello.
Hello, good to be back. Excited to be here.
I have to say, it's so cool to see you here in the studio. We've, of course, missed you with your time away. What's it like for you being back here in the studio where you've played for so long?
Well, I gotta admit, it feels a little strange being on this side now, not being over on stage playing the games, but actually getting to talk about the games, expressing myself. It's flaming your ex-teammates. Yeah, flaming my ex-teammates. I'm gonna keep an extra eye out for them, of course. But yeah, just looking forward to get to analyze some games and talk about them for once.
Awesome. And Nymira, you were a guest, but we can't seem to get rid of you.
I figured out that if I just stay overnight, they actually just can't get rid of me. I just wait until everyone leaves. So I'm back.
I see. All jokes aside, we're also super happy to have you back. And it's the first time that we are on the desk together, so that's going to be great. Let's take a look at the standings as how we are getting into week 7 and see how things have developed in the race for playoffs. The good news is that no team is eliminated yet from those playoffs, but the bad news for Astralis, for instance, is that even if they win every single game, it's going to be really hard, and they need to win every single game. Same for Team BDS, it's going to be difficult, and I think, Nymira, it's fair to say that we are mostly looking at the Mad Lions, SK Gaming, Team Vitality, and Excel for those playoff spots. Oh, your mic is dead. I'm going to go to Broxa first.
Yeah, so I think all these teams are really interesting right now. There's a really close battle to get to playoffs. I think SK is one of the teams to look at. Was really interesting, was been doing well recently. Obviously, Excel also coming in with Finn, with Mickey, Makoon really showing up big time. There's a lot of competition for these last playoff spots, and it's pretty hard to predict who's going to make it, but very much looking forward to see how it plays out.
Absolutely, and I believe I'm back with some stopgap measures. But yeah, I mean, obviously, it's coming down to a very fine line, as it always seems to in this region, and that heats up the tension too.
Yes, and it's nice that it comes down to it, and it comes down to the wire, but it's kind of not the same teams as you always expect to be in those spots. Excel having a chance, Mad Lions maybe falling out of those playoffs, SK Gaming back in the mix. Of course, because there is so much on the line in terms of playoffs and things are moving dependent on every result. We will keep you updated on everything this week and the playoff stakes. I do want to take a minute to also talk about the top of the table just a little bit, just because Misfits is there and they are now on a 5-game winning streak. Broxa, are you surprised with how well the Misfits are playing so far this season?
I'm slightly surprised, yes. I think there's been a lot of talk about Vitio here on the broadcast. I think Vitio has been amazing, but there's some unsung heroes on Misfits as well that hasn't gotten too much spotlight, too much attention. I think Hirit has been amazing in top lane, just been like he has barely gotten any attention from his team, but he's just always performing, always dishing out a lot of damage and whipping out some carry performances. I think Neon, same thing, and just in general how Misfits come together, how decisive they are and how they support their carries, I think is really impressive and has really set them up for a great start.
Yeah, I love that you called out, well, we always talk about VTO because, yes, he's been playing amazing, but it really is the triumvirate of damage in Herod, in Neon, and in VTO that has been doing work for those Misfits.
100%, because, you know, it's very hard to carry alone consistently, and I think that as a team, it's been an ensemble performance, right? Even the early game of Zlatan and Mercer has really stepped up. We called that out in the early split. They've responded to it, and it's great to see this team kind of working through and evolving to a point where they actually can be potentially title contenders.
And on top of that, the players that we then don't talk about too much because they're the new ones, like the likes of Mercer, have also really been developing, and that is very exciting when you look at a team like that, knowing that that ceiling is not yet reached.
100%, and you look at, I mean, there was actually one of the games they lost, which I really loved, was one where he just gets a level 1 Nautilus hook, which turns around a game versus a Caitlyn bot lane, and just having that presence of mind, even in a newer player, to say this is the play that will turn the game, that's important to see, and that's something you can really build on as players like that.
And Misfits are for sure strong contenders in the fight for first, alongside Rogue and Fnatic, and Nymera wanted to take a look at who the outstanding performers on those teams are.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Now I'm going to have to do this with a handheld mic as well. But last time I was here, I mentioned a few names that I thought would be important in deciding the scramble for playoff spots. Now I'm going to go a little bit higher in the standings and shine a light onto 3 of our most standout players in this split of the LEC. Now, we are going to start with VTO. We talk about him much. We're going to talk about him even more now, because while Misfits have found incredible form as a whole roster in recent weeks, much of their successes in the start of their spring was through their mid laner extraordinaire. He was playing champions like Silas or his famed Zoe, while the rest of the league was locked up in the dreaded but powerful Victor Corki meta. And it worked. He would take matters into his own hands and find results from it. And now that his team have started to sort out that early game, I think the scariest thought to have as a rival to Misfits is that VTO might not have even showed his final form yet. But of course, he's not uncontested amongst the stars of Europe for the most impactful players or most on-form players. Because I can't remember a time where a support player has ever had as much sway over a game as Hylissang has shown throughout Spring 2022. Because if he and Upset win the 2v2 in bot lane, that's kind of it. That's just lights out. He's brought back his Pyke with a vengeance. His Thresh is doing incredibly well, and even picks like a Zillion, he's making look like a Leona with his double bomb engages. And yet, that's not the end of the conversation, because we haven't even featured anyone from a first place team in Rogue. Questions were asked about their jungle swap in the off-season, and Malorang has answered all of them with flair, but he's not gone about it in the typical EU manner. Malorang's come in with a different mindset to most EU junglers. He skips camps to find gank opportunities on unpredictable timers, sacrificing XP and farm leads to hand crushing advantages to his powerful solo laners. So later today, both Hylissang and Malorang in top form will clash as Fnatic and Rogue will face off in an epic duel for first place during Game 4.
I think Rogue regular season is always very strong. I don't really know how to do it in the regular split, but they always seem to just play really well.
We might have been so much ahead from other teams in terms of scoreboard, but this doesn't matter, right? Anything can still happen, and we're just being really serious and professional in every single game.
The absolute confidence as they finish Fnatic off slowly but surely, a 6-0 start.
The way they play, I feel like, is very solid and predictable at the same time, which is strength and their weakness all these years. And maybe they're different now and stronger, but the last 3 playoffs I played against them, I won.
DP ult comes in, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Inspired now following up, he's taking away Niski. Maybe this is a chance to turn the power of the Viego. It's done it once, but it will not do it in this fight.
They don't really punish him going for like weird stuff as much. I think when both laners and junglers level up a little bit more and get a little bit better at tracking what Malorang is doing, I think he can get punished both losing camps and giving up a lot of stuff.
Oruamne is going to be in trouble here. Should just be a one-shot combo. They're going to pull it back. They're going to fish for it. Rogue on the bottom side, killing Humanoid. It's a perfect 1-for-1 trade.
super exciting battle later in the day. And as always, we care very much what you at home all think about basically everything, but specifically this match, Fnatic versus Rogue. You can head over to discord.lec.gg and cast your vote in the voting channel, and we'll check up with your votes later. Let's start by talking about Rogue, who is again fighting for first and in first place, which is something that has been normal here in the LEC for a year or two, Broxa. But what have you thought about the way they have been in first so far? And do you see differences with the Rogue that was in first last year?
I think the Rogue we're seeing right now is very different from the one we saw last year. I think they're still showing a lot of consistencies, but in a different way. And one of the big things that has changed for them is bringing in Melrank, like Nymera just talked about, with him playing almost the opposite of what Inspired used to play. Inspired was kind of typical EU jungle style, I would say, very focused on farming, being efficient, whereas Melrank, he's happy to give up camps to get his laners ahead. And I think the combination of having a really selfless jungler that's able to sacrifice himself for the lanes, and the fact that they have so strong lanes to play around, you know, he just hops right in, gives the lanes lead, the lanes take over in mid-game, and the game is won.
I guess
beautiful.
That's the key. The laners have to be good, right? The
Well,
laners have to be able to do it, otherwise...
Obviously, as a jungler, it's like, it's kind of a trust thing, you know? It's like, I sacrifice myself, so you guys better carry me, right?
Yeah,
and
it's a trust fall.
Yeah.
I see that. And Nymera, yeah, for the side of Rogue, because they've gotten so much criticism over the years, right? Oh, well, you're so cool, calm, and collected, and you're winning, but do you have the clutch? It does feel like they've leveled up in that department.
Yeah, and I think that they have found a winning formula. I think the real test will be actually whether they can play on multiple modes. I think when we get to the best ofs eventually, there might be a question about actually can they play multiple styles. We've seen 1 or 2 styles really, really well out of them, to the point where basically teams cannot beat them while they're on form. The question is, can they go that next step? And we're yet to see that quite yet.
How much is there in that toolbox? Let's talk about their opponents in this match. Fnatic, Broxa, of course, the Fnatic legend himself. This is one of our super teams, actually, this season in the LEC. How do you think they're doing?
I think Fnatic has been a very interesting team to watch the split. I think while they've had some hiccups here and there with some games not going their way, which is expected from Fnatic, of course, you know, always a little slower start, ramping up when playoffs is coming closer. I think especially the addition of Humanoid from an outside perspective has been huge for them. I think one of their weaknesses last year was that they were just playing so crazy, they were so out of control, they were just, any champion would show on their screen and they just all in and fight without thinking. And now, they still fight a lot, they still play aggressive. I mean, that's kind of a given when Huli is on your team, right?
Yeah.
You can't really avoid that. That's one of the beauties of him. But with Humanoid coming in, with Wonder, with Razork, it's way more controlled, and they're still incredibly strong in all roles. They play so cohesive and decisive. But a lot of the decisions are smarter, and it's just beautiful to see, really.
Yeah, it's beautiful to watch. And now that I hear you two talking about the two teams, they mirror each other in a way. The Rogue, who was a little bit too conservative, now has an extra spice, has Malrang in the jungle that is able to push them forward where is needed. Where Fnatic, they needed, you know, a little bit of less spice. They needed something to slow them down at times. And I think that's nice to see how they are developing themselves. Or do you not agree?
I mean, I still think there's a lot of spice just because, I mean,
Yes.
Hilly's on your team. I do think that it's much more clinical, though. It's the control, it's the refinement.
The refinement. I think that's a great way to say it. Let's check in with the votes then. 37 for Rogue and 63 for Fnatic. Usually when we run a poll, Brox, this was the same when you were here, and Fnatic is in it. He's probably going to win it, but I think maybe the fans are also looking at current form. You already mentioned Humanoid. I think we also have to talk about Larsen. They are the top dogs here in Europe when it comes to the mid lane. They faced off in the final last year, and that's saying something when you can rise up above the mid lane talent that has always been present in Europe, Broxa, and be so consistently good.
I think when I look at Larsen and when I look at Humanoid, it's two names that are so interesting because right as I left LEC after 2019, that was the year when they were really starting to dominate more, starting to really show themselves in the league. And they were new players back then. Now I'm back 2 years later, and all of a sudden these two guys are the best mid laners, really. It doesn't matter if you look at, like, you know, just across the board, in-game performances, stats, they're 1 and 2 in everything. They've been showing up big time, and now at this point, I'm curious to see if some of the older players, you know, the OG best mid laners if they can actually match these two guys.
Great question.
And I think what's really interesting about these two from my perspective is how they're obviously great top of the tree, but in slightly different ways. Because Humanoid is very stable, as Brox was saying. He does fantastic in the early laning phase, and he's very self-sufficient. Larson, he's the person who kind of just hits it out of the park when you get to those team fights. You go through to that mid and late game, and he's someone that will almost carry to a T. You know that he's always going to be very, very responsible with his leads, and his team are giving them that. So it's interesting to see what you want out of your mid laners as to how these teams are starting to
And
perform.
what the teams need, indeed. Fantastic mid lane matchup. And last week, we also saw a new trend emerge among the top laners as Hullbreaker, an item never seen before in LEC history, suddenly took over Summoner's Rift.
In the top lane, we have seen a recent development as well. Not due to a direct change, but as a consequence of all the other changes, and that is Hullbreaker. The top lane pool is shifting slightly into champions that can use the item. Priced at 2,800, the item gives excellent base stats, and that's even before considering the resistances giving from being isolated. Champions like Graves that can struggle to group and find angles to fight against heavy teamfights killing comps with enchanters and hyper carries can look to split push with this item instead. We've also seen Tryndamere adopt the same playstyle, and many other AD fighters can look towards this option as well. Grouping is still an option with Hullbreaker, as the base stats on their own are still good enough. As a bonus, it's also a very good option when used against champions without consistent damage for wave clear. Tanks and AP champions require multiple rotations of spells to clear the buffed up cannon minion.
Yeah, but are you bored of your team throwing the game at neutral objectives? Are you frustrated that every draft wants to scale into late game just to play front-to-back 5v5 teamfights? Sit tight. Hullbreaker is an item that has very recently seen a lot of play and has shifted the top lane meta from boring tanks to split pushers. But let's start from the basics. Hullbreaker as an item has not been touched by any changes in a long time. It has a very easy build path, so it's also easy to purchase with every recall, intentional or not. Its base stats provide a large amount of AD, HP, and HP regen, which makes the item gold efficient at only 2,800 gold. And the passive, that darn passive. I mean, Hullbreaker's passive ability is what makes the item so popular these days. While isolated, you and your allied minions gain bonus armor and magic resist, as well as increased damage versus structures. So, since both you and your minions are more durable and hit towers harder, a lot of champions with weak wave clear will struggle to defend their towers, making you a consistent side lane threat that will require the attention of multiple champions to stop you. Being this consistent side lane nuisance and requiring so much attention on that side of the map will also alleviate a lot of pressure from the immobile carries on your team, allowing them to safely scale into the latter stages of the game. One of the most important things to keep in mind is that split push tests the macro and decision-making of every team. Now, more than ever, since structures are going down faster with the addition of Hullbreaker. And I'd like to showcase it here is Astralis versus Bifrost from the NOC. 4 Baroned up members took an inhibitor tower and an inhibitor at the same speed as one Nah with Demolish and Hullbreaker. So, as teams can be forced to fit in a champion that builds the item, the top lane matchups are shifting in favor of the Hullbreaker users. This is one of the reasons why we could see more AP junglers like Gwen and Diana who pair up really well with AD top laners. Here's also a list of the most prominent Hullbreaker champions we could see this weekend on the LEC. Graves, Camille, Nah, and conditionally, Tryndamere and Jace. Now, of course, talking about some old and new champions, let's also not forget that this week we are going to be playing on patch 12.4. Nami and Lucian could be seen back in the bot lane as they received both of them buffs. And finally, one of my personal favorites, Neeko. Her Q's ability, Bloom, base damage has been increased, providing the champion with more wave clear and additional bursts in trades. Whilst the biggest change in the cooldown of her W being decreased by a full 4 seconds, allowing Neeko to get out of sticky situations more frequently. As a lot of teams are now playing in groups of 4, having the split push on the side lane, expect Neeko to fit in perfectly in the role of zoning, peeling, and kiting for the team's hyper carry. And just as a side note, I'm taller than Neeko.
We have it. The proof is in the pudding. We saw it. But she was stealing the show a little bit with her moves, though. But thank you so much for that amazing breakdown. In fact, on another patch, a lot of interesting changes. I think the Lucian Nami one is going to be super interesting to follow, especially for the likes of the teams that love to abuse that laning power. Maybe a final word on the Hullbreaker Broxa as a player yourself. Overpowered or not? Or necessary?
I do think it's an incredibly strong item. And one of the points that Trouble brought up was that it might mean that we're going to see more diversity in the jungle, which is something I would really love to see. More AP junglers would be great. I'm getting a little bored of the Lee, the Sin, the Java, and like basically every game.
You're in the right place in Europe. We try to experiment with those things for sure. Let's take a look at the schedule for today, stacked with action-packed matches, especially games 1 and 3 in the race for playoffs, where we can see Mad, Excel, Vitality, and SK, who are hot in that race. But every game matters, I guess we could say. No, not this game. It's a different word. It's every game matters this time around.
Okay, yeah, what they do? I mean, I can't complain about the meaning of it, particularly when you look at game 3, right? You look at that SK, you look at that Vitality, both on the cusp of playoffs. That game is going to be so important.
Broxa, which match are you most excited for?
I have to say Game 4, without a doubt, the Fnatic versus Rogue for many reasons
surprise.
is a very exciting one. But honestly, even Game 2 is a game that a lot of people are not really gonna value that highly. But I think Game 2 is gonna be really interesting because as of right now, both Astralis and BDS have a chance of actually making it to playoffs. And this game could potentially crush one of their dreams and ruin the rest of the
Wow, you just enjoy the heartbreak.
Yeah, you're like, crush their dreams.
But also the opposite. Obviously, we gotta look on the positive side. One of them is still gonna have the chance of making it to playoffs, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Good save. In any case, the Mad Lions, they very much need to turn it around to not end up as the second team ever in the LEC history to miss playoffs the season after winning the championship. Their support Kaiser is standing by with Lard to talk about how Mad will secure the top 6.
Thank you so much, Shox and Kaiser. Thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game today. It's nice to have in-person interviews again. I know that the past couple of weeks haven't been easy for you guys, but I also remember last year you used to give a lot of praise to the coaching staff and in their ability to help you guys go through hard times. So how is it being working with them this time around, and how did they help you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've ever been in like this of a bad spot that we are like in trouble of even making playoffs, right? But I think our coaching staff really identified what we had to do in the last couple of weeks. Like we focus on like little things, I guess, like focusing, for example, only on mid game, only on early game, only on late game, stuff like this, right? Just having like small wins, like even if we lost a few scrims, right? Like we were like really focusing on like taking house, right? And if we did that well, then we were still happy with the result, right? And I feel like that kind of kept our mental healthy, right? And I think that's what our coaching staff really did a good job on, is like just coaching us individually as well, and keeping our mental up.
Well, that's very nice to hear and super important also in the race of playoffs. But I want to elaborate on what you said, because you talked about the early game, mid game, late game. We know that right now, Mad Lions, interestingly enough, is one of the best early game teams we have in the league. And I remember last year, you used to pop up in team fights. The mid game was where Mad Lions was really popping off in the game. Right now, it feels like everything changed and you now have difficulties navigating through mid game. I know that people mention maybe communication issues, but how do you identify what's going wrong in the mid game, especially?
I think right now we are drafting hard for early game. I think that's why our stats are also really good. Like we like especially Elioya is doing a really good job at like coordinating early games, and that's why we usually always get ahead in the early parts. But I think like losing Humanoid as a shot caller definitely hurt us in terms of mid and late game shot calling, and that's kind of hurting us right now because we are still like trying to find our place, like who is doing that job kind of right now. Elioya is still doing a lot in terms of mid game, but I think right now like sometimes we are maybe a bit too hectic. For example, our Baron calls sometimes were a bit too forced, and I think once we get like better at that, I think we will be a really strong team. But yeah, I think we had like some really bad mishaps in the last couple of weeks, which cost us some like really free games, right? But I think we just have to relearn all of that, and once we get better, I think we'll be really strong.
Yeah, and create a new identity maybe around the Mad Lions. And I think the matchup today is going to be really interesting, especially in that sense, because Excel has been rising over the past couple of weeks, and we know that especially in the mid game, you see Patrick popping up in these team fights and usually helping Excel pick up their wins. So what can you tell me about the matchup today against them, and what should you be careful about when playing Excel?
I mean, you mentioned Patrick. I think that's the correct call, right? I think Patrick is a really, really strong player. He has like so many pop-off moments, right? When he gets ahead, I feel like Excel as a team knows how to play around him well as well. With the introduction of Mickey X, they have some like more veteran shot calling maybe as well. I think they look really strong. Like I think they're on a 5-game win streak or something even. I think. It's going to be a tough match, but a really important match because it's up for playoffs, right? Like we have to beat them kind of to really make it. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Also playing against Mickey again after some time. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Really looking forward also to that matchup on the bot lane. Kaiser, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Good luck against Excel today, and Shox, back to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. It's very, very awesome to have you back, by the way. And Kaiser, who's just become such a good spokesperson for the Mad Lions over the past few years. And when we speak about the Mad Lions, we're also talking, obviously, about that race for playoffs. Are they going to make it? And I think it would be easy to say, well, what an embarrassment. They might not make it. But you got to look at the facts, right, Roxa? How do you look at the situation they find themselves in, considering that they have 2 new players in key roles?
So a lot of people are extremely surprised about the situation that Mad Lions is in right now. But to be completely honest, you can't expect so many teams to make so many changes and to have all these changes actually work out. And while Mad Lions were incredibly strong last year, they also lost 2 probably key players in Humanoid,
Not probably, you can say that.
in Humanoid and Kasi. I mean, Kaiser even said it just here that Humanoid was a big part of why their mid and late games were going so well, and that is the main problem Mad Lions have been having. They have been having incredible early games because of Kaiser, because of Elyoya. Armut has been a little less shaky, and then it's like, I don't think Riga and Unforgiven have been bad by any means. I think they've been doing fine, but they need someone to control that mid game, control the late game, and sure, you can have Humanoid do that 1 year. Now you need someone else to step up, and I'm excited to see who's going to do it.
Okay, but we could just talk about what they're doing well as well. That'd be great. We could talk about the early game, of course, again, because what Mad Lions have been doing well is using Elyoya as a wrecking ball, right? This guy has been getting leads. His team has been setting up for that. That has included early jungle invades. That has included going for vertical jungle pathing and getting up in the opponent's face. Now, there has been a point where that has fallen apart, but the early game has been really solid.
It has been super solid, and that you brought up the fact of, shot calling and making the decisions. You as a jungler yourself, since Elyoya is the one where he's doing the most in the early game together with Kaiser, is it easy for a jungler to take on that role, or is that suboptimal?
I think in general, almost any role can do it. I think most naturally it's going to come for either the jungler, the mid laner, the support to be like the main voice, be the captain in a sense, take over the game because you're the ones roaming the most around the map, taking part in every play. And I think someone like Elyoya, I would love to see being able to take over the mid game as well, because this guy does so well. He's always ahead. His early game is beautiful. I want to see that translated into them actually winning off of those early leads, because the worst feeling as a jungler is when you have great early games, you always put your team ahead, and then eventually it just falls apart.
That's the case, unfortunately. We also contrasted the early games of the Mad Lions in the summer of 2021 to the spring of 2022 so far, and it's better. And I remember we used to say, oh, Mad, they're the clutch team. They fall behind and then they fight their way out. Ideally, if I could choose, I would like to be the team that has a strong early game lead, but they haven't won a single game in the second half of the season despite those leads. So what would be kind of their, their mission for this game specifically, which is so important in the standings, to make sure that they can take it home?
Well, I think back to 2 games in particular. I think back to their game versus BDS and one versus SK. One was a win, one was a loss, but both were really, really close in a lot of ways because they got those early game leads and they couldn't quite crest it against SK. They haven't been drafting for easy 5v5 wins. I think that maybe at this point, when so many games are on the line, maybe you should probably stop trying to draft towards hyper early game and getting leads through that and actually give you something that can close out the game.
I think in general, when you're playing these stage games, when there's so much pressure, drafting comps that are easy to execute in the middle and late game it's just always nice to have, because you always have something that you can fall back on, even if early game goes wrong. And I think for a team like Math, who already has such a clean early game, there's no need to play more towards the early game. Just play something that's easy to execute, and especially considering that I think that the jungle and the supports, like 2 of it's the important roles for both of these teams. If Matt can continue taking over the game, shut down Marcoon, shut down Mickey, have a stable mid game where they have a plan that's easy to execute, it should be pretty straightforward from there, to be honest.
Yeah, when you talk about the jungle support, there is one graphic I'd like to call up just for the side of the Mad Lions, because it kind of offers for me a conundrum, because these two team up so often in the early game, more than any other team's jungler and support does. But that then also makes me think, all right, but you're leaving your bot laner a little bit too much alone then, because how is he going to catch up in the resources that he's going to need to carry those mid-game fights if you're not there? Or am I reaching too far?
I mean, I can see the temptation, right? Because Mad Lions jungle support was so good last year. They were so good. Almost uncontested, I would say. Now that's not necessarily the case. I think they're still crutching on a little bit, but as you're saying, it leaves some holes in the rest of the game plan which haven't been covered up yet.
I think it's a strategy that can work. I mean, it's something Fnatic was known for in the past, with just camp caps his lane, put everything into him, and he's going to carry. And I think if you have a jungle and a support that have so good synergy, that's great. Obviously, Unforgiven is left alone a lot of the time, meaning that it's extra important the mid lane gets ahead, and that hasn't really been the case for them.
Yeah, that's a great point. When we look at their opponents, they also have really good jungle support synergy in Mickey and Marcoon. I don't think we talk about Marcoon too often, but he's quietly having an amazing season for Excel as well.
And I mean, every team that he's been on as well, back when he was in the RLs, was very, very important. I know that Trouble is a massive fan of Marcoon. I'm sure she'll tell you all about that. But this is a player which, particularly on the Xin Zhao, and even though he has had a limited champion pool, they have been very clinical in the way that they played around the early game, massively the tip of the spear. And a lot of their victories have come through very precise engages from their jungler.
One thing that I'm looking forward to see in particular in this draft is that, just like you said, Marcoon has basically only played 3 champions. He's played the Xin Zhao, the Lee, the Jarvan, and that's about it. And I think with what we've seen from Elyoya so far, with him pulling out stuff like the Volibear functions really well into all those 3 champs. And I'm just curious to see what jungle matchup we're getting here, because depending on how Mad Lions approach the draft, I think they could have a good opportunity to shut down Marcoon, which would give them a great way to win the game. Now, obviously, if they don't manage to do that, Marcoon gets unleashed, Mickey takes over the shot calling mid to late game, Excel can win as well.
Maybe. And for Excel, of course, the story is the opposite from the Mad Lions. The Mad Lions on the way down, and Excel very much on the way up, now on the brink of making their first playoffs ever. We're going to cover the picks and bans on this desk as well. And we are going to see if that jungle pool gets pinched or not as we get into our first game of the day, the Mad Lions versus Excel. So we have some clear focus points, I think, going into this draft. And Marcoon actually, in an interview a few weeks ago, Broxa said, hey team, start banning out my Xin Zhao because I don't want to play it anymore. And then you're like, well, dude, you only played 2 others, so maybe that's not the best way to go.
I think most players have been at that, been experiencing that at some point in their career. Obviously, it's easy to look in from the outside and say, well, Marcoon, he can only play 3 champions, that's not good enough. But to be fair, if I was an Excel coach, and I know their coach pretty well because he was my coach for a few years.
Inside info.
I can see why he would keep putting him on these champions, because it's working right, and if something is working great for you, why would you change it up? They're probably waiting for someone to finally abuse Marcoon, get him out of his comfort zone, and then maybe at that point they'll
why change a winning horse?
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, speaking of horses, Hecarim is actually one of the junglers which I'm actually interested in seeing if either of these junglers will go towards at some point. I mean, we saw that Malrang kind of go off of his level 1 to 3 spikers back onto that, and that was a very interesting adaptation. But actually, the most important thing about these bans is that you'll notice there's no Jinx, there's no Aphelios on there, which means that we're going to have the toss-up of the hyper carry AD carries unless we see something really unforeseen.
Yeah, for now it's really interesting because all the top junglers are open, the Aphelios, the Jinx are open, all the supports are open, and there's going to be a lot of interesting priority picks to look at here.
We'll see. Zeri, even though she got nerfed, she is still not allowed on the Rift. Traumatized. And there we go. The Xin Zhao off the table. They listened.
Okay, so one of the most interesting things for me is when we have both of these hyper carry AD carries left open, because what we'll see is that when you have like a Jinx versus an Aphelios Thresh, it works very differently to like Jinx versus Aphelios anything else. There's a lot of variation in how the first couple of levels can go, and that's not what I expected in the first round draft.
They just locked in Aatrox. I was about to say the same. That catches me a little off guard as well, because Aatrox is a champion that has been played a little bit, but he hasn't really been considered much of a prior pick. So
what was buffed on this patch? I believe that the Q sweet spot went from 150% damage to 160%, which means that a lot of those kind of like skill matchups become, ouch, he really hurts.
Yeah, I mean, that for a pro player could be enough, right? Because we know it's a comfort pick for every top laner around the world, I feel free to say at this point in time. So why not?
Well, why not normally is because Aatrox is really difficult to play into very long-range champions with a lot of disengage. So you've already got the Jinx. What happens if you... Okay, we do see the Hecarim, that's good to see. But what happens if you do lock in something like a Thresh now and you have to engage very much down the throat, go front to back? That's actually very difficult to play, even though you do have the Aphelios to have your own scaling damage.
I actually think it would be really interesting to see Excel taking away the Thresh here, mostly because obviously Makoon playing a different champion, being on the Hecarim. Hecarim is really nice to play into Aphelios because Aphelios is no escape. It's pretty easy to get onto him. Now, they didn't take away the Thresh, but they went for a different approach. They went for the all-in. They basically want to Kled ult right in there, run him down.
And it's a Finn classic.
It's actually funny because I was talking to Finn earlier this week and Finn was telling me, well, now that you're coming to Berlin, don't worry, I'm gonna whip out the Irelia, the Kled. I'll spice it up just for you. And there we go. He actually
a man of his word.
The Kled, yeah.
But does it work in this comp?
I mean, into the Aatrox very much does, because Kled, when you pop the Bear Trap on a rope, which is one of the best ability names in the game, you do... Okay, I guess we're very happy about this too. We'll talk about that in a bit. But of course, you get the 60% Grievous Wounds from the Kled Q, which means that even though Aatrox is doing well in lane, Kled removes one of the core parts of Aatrox's kit, which is that just really vicious healing he gets. But very good blind pick in the Ahri.
What does an Ahri need to succeed?
Well, hopefully not an Everfrost, because I'm tired of seeing that item, but we're probably going to go see it anyway. The thing about Ahri is that Ahri is a very good blind pick. That's normally what we've been seeing in the LCK. We see a lot of blind pick Ahri because it's kind of hard to just get her out of lane. She has a lot safer wave clear at level 7 to 9. You don't need to take something like Sorcery or Dematerializers in your secondary runes, so you can go for laning runes instead. Lots of ways to play this game out safely. Question is, how's that's going to combo up with something like a jungler to have a dive combo between the Ahri and that?
It's pretty funny because when I was looking at the drafts from last week, I feel like all the drafts were like, it was pretty easy to guess what they were going to pick. And now I'm sitting here first game of the day, and there's surprise after surprise. We get the Aatrox, the Hecarim, the Kled, the Ahri. Like, well, what's going to be next? I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, maybe the teams felt similar and said, everything is so predictable. Let's spice it up.
Maybe they wanted to just make it a little more exciting here.
And I think that I'm really glad that XL have banned out the Jarvan. I think that obviously Mad Lions already have a lot of very big diving champions. Question is, are you going to ban away something? I mean, if we're talking about Horseman of the Apocalypse and the Hecarim, Rel actually might not be awful here at this point to just pile on the engage time after time. And obviously it's something which Kaiser found a lot of success on beforehand. But Mad Lions have shown very much that they're going in. Question is, now, do XL have the ability to draft something which will disengage enough on their side?
There we see the jungle being debated, of course, the Viego.
They actually went for the Viego. I'm a little surprised to see that because Viego is a pretty good jungle champion, but he has not been successful in the LEC. Actually, so far in the LEC, Viego jungle has 3 wins and 12 losses, which is not ideal. And now seeing him come back, not the worst matchup into Hecarim, obviously could work out pretty well. Now, XL also hovering the Victor, not too surprising, because Ryze and Victor have been the 2 most popular champions for the mid lane so far. All supports are open as well, so...
Mickey's like, yay!
Yeah, I mean, Mickey and Kaiser have both been loving the Leona and the Nautilus, so we'll see. Maybe the supports want to play something a little more exciting than usual as well, or they could just pick some stable picks. Often that's what you want to do when you have a lot of new champions. Often just getting a few comfort picks in to avoid making it too crazy can be the way to go as well.
And this last round of the Victor Lulu is exactly what we were predicting in terms of this is going to punish you diving in hard. If you get hit by the Chaos Storm, have a gravity field to work around as well. Very hard for the Aphelios to follow up outside of just his ultimate. The Lulu keeps the carries in the fight longer. If you miss one of the Victor or the Jinx in the fight, they just shred your whole team. And that's going to affect, obviously, the Aatrox first and foremost as someone who doesn't really have a way to get out of that fight too. Really interesting in the last pick.
Here we go.
I think the Lulu pick is huge, actually, because right now with the Mad Lions team comp, it's really hard to actually ever get onto the Jinx, and when they finally do, the Lulu is the appealing. Now, obviously, they have a good amount of engage, but with Lulu next to Jinx, like who's actually going to kill her? It's going to be pretty hard if Jinx is not behind.
Yeah, it seems to me that it's a very secure composition when you look at XL. Of course, we'll have to see what happens in that top lane as well. But then we get also the Pyke as the last pick coming in for Kaiser. How does that change things up? It almost makes things even more difficult, but if it succeeds, it could be huge.
I'll take the easy one. Gravitum into Pyke hook is really nasty.
Yeah, well, if I was Elyoya right now, I would really be enjoying life, because Kaiser and Elyoya have so good jungle synergy, and now Lulu is most likely going to be stuck bot lane laning with the Jinx, while Kaiser is going to be roaming all over the map with Elyoya, getting leads, and that's really what I want to see from them. I want to see them winning the early game, playing more clean in the mid game, and then actually closing it out this time.
Yeah, that's the question. Yes, they can have a good pair up with their jungle and support once again, but what are they going to do against that Jinx in the mid game to the late game? I think this is a very interesting game to watch.
Absolutely, because this is a game of kill the carries, and if you do not, you're going to get out DPS'd and you're going to get outraged too. So the objectives are very clear for me from the comms.
I think in this situation, XL have great scaling, great late game, really clear, easy to execute plan. For Mad Lions, it's going to be a little more difficult, and therefore I think Mad are going to have to win the early game, otherwise it's just going to be too tricky, especially with them already having mid-game problems.
We'll see what happens. Unbelievable drafts for the first game, spicing it up from both sides. The Mad Lions versus XL for a spot in the playoffs. Let's go.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift for the first game of Week 7. I am Quickshot, joined by Trouble for the Troubleshot duo once again.
Hey, here we go. We're back, baby. So, Trevor, we have to start this cast with a Katarina fun fact.
Why
fact.
Katarina?
See, my A's and my U's, man.
But she's not even in the game.
Okay, but she has something that she shares with Kled. And that is the most percentage on grievous wounds in her kit. Kled has that too. His chain provides him with 60% grievous wounds. You know what that's really helpful against?
Aatrox.
Aatrox healing, Aphelios healing, Kara healing, yeah.
Okay, nice. I mean, it's reliant on landing that skill shot, of course. And what a wild draft. I mean, Shock said it perfectly. First game on a new patch, and we see a number of changes. You had your fun fact. I've got one for you. Armut on Aatrox. His all-time record is 15 wins and 2 losses. And his LEC record, 5-0.
Are you telling me it's doomed?
I mean, look, he insta-locked it, and I think we'll need to keep track of what Kled, being played by Finn, can do. But let's take a look at screen now. We've got a minute and a half in. Jungle's starting to be cleared out. It looks like Armut giving Elyoya a little bit of a hand, at least. And returning to lane, and as expected, Unforgiven and Kaiser going to be bashing head-to-head against Patrick and Mickey.
The difference here is that there has been a ward put down right where Makun is crossing right now, so they know exactly where the horse will be. But as far as Elyoya goes, they don't exactly know, and he's gonna probably do the buff to Grom to maybe a level 3 down bot lane. The bot lane is trying to shove in the wave. Makun is gonna be pathing top, so who is actually going to defend them? Patrick and Mickey want to smash the next wave, crash it underneath the tower, but Kaiser's playing Pyke, and that could be a very easy setup for Elyoya if he heads down bot lane.
I mean, gotta punish. I mean, when you play Pyke, you have to find those kills. Finn in the top lane, starting to push his way into Armut. So Armut has rejoined the lane. The wave is going to crash under his tower in just a moment. And the junglers doing their top to bottom clears right now. Patrick and Mickey getting this wave.
Here he comes, here he comes. He's on his way towards the bot side. He tricked me.
Will not be able to get spotted out just yet. But playing out somewhat to expectation. Elyoya's going to sneak around from behind, and you just saw the ping.
He's not.
There we go. XL fully aware of it. Patrick and Mickey haven't yet backed off, though. Maybe a little late for this one. Elyoya's going to step forward, lands the skill shots, flashed away from Mickey. Yeah, hook is not going to land from Kaiser. But a flashless Lulu in the bottom lane is a juicy target.
Oh, it's a very juicy target. At this point, it becomes a target even to the 2 versus 2 in the bot lane. We have seen what Hilisan can also do with the Pyke. It is very dangerous. You get hooked in. The trade is unbelievable. You're so squishy. And then you're again faced with a wave that's shoving in yet again. So Yoya could potentially stick around, see if they can get another pick. They're going to destroy the ward as well. Marcoon knows exactly what is happening.
I'd love to know what that ping was, because we assumed it was XL spotting out
They did. They did. They had a ward there.
Then maybe the communication... No, but I was saying, maybe the communication didn't come through. Patrick, Mickey stuck around too long. Kaiser's going to step forward. Phantom undertow. Bone Skewer lands and finds the stun as well. But there's not enough distance for Unforgiven there to land all those shots, and Mickey just loses half his life.
Yeah, so you asked me at the draft, because we were talking about, okay, B1, what's going to come first? And we were like, Aphelios, Jinx, is like Volibears, lots of stuff. And you asked me if I prefer the Jinx or the Aphelios. I always do prefer the Jinx if you have to be one of the 2 carries, because Aphelios is a little bit more conditional when it comes to him having the perfect gun so he can out-push the lane, whilst Jinx will always have the rockets, and especially with Lulu, a range support next to her, they become an extremely heavy shoving lane.
Yeah, I mean, stand all the way back, use the AoE for safety. And despite the fact that it's Aatrox versus Kled in the top lane, the Fire Alarms, for now, just pushing and back and forth trading. Almost going to be able to use that Dark Blade, just dash out of range from the Bear Trap on a rope, which is one of my favorite spell names ever. And Alyoya is once again going to show his face in lane. Finn still has his flash, though. Let's see if Alyoya can sneak his way close enough.
He has his flash, and he also has Skarl, I think is his name.
Skarl!
There.
The timing on that was incredible. The timing was so good.
That was so good. So Alyoya is just so active on the map right now. He's gone down the bot lane. He's made Patrick and Mickey X fear for their lives. He's all the way up top side of the map. And if you look at the farm, 28 and 28, Marcoon is pretty even with him, which means Alyoya has not necessarily fallen behind, which is pretty good for him. Especially when you're picking Viego, who doesn't necessarily have the setup that Hecarim does after level 6. You expect him to be a little bit more mobile when it comes to moving around the map really quickly, trying to find these openings.
Yeah, and right now, Alyoya is the first one to show up. Skull will pop there for Finn. Marcoon's making his way into the top lane, but decides to back off. And it's a pretty even early game thus far. Marcoon farming up the jungle, Alyoya putting pressure on the lanes. Both of these teams looking for their opportunity. I think Mads was talking about Kaiser on that Pyke, and we saw roaming mid. And Finn uses the Skull timing flawlessly. Bear Trap on a rope does land. No, it doesn't! It just flashes forward, though. And now Armor's running for his life. One more hit will just about do it. Skull is still alive. Finn running, gets the chop. And Finn for first blood. The fight's not done yet. It's in the bottom lane. Alyoya and Rika, they found Mickey. He's flashless from that earlier gank. And the Bone Skewer sends him to the fountain. Mad Lions start to back away.
But that was 4 members all the way down the bot lane. The TP is coming in from Kled, and Marcoon is there.
Well, here comes the devastating charge onto Alyoya. Rika's the next target. And just as Mad pick up their first kill, they lose 2. They're going to lose more. Unforgiven and Kaiser, they're caught out, but XL aren't flanked. They're not pushing this aggressively.
You're stuck between a Lulu and a Victor. I don't know how deadly that is. Because you could turn on the Lulu.
Oh, the Bone Skewer manages to pull the kill back there. Mickey drops for the second time. Nukeduck will find one of his own. At the end of it, it's a 1,000 gold lead, 4 kills to XL, and Mad Lions overchased.
3-0 on the Kled. That is the most important thing, because I think Armut made a boo-boo up in the top lane. I think he overthought it himself. He tried to juke the juke, but it never happened. We mentioned how the Aatrox sweet spot was buffed on his Q, but yet again, we'll see the dive. 4 members had to be dedicated down to the bot side of the map for that play. What do they get? They just kill Mickey. But Patrick keeps hitting, gets everyone low enough. Kled is done with his fight in the top lane, so he gets to TP back. Bot level 6, by the way, at this point. And then Marcoon and Finn clean up the entire fight. And I think the beneficiary from all this has been Finn with 3 kills to his name.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic start for him. Mickey just gets caught out once more. I mean, you're stepping into the darkness.
I mentioned, I'm like, I don't know how deadly it is to be stuck between a Lulu and a Victor, and it was very deadly for the Lulu.
Yeah, it really, really was. Rika did unfortunately go down immediately after that. But I wanted to go back to Finn on this Kled pick, because he's played it 14 times. He's won 70% of his games, and he was like known for his Kled play in solo queue prior to joining the LEC. But seeing him pick up that solo kill the way that he did against Armored, who has somewhat struggled throughout the course of Spring.
That must have taken a lot of nerve. It was the Q3 from Aatrox. It was going to hit, and Finn decides not to flash away from it while Armored tries to predict the flash from Finn. And this is what ultimately solidified that 1 versus 1.
I mean, every time you see Finn trading, he's using that Skull HP and timing it so incredibly well.
It's doomed. You can't play towards the top side of the map. That Kled is extremely powerful. Level 6 on Marcoon's Hecarim as well. Nukeduck is level 8 with his ultimate available. Top side of the map is a little bit of a no-go at this point for the side of Mad Lions.
Now, do you think it's fair to say that's somewhat sort of expected in terms of the focus for Mad Lions was the bottom lane? Rift Herald does get picked up here, secured, and Marcoon's going to be able to run to safety.
That was a flash and an ultimate expended from the side of Mad Lions to, in the end, not get the Rift Herald. I think Elyoya flashed in to try and get it, but he wasn't able to, and then Marcoon just escapes with just using his flash.
Of course, that's another time this game where Mad Lions, very, very eager, very aggressive. The in-between two towers on the bottom lane ends up costing them. Losing their summoners and ultimates at the Rift Herald. Enrique will land the charm, predicting the sidestep. Nukeduck 250 HP flashes away from the skewer. Very nicely done, frankly, from both players.
So well played. I'm going to give this 100% to Nukeduck. He holds his flash because he knows Elyoya doesn't have his to flash stun him, so the only thing that can hit him is the taunt, and then he saves the rest. I'm going to save the rest because Armut.
It's one word, charge! Finn and Marcoon take down Armut, and they'll get themselves some plates as well. Another kill to the top.
I just said a tier here, quick shot. I just said a tier because when I was here last, it was week 2. It was Finn building up waves on Ornn. Finn getting dives successfully, but he was on Ornn. He was playing weak side tanks. Now he's playing a Kled. He's banking in all this gold, all these skills, but he can actually carry on this champion. 3 plates to his name. Look at all these minions. Look at all these minions in the top side of the map that Armut is going to lose. That's so much golden experience that he's falling behind on.
I mean, 5 kills to 2, 1,300 gold lead in favor of XL. It does look like Mad Lions will be just sneak this dragon away. The first of the game. But I want to go back to this notion that you look at the draft from Mad Lions with the Pyke pick, with the Aatrox, that was the first pick for them, and neither has been able to find that impact just yet. And they need to stop and slow down, because when you combo the Kled and the Hecarim, it's difficult to get away.
I'm going to take it from the other side of the Rift, and I'm just going to say that the XL composition is just very well-rounded. They have engaged, they have disengaged, they've got protection for the Jinx. Even if they leave her alone, Patrick has gone with the exhaust as well, so he can defend himself on a 1 versus 1 situation. It's just very well-rounded. You want to go in, you do. You want to go back, you do. On the other side for Mad, I think it's up to individual skill to find the picks. Viego is not a champion that's necessarily going to set up for you. He needs the setup to then dive in and play these clutch scenarios when he grabs soul after soul after soul. Kaiser on the Pyke, the same. He's not as tanky. Yes, he can make a pick, but he can very easily get punished if he gets polymorph, for example, when he's going in.
Yeah, I like that, because when you simplify how those team comps can play, it also makes it easier then for teamwork and getting on the same page. I mean, Marcoon was making his way up the top lane. You can see Patrick doing the same. They've now abandoned the bottom lane, and everybody's starting to shift around the map, and Mad Lions going to need to find an individual member to step up in a spring season where they've left a lot of people underwhelmed. Mad Lions not yet working as coherently as a team. And time is starting to run out. I mean, when you look at the standings, 5 and 8. They're not out of it yet, but it's very scary.
I see that a lot of people in general are being critical of the Mad Lions, and it is true. When you're the back-to-back champion, when for an entire year you dominated EU, you are expected to do well. They're not out of the game yet here. They're only 2,000 gold behind, and Elyoya has pulled a bunch of aces out of his sleeve. He's playing Viego, a playmaking champion that he can wreak havoc on the Rift if he's given the opportunity. He's actually ahead right now. He's a level ahead of Marcoon. Just hopefully we can see him unlocked on the map. I just don't necessarily think that the composition helps too much. It has more of a clutch factor than ease of execution that XL has.
Well, let's see if Kaiser can make that clutch happen. We're gonna lock down Nukeduck, and 3 members pick up the second and third kill. That was, just pretty easy gank from Mad Lions, but that's exactly what you were talking about. You know, it's those individual moments, find somebody out, And that's what Mad Lions needs to do a whole lot more. You talked about Alyoya was ahead. Well, now Unforgiven is as well. It's got the Gale Force, puts a lot of damage down to Patrick, who flashes away from the Moonlight Vigil. Patrick has got the Super Mega Death Rocket. Will it land on Unforgiven?
Yes,
He's got a flash available to him. Zap, Rocket, dead! What an outplay!
What did we mention before? Patrick has the exhaust to defend himself, and I think 1 or 2 auto attacks from Unforgiven went through with the exhaust on him, which mitigates a lot of that damage. Patrick played this really well. Unforgiven thought that he caught Patrick, but he was actually caught in Patrick's nets.
I mean, such great play there. Flashing away from
he had
the
to flash
Vision.
away from
Yes.
the W.
Oh man, that was such a great moment for Patrick. Closes that gold gap, picks up a Gale Force of his own, and it's XL that are currently pushing the Mad Lions around. This is a departure from the last time these two teams met. It was very even for a very long time. And some slightly chaotic team fights later in the game resulted in Mad Lions picking up the win.
Finn is putting down the pain onto Ahmed. He can't even step forward to clear his wave right there. And if you look at the inventories as well, it tells the entire story of what's been happening so far. Gore Drinker completed versus what I would like to say a bootyard sale in Ahmed's inventory.
I like that. Gone to the flea market to pick up a few pieces.
Pretty much.
But obviously, great game.
Oh, we get to this
so
again.
far.
So the fact that Unforgiven Gale Force is in tells Patrick that he doesn't actually have a way out to dodge other things, but Unforgiven is still holding on to his flash. Now the W was not gonna hit him because it was tanked by a minion, but because Unforgiven flashed that, he could never dodge the Super Mega Death Rocket, and Patrick wins that 1 versus 1.
Patrick really heads up play, understanding the full kit available to him, as well as Unforgiven's. And that was the 6th kill for Mad Lions. They still hold on to that 2,000 gold lead. Mad are going to push this top tower. They've lost 2 of their own. Finn's still got the charge available. We will use that to escape. If you look at the mini-map, some XL members are starting to roam up and potentially going to contest for the Rift Herald, but it's a little bit split up for the time being.
So right here, if you are XL, you can actually give up that Rift Herald. You don't mind. You've taken top lane tier 1, you've taken bot lane tier 1, and now you can start stacking these dragons. You can start stacking the dragons because when it comes to later on fights, you know that you possess the better 5 versus 5, the better front to back, and that already a bunch of your carries are actually fed to that point. So later on in the fights, Mad is going to have to run into you to stop you from getting a soul. Now, of course, it's going to be a Cloud Soul. A lot of teams don't mind too much giving that away, but of course having Cloud Soul with Hecarim and Kled is going to be very deadly.
Yeah, very deadly indeed. It was difficult enough trying to keep distance.
There's too many zoomies. Add this on top.
So let's look a little forward into the future. If Mad Lions want to play for that Dragon game, play for the Soul. Correction, XL want to play for the Soul. How do Mad Lions stop it? How do they disrupt it?
I think you're going to have to rely on getting a pick. You have the Pike, you have the Ahri, you have the Viego. Just make something happen on the map. Know which champion doesn't have the flash, the same way they did with Nukeduck, right? They saw Nukeduck, Kaiser has to expend his flash, but then they get a kill in the mid lane, and then they get their Ahri ahead, they get Rika ahead. So I think by getting picks all over the map, this is how it's slowly going to start snowballing. And especially my eyes fall onto Finn, who also has a 300 gold bounty on his head. That would be really juicy for your Aphelios or your Ahri if you can give that over. The problem here is that Kled is not necessarily a champion that dies very easy. Victor, on the other hand, is.
Yeah, Nukeduck has got the flash available to him. Teleport also committed here from the Mad Lions. No one from XL making their move yet. That's the flash from Nukeduck. Rika's under the tower. Ahmed steps forward as well. A 4th member shows up. Nukeduck is still just long enough for Pike to pick up the final blow. Unforgiven's left alone inside the jungle, and Patrick gets his 2nd. So trade 1 for 1.
Look on the map. Yes, they're gonna get the tier 1 bot, but what is XL gonna take in their advantage? They're taking tier 2 top lane with all the experience and gold that comes from the sort of thing. More importantly, tier 1 mid is so important to open up this tower. We've talked about this so many times. It opens up all the vision on the sides of the jungle. And sure, Mad is gonna take tier 2 bot lane as well, but all in all, the trade goes in favor of XL here.
Yeah, of course, with this comp that they've got to initiate into Mad Lions, it's going to be so powerful.
Think about it this way. When you're playing a bunch of assassins, right? You've got the Pike, you've got the Ahri, Viego is also in the lines, 50-50 to be an assassin as well. He wants to be sneaky, right? When your whole jungle is lit up,
who's gonna walk into face check? Who's gonna try to see if Excel is doing Baron? Who's gonna walk in first into a Hecarim, into a Chaos Storm, into Finn's Kled? It's just gonna be so difficult. This is why taking that mid lane tier 1 opens up so many opportunities for Excel to just play their game.
It is, and of course, like, the stats don't tell the full story. 1 dragon apiece, 4 towers to 3.
1,000 gold diff.
1,000, that's not a lot. But when you take into consideration how these 18 minutes of game has played out, XL do feel like they're in command. Mickey's got his flash available. Patrick has put the Flame Chompers down. Kaiser will be able to pick up the kill, but Patrick gets it in return. The rest of the members of XL thinking about an engage and they don't go for it. But look at how much Mad Lions had to invest just to pick that up.
So, because Kaiser killed with his ultimate, he's also donating money to one of his teammates, so that makes it worth on the gold department, if you will. But I'm pretty sure because Kaiser at that point was 3-0, he must have had a shutdown on him. So he's also giving extra gold to no other than Patrick, who's sitting very comfortably at 3-0-2. So at this point, yes, they're using Mickey as a very juicy bait, and yes, the Lulu will die, but if Patrick is banking up on all these kills, they're more than fine to do that.
Yeah, exactly as was predicted by the analyst desk. Lulu's going to have a tough game. But Patrick, who was behind Unforgiven in CS and items, is now ahead. He's got that rapid fire cannon completed. He's evened up that farm differential. He's got 3 kills, 2 assists to his name. And for XL, in the several weeks that they've played on stage since Mickey has joined them, they are showing noticeable development and improvement in their game. One of the things we talked about in our prep for this was how much more varied their approaches to the mid game are. You can see it this time around with all those side lane pushes. Finn is just dedicated to shoving those waves as close to the inhibitor as he can. And they're playing around the fact that Mad can't really stop him.
And it's all down to their setup, right? And the vision they've put down. This is something that we criticized Excel for weeks 1 to 2 before Mickey joined. And that wasn't necessarily to say Advian's fault. It's the fact that whenever they were setting up for something, there just wasn't the necessary vision there, or they weren't ready to fight it. It was also the shot calling part from the side of XL. I think for Mickey, this is his bread and butter. Knowing when things come up on the map, setting up for them is just his bread and butter. Obviously here on the Lulu, he can't necessarily go too deep for vision, but every time he knows how far to move, he puts down the vision, he puts down the control, and allows his team to do the rest for him. And so far, it has been working out for XL.
Yeah, as Mad Lions hoping XL will poke into the river. Armut is going to be able to pull Finn towards him. Patrick, his flash is available. Bone Skewer won't find a target, but boom, the Flame Chompers do. While Finn and Armut trade blows 1-for-1. Unforgiven will be the next taken down by the Super Mega Death Rocket. Rika's now running for his life. XL just obliterate Mad Lions.
So we have 2 split battlegrounds going on here. Finn completely opens his domain expansion, puts Armut in, nothing misses, all his attacks amplified, Armut cannot get away, he gets solo boloed. Well done, Finn. All the gold on him show off here why they were so important onto that Kled. Whilst on the other hand, we talked about the front to back. Even if you take the Kled out, you don't have to have Kled hit there. He can also split push. Your core 4-man is just so strong at engaging and disengaging that they just catch Mad off guard. Mad are trying to pull the play. And what did we say? We said Kaiser's playing Pyke. He could potentially make a play. Great. They're hiding into Fog of War. XL doesn't necessarily know where Mad is. They don't know where the Pyke is. And Finn overextends. Great opportunity for possibly Kaiser to make a pick. But we talked about this. Kaiser is so squishy on that Pyke that the second he gets rooted, he actually insta-dies. Finn, yeah.
Fantastic from Finn, but I also think you can see the comp playstyle difference really exquisitely in that mid lane fight. Had Kaiser connected onto Patrick with that Bone Skewer that prevent and delay him getting those Flame Chompers out, maybe that goes differently. But unfortunately, the skill shot did not find its target, and XL just run away with it. They pick up the Baron at the cost of another Dragon, and again, they are in control of this game.
And I also think that Mad overreached there. You had already control of the bot side river. If XL wanted to contest for the Dragon, they would have to walk into you, use the Fog of War, use the 3 assassins and sneaky champions that you have to try and get a pick onto someone rather than grouping up. Because when you group up, XL are superior here. And obviously, they can choose to go 1 and 4, leave the Kled on the side versus Armut's Aatrox. They know he beats him 1 versus 1. And they also know that XL beats Mad at this point 4 versus 4. I think
maybe even 4 versus 5.
I think so too. When you look at Patrick's item difference, fully completed Infinity Edge.
I mean, I don't think, three item Jinx is not going to melt through this Aatrox.
It's completely outclassing Unforgiven's ability to deal damage. Up in the top lane as well. 2.5 items completed is now Unforgiven. Can't even get out of the fear. He's just squashed under the hoof of Marcoon. Now all of a sudden, Mad Lions have to try defend their inhibitor turret, but they're
going for
nowhere near.
Finn. They're going for Finn, but they could actually lose the game here. There's 2 waves pushing in with Baron. So yes, their target was Finn, but they can't actually let XL push through the entire base.
Fantastic from XL. They get the inhibitor, they turn their attention to the mid lane, and frankly, disappointing from the Mad Lions. They pulled out the Aatrox, the Pike. It is not working. Mad Lions came into this game on a 4-game losing streak, and they're definitely looking like they're going to lose once more. There's the charge! Going to connect onto Rika. He's still got the flash to safety, doesn't need it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like your attention here. Look at the huge wave that Finn built up in the top lane before he had to respect that they couldn't see Mad members. He built up the top lane wave whilst the other side of the map was being pushed. I think Finn has played the map to absolute perfection in this game. He got ahead. He was always very respectful of getting ganked or possibly shadowed by opponent jungler, and he hasn't given a single inch of opportunity to be punished by Mad Lions.
Not at all. And I think the rest of XL also playing around the pressure that he creates in the other lanes, playing those like side lane pushes, and Mad Lions falling so far down. As I said, 4-game losing streak coming into it. They're 5-8 in the standings. This weekend is going to be so crucial for who is going into playoffs in spring.
Also, let's not forget, later on we have Vitality versus SK, so that means that either Vitality are going to get further away from Mad Lions, or SK Gaming are going to overtake them at this point.
And also, the last time these two teams played, Mad Lions beat XL. So with XL, if they close this out, and they should, they'll tie up that head-to-head. And things get a little bit more interesting depending on whether Vitality or SK or Misfits manage to join them in the race. We'll have to see. For Mad Lions, I mean, they made that dive bottom lane, and after that went bad, and Armored got soloed. They've just kind of fallen to pieces, unfortunately.
Ask me the question, Trevor. What can Mad Lions do to get back into this game?
I only do that when I think there is some sort of tenable answer.
Because I was about to say go next here.
Some sort of tenable answer. But I will ask a question. Do you think this draft diff is now Rika's going to get run down? We'll talk about it once the game ends, as Marcoon is then going to devastating charge away. Patrick continues to use that minigun onto Alyoya, and Armored is killed by Marcoon 14 times. Mad Lions have died this game. The Bone Skewer does land to Nuke Tech, but he's going to go golden, stays alive just long enough to watch Alyoya die. As he pops back up, gets away for now, and the towers are starting to fall. XL outclass, outshine, and take down the Mad Lions, avenging their Week 3 loss. XL defeat Mad.
Thumbs up from me as well. XL had a very easy to execute composition. They take down the Mad Lions. And honestly, you know what? They're gonna give us like key player of the game or whatever. For me, it's gonna be like Finn, because that 1 versus 1 in the top lane won them the game for me.
It did, and I'm just left feeling disappointed. I don't think whatever Mad Lions had assumed was going to happen, happened at all.
I just feel like we all know this is not the Mad Lions from last season, right? We know these are not the same players. I think ease of execution goes a very long way, especially when you're trying to develop and build your team together. And I don't necessarily think Mad Lions had that in this particular game. It was very situational. It was whether they were going to get the picks, whether they were going to get ahead early. And if they didn't, unfortunately, the scaling, the 5v5, the team fights, the side lane, it all belonged to XL.
I absolutely love the way you phrase it in game. It's about the individual outplays. You have to make those hero moments on the Ahri, on the Aatrox, on the Pike. It didn't happen. So Mad Lions, 5-game losing streak right now. XL, on the other hand, continuing to surprise.
Oh my God, Trevor, it smells like playoffs.
Oh, I don't know if we should say it.
Playoffs.
I don't know if we should say it. I have bought into the XL hype train so many times, only to be dropped at the final hurdle. But I will concede it does feel different this time.
Oh no, it feels bad, man. Seeing Alyoya like this, it does feel bad. They were joking earlier when they sat down. I think they were looking at Unforgiven. He's like, "You never won anything in your life. Now is your chance," you know?
Not today, Trouble. It was the first time that Arm lost on Aatrox in the LEC.
And quite convincingly, I think Finn run away with the game. Major props. Major props.
Yeah, agreed. All those solo kills definitely unlocked the win. Your key up player of the game nominees at LEC on Twitter. Finn, Marcoon, and Patrick are the possible voters for you. XL, congratulations on the win. One step closer to the top of the table. I mean, it's going to be a very spicy race for playoffs. You're going to be hearing that a lot from us over this weekend and next weekend. Mad Lions, back-to-back champions, starting to think they might not make it.
It looks rough. It looks rough, I'm not going to lie, because they have, 4 more games to go as well, and they most likely have to win every single one of them if they want to lock. And also, if you don't vote Finn, I don't know what game you were watching.
XL get a huge win in the race for playoffs, and after the break, Law will be joined by declared one-trick Finn. Cheers!
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
A lion! Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion!
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome back to the LEC as Excel take down the Mad Lions in our first game of Week 7. And Finn, thank you so much for joining me. Amazing performance.
Thank you very much.
I want to say. But we're going to talk a bit later about the champion because looking at the early game especially, we knew that this is when usually the Mad Lions shine. And when you look at the composition they had a lot to do in the early game. So can you talk me through your game plan here in the first stages of the game, especially leading to that bot dive that you were ready for?
Yeah, so I think when we saw the draft, we realized they have a lot of explosive champions that thrive on resets and chaotic fights, such as Viego. The newly reworked Ari as well works this way, and Pike. So we were kind of assuming that they were going to make early game very explosive, fight us in the river, fight us in our camps, and just try to get a big lead early and snowball that. Because we knew if late game comes, we have the Victor, the Jinx, we have the range. Yeah. They have to come into us. It's going to be a good time. But that didn't really happen as planned because I guess they dove really deep bot and they kind of forgot about the teleport and we could kind of clean it up after that. And we kind of had a smooth sailing after that because once you fall behind with an early game comp against a comp that outscales, it's very hard to claw back into the game because they don't really have a lot of options anymore.
Yeah, you just had the game right in your hands here and nice communication on this counter dive on bot lane, which leads me to my question about Kled, an amazing champion. And when I saw Armut locking in Aatrox, I was like, ooh. He forgot about something. So talk me through the decision-making into you picking this champion, especially. I know you like it so much.
Yeah, I mean, Kled has always been, I guess, comfort for me. I was very surprised when they picked Aatrox 1-2. I did not expect it at all. We usually would draft meetings to do like all these simulations and all these crazy drafts that never happened, but we go through them anyway because just in case. None of them had Aatrox 1-2. So we were like, okay, I guess we could just pick Kled. And it's pretty good. Worked out really well this time, and I'm pretty happy I can play it again.
Yeah,
it's really fun.
Really well indeed, and you got the Kia player of the game with this performance, which doesn't come as a surprise, I guess, given the way you played. But the community was wondering about your runes choices, especially running cookies on the top lane. Could you elaborate on that, maybe?
Basically, so the way cookies work on mana-less champions is that they give, instead of giving mana, right, they give additional health. Pairing that with Time Warp Tonic makes you have a very fast burst of health. If you combine it with a potion and cookies, you pop over at the same time, you get a big spike of health really fast. And for a champion like Kled that wants to get low and then remount and get all his health back, having those two extra things might really help in the remount process, so you don't get bursted on before you get your you get your mount back. I always got the bicycle, my bad.
The bicycle, it's fine.
And that's actually kind of what happened on the top lane fight where he died. He kind of thought he had kill range, but then I had the cookie and the potion ready, and I just healed up, and I got my bicycle back, and it was smooth sailing.
You know your champion by heart. It's amazing to see. Now, focusing a bit more on Excel, you guys are right in the middle of the standings right now, aiming for playoffs, of course, but you're going to have a big task maybe playing up against Rogue tomorrow. So I want to know, what do you think sets you apart from the top teams in the standings, and what do you need to do to get there?
I think what sets us apart is our scoreline. I don't think we're any worse than any of those teams that are above us, so I think with time we can show what we can do, and eventually, that will show, I think.
And it's looking amazing so far for you guys and Excel. Between, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck against Rogue tomorrow, and for more on this game, back to you, Shox.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Laura. Excellent interview, and it was also so fun with Finn and his bicycle. I just loved, I love when players get to play their favorite champions and then they crush on it. That's obviously going to give you a great interview. But also to just jump into something you mentioned as well, the combination of the cookies and the Time Warp Tonic. Is that what we always should go for on Kled?
I think when you're in a very fight-heavy skill check kind of lanes like this, it obviously gives you that extra inch to kind of work with. And I think in that first blood, as we saw, it got a little bit crazy. And yeah, I mean, Arma ended up chickening out just a little bit, and that lost him.
Yeah, we of course covered the draft here on the desk, and I think there's been more puzzlement after about the Aatrox being the first choice coming out of the Mad Lions. Now, for a little bit of background, this is one of Armut's favorite champions. He doesn't actually lose on it in the LEC. What is it about it that, when you saw the game play out, made it problematic?
So, first of all, I think at this point in this situation, Mad Lions are in desperately needing wins. I'm sure they're feeling stressed, they're feeling pressured, and I think going for a comfort champ like Aatrox that has worked really, really well in the past is great. It makes sense. But at the same time, you're up against Finn, who's really known for his Kled, and that's something you just cannot forget about in your preparation. Aatrox is great and all. It's a bit of a, I want to say it's a bit of a sketchy, 1-2 pick, but if you want to go for it, sure, just make sure to ban the Kled, because they were tunneling a little bit too much in comfort, and all of a sudden, the second Excel locks in Kled, that comfort is gone, and it's Finn's comfort zone all of a sudden.
Yeah, alarm bells went off, I think, when they saw that coming out. And then when we translate it into the game, tell me, does it always have to go like this? We know Kled has a very good matchup into the Aatrox, but does it have to be this good that he can actually solo kill him in the early levels?
Obviously, it's a good matchup for Kled, but at the same time, Aatrox can live, Aatrox can be fine. I think the thing you need to think about in this case is that this is just not the matchup you're going to see often in scrims. I'm sure this is a matchup Finn has a lot more experience playing than Armut, and Kled is just so unique that, you know, Armut can go for some trades, he can try to play out the lane, but at some point, there's a high chance Finn is going to catch him off guard, which is what happened here. Armut walked up, he thought he was in a decent position. Finn sees an opening, just all-ins him, dives him, and takes him down right away.
But we saw how close it was with the missed Q3, right? That hits, that is so different. It's a very swingy matchup that obviously determines a lot of things. And when you have a lead on the front line on the other side, it gets really difficult.
Yeah, and I guess it's also an example of why people who play champions very, very often, they know their limits exactly. And they know them in a different way in those specific matchups than the opponents. And I think what is key here, outside of the first blood and the gold for Finn, is the decision-making coming out of Excel then, Nymir, to say, we are going to repel that dive that's coming out in the bot lane. We're going to pull the trigger, and they get a net win.
And this is the difference between previous iterations of Excel and previous seasons, and then what we're seeing now. They have that more kind of heads-up, cerebral play where they can say, well, they're just kind of throwing this fight, right? They had that defensive teleport. We know that with the teleport changes, it's harder to pull off offensive dives because you can't really commit as many members by dropping a ward behind the turret, blah, blah, blah. And as much as it is such a big play, the fact that Excel have like the presence of mind to say this is what wins us the game is very important to see.
It is. Let's take a look at then from a jungler perspective, the both positions that Elyoya found himself in and Markoon. First up, maybe Markoon, of course, obviously, yay, my top laner has 3 kills, I have a handful of assists. Talk to me through the both perspectives and what the game plan should be.
So, the perspectives are obviously very different being in those positions. Excel all of a sudden have a winning draft, I would say. They're in a spot where as long as they get to the mid and late game in an even state, it's going to be really hard for Mad Lions to contest them. So now they're in a winning position where they have an immense amount of top pressure with Finn. Aatrox also TP'd back top, so it's not like Mad Lions have a TP advantage or anything. And all of a sudden, Excel can really propel their lead, get all that gold for their scaling carries by playing for the Heralds, playing for Drake. Just play smart, really. You can start pressuring a little more than you would be able to normally, because normally Mad Lions would be the ones wanting to take over the early game. They would have Pike roaming all over the map, creating chaos. Lulu can't really match that. I mean, they still try to do it a little bit, but it's just hard to do it at that point in time. And then we have Mad Lions, on the other hand, who, yeah, they can go for plays with the Pike, but they need to stabilize a little bit while also being on a timer with their team comp, because they know, well, if we don't win the early game, if we don't get to the mid game in a winning position, not only does history prove that we're going to have a hard time contesting these guys because the mid game just falls apart for them most of the time, but they also have a team comp that can't do anything into Excel's comp, and it's kind of a tricky situation to be in. It's like no matter what you do, whether you play slow and stabilize, wait for the opponents to make mistakes, it's not really going to work too well for you.
Yeah.
And if you overextend, well, it's not going to work either.
Super tricky position to be in for the Mad Lions. As we also talk about the rest of the day in our next match, which is Astralis versus Team BDS, I'd like to pull up the standings because obviously the result of that last one has huge implications when we look there now at the Mad Lions falling down even more. And Excel is now starting to feel a little bit comfortable. As a reminder, Astralis Astralis have to win all of their remaining games to even have a shot at the playoffs. One single loss will already eliminate them. And the standings, they're just absolutely crazy. This was a huge win for the side of Excel. Now we're looking towards the others and seeing what will happen. But Excel, I mean, it feels like it's on the brink of happening.
They have made a lot of friends with that victory. A lot of people who are trying to get into that playoffs, you're looking at SK as well. Vitality kind of sat there being like, ooh, this is looking good for us.
It is. Well, let's see. For us, did you say us? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, now let's send it over to Trouble and Quickshot for this do or die game between Astralis and BDS.
Welcome to the Caster Desk. I'm Quickshot, she's Trouble. And just like Shock said, one loss from Astralis will eliminate them from playoffs. So it's very, very difficult. It's very, very unlikely that some miracle run's going to happen. But I think what's going to be very interesting to see is how much trouble these two teams are going to cause the rest of the table, because we have seen those upset wins, especially from Astralis in recent weeks.
You know what? We say it all the time. When a team no longer has any no longer can make it into the playoffs.
Pixum. We're going to move into Protect! So as you could see, there was a little bit of a miscommunication there on our side. Apologies to everybody watching at home. It is, of course, going to be Team Astralis taking on Team BDS. And I think I want to focus in on the two players that I look at most, Zanzara and Synkrov. I focus on Zanzara out of the game.
I was about to say, what are your reasons for focusing on Zanzara here,
Every time he talks, I just love what he says. But what about the drop? We saw some interesting picks in Game 1. Do you think this is going to be a trend for the weekend?
Just because I don't know if it's about the special picks, if you will, or like something that somebody has OTP'd before or has made before. I think we need to see more ease of execution, especially when you're on the bottom of the ladder, if you will, like BDS and Astralis. They need to play something that they're very familiar with. They need to play something that they can really execute easily with. And I really like your focus on Zanzara and Synkrov, especially Synkrov. Last time these two teams played, Synkrov went 8-0-5 on the Diana. Absolutely ran away with the entire game.
Definitely making a bit of a name for himself, Synkrov.
Diana's open, just saying.
It is open. Trundle, Rise, and Twisted Fate banned.
So is Gwen.
Astralis. And it's Zeri's up as well. Which direction do these teams want to go? I mean, there's so many picks, right? Jinx is up. Aphelios is up. And what is it going to be here? Kobe is going to lock in the Zeri. Now, I need to see how Kobe's going to play. He's definitely been a little quiet this spring. But then to be fair, a lot of Astralis have struggled throughout the course of the majority of spring until 2 weeks ago. And they started to pick up some very shocking wins in the back half of spring.
Very true. Also, it's going to be very interesting to see this series because it was a bunch of her kit was changed in the patch, and a lot of people will go towards the crit route now as well as the previous route before. It has been nerfed just a tiny bit. A bunch of her kit has been nerfed a tiny bit, so it'd be interesting to see her in game.
What can Kobe do against Jinx and the Hecarim? Synkrov will lock that one in. Second time today, Zanzara will immediately respond.
Oh, I love that. I love that. I love that. I love the flag and drag into the Vex. Faye, Dayer on the Vex as well. He's gotten, I think, a couple of solo bolos on the champion as well. It's one of my personal favorites to see. I just love the setup of these two champions particularly.
And it also fits into the concept that you and the analyst desk were talking about. It's kind of a simplified approach to certain elements of the game.
From both, as you can see. Hecarim, one button going in. Nautilus the same. If you want to peel, then you can peel also with the Nautilus. You've got your two hyper carries as well. I think there's a bunch of zoomies on both teams right now. A bunch of engage, a bunch of disengage. It just looks really, really good.
It does indeed. How do they round out the compositions? So a quick note there for Dayo on that Vex. He's played it 5 times already this spring. Only won 2 of those games. Kobe on the Zeri played it once and won 14 KDA, and immediately the supports being banned away here by Team BDS, removing Tom Kench. Obviously, Astralis removed the Thresh earlier.
Peculiar here. I know it's like Tom Kench against Promiscu, but I'm just not very into the whole Tom Kench situation without the Senate. Now, if you have a Jinx in your team, something that is so strong together with the Jinx, we saw it in the previous game, is the Victor. You provide the team with more poke. It's a very safe pick versus the Vex. You don't have to play too up close and personal where she can fear you. And also in the latter stages of the game, you can also play peel, protect, but also attack around your Jinx.
Yeah, very high versatility. And then when you combo with Nautilus's ability to both engage and disengage, Hecarim the ability to run away, but also to start fights.
Wouldn't be surprised if actually Victor got banned here, because then what are your other choices? Potentially something like an Orianna?
We'll find out what Nuclearint wants to play. When I look through his champion pool, LeBlanc and Syndra most played, as well as Rise, 3 games each, and then 1 for Akali, TF, Vex, and Galio. And it's going to be the Irelia removed instead. So is that in anticipation of what they want to lock in?
I just think it's just, in general, against Adam, like just ban the Aurelia. We never know if he's going to go 0-10, but there is a chance he's going to go 10-0, and then we're going to pay for it. Happy to see that they're hovering the victor here. I hope they lock it in as well. Makes total sense together with the Jinx. You've got an AP carry that does consistent AP damage. You've got an AD carry that does consistent AD damage. Overall, very well run. And I'm looking to see here what Astralis are going to choose to reply with, because you have the likes of Leona, but you can also go towards the likes of a Lulu and Yuumi, but they suffer versus Nautilus in lane. But also later on, they give the Zoomies over to Zeri, and she can then take over the game.
I mean, it just feels like engage, engage, engage is what these teams are looking towards. This will be Nuclear's first LEC performance on Victor, and only his 5th of all time. He's only won 1 of his 4 previous games. Leona was correctly predicted then. Nicely done, Trouble. And now White Knight needs to round out this composition. And again, a little bit of versatility here. If the Gnar does get locked in, again, can do both, right? You can hop away, you can side lane, you can push a side lane. Also has that game-changing ultimate, but a little bit more challenging to execute than a Kled and a Hecarim to pull off these fights.
To be fair, Gnar is one of the most dangerous side laners right now. Saw a bunch of it on the NLC this week as well. Hullbreaker is absolutely massive on the champion, and if you don't manage to punish him early and get him down on 2 deaths at least in the early game, he manages to just snowball on his own, out of control on the side lane. And having such a strong core 4-man from the side of Astralis, you're pretty good allowing the Gnar to just roam the map and just stay in as 4.
Ooh, a lot of options in for Astralis, and after a last-second switch, it'll be the Olaf into
the one and only.
Gnar. Now, what do you make of the Team BDS composition when we look at it?
I really like it. It's the front to back. You've got the Hecarim for the engage. You've got the Nautilus for the engage. You've got them also for the disengage. It's a very well-rounded composition yet again from Team BDS. I'm going to say the same from Astralis. They've got a bunch more engage, which they can use to create space between members of BDS and the Zeri. And then the Zeri can just zoomies around the fight however she pleases.
Oh, man. We'll have to see how Kobe handles himself. He does have a win on the stage with Zeri. And of course, both of these teams, relatively squishy damage dealers. You know, if any of that hard CC, and there's a lot of it, holds anyone in place for just a moment, they will be falling down. Let's hope for a whole bunch of team fights this game.
Oh, it is going to be the case. I think this is what they're both relying on, especially when you've locked in Vex and Javan. Expect a bunch of them quick shot.
And of course, Team BDS as well as Astralis, very low down on the standings, but for Astralis, this game is so important. 1 loss will eliminate them from playoffs contention. Can they surprise everybody? We'll find out.
All I hear is there's a hope. All I hear is there's a hope.
No, I'm not gonna go down their path. I'm absolutely not. I want to have some fun. It's time for Astralis vs BDS. Welcome to Summoner's Rift as Astralis are taking on Team BDS. I'm hoping for some chaotic team fights, but before we get to them, where are we going to pay attention in the early game, Trouble?
Have you ever heard of the level 1 Olaf syndrome, where you start throwing axes and you keep throwing them until somebody sees a black and white screen? Adam, of course, he was very famous back in the LFL, back in his Carmine Corp days, and then over into EU Masters for playing the Olaf on the top side of the map. And he's very deadly. He will come up with ways to actually punish you so hard in the level 1. But a lot of times, these level 1s, not necessarily an Olaf, I'm just going to say, level 1s and level 2s, it's where we see a few things falter, and then Adam falls behind.
I mean, Adam has had a couple of rough weeks recently, but he's back on a very favored champion. 13 professional games. He's won 60% of them. And I think this Olaf will be quite crucial to try to stick to the back line of Astralis if and when BDS fight. Let's see what White Knight can do on the Gnaw. Taking a look at the minimap, no shenanigans afoot. Bot lane for BDS helping out Synkrov. I think Cobby and Promiscu spilled a little, or at least faked it, so they can return to lane. And now we get to see how this Zeri Leona is going to play out.
Yeah, it's something that a lot of analysts are talking about, right? What does Zeri pair up the best with? And honestly, I think she pairs up pretty well with anything. If you give Engage to her, then she can use that space that you give her with all the CC that Leona provides to just zoomies around the map and just try to kill someone with all the mobility she has. But you can also give her even more mobility with the likes of Lulu and Yuumi. Here, of course, Lulu and Yuumi are a little bit dangerous into the Nautilus because when you get locked down, it's lights out. But Leona does pretty well. She's very tanky. She can also push further into the lane, and she gets really, really, really oppressive. Now, another fun fact for you, Trevor. Do you know what is impossible to miss on Leona?
Tell me what's impossible to miss on Leona. Well, it's an auto-empowered, so yes. What? Are you trying to say I'm that bad at League of Legends that I would miss a Leona Q?
No, I'm just reading the name. Promiscu.
Oh my...
Trevor, come on!
Oh man, that was actually well played. That was well done. But we see Zanzara stepping into the jungle. And Synkrov gonna start chipping away at this red buff.
You just have to back off. Dayer has already pushed the wave in. He's taking a chunk off of Nuclear Int's mana bar as well. Vex moves first. You have to respect that. You let the red buff go.
Oh, nicely done there by Zanzara. Just slowing down Synkrov somewhat. And I think both of these teams would be relatively comfortable waiting until everyone gets their ultimates.
This is the Adam level 3 roam. Every single time, no matter what champion he plays, usually he does that on Camilla as well. Level 3, he will roam the map. He shoved in the wave underneath White Knight's tower, and obviously the Knight has to reply to the wave. Really good pressure right there. Doesn't result into anything. The Shy had done something very similar to that with his Gragas trying to interrupt the jungle pathing. But I think Zanzara is coming out on top on this one.
Nicely done. And Synkrov step forward, fancies a thought towards Dayo, but still got the flash. It's definitely the best Hecarim skin.
It is! Finally!
Synkrov is going to have to play some mad music to shut down Astralis, to eliminate them from playoffs. And this bottom lane, we were talking a lot about the skill shots, the CC that can and cannot miss. The moment somebody missteps just once, there is so much follow-up damage from that Zeri as well as the Jinx that it's just going to be over. Blaze is fired through the wall. Cobby stepping forward with that zap, zap, zap. Looking for the right click as well, trying to pull Limit forward, and Limit does step forward. Zenith Blade into the Shield of Daybreak. And Limit will just about go down, but Synkrov's making his way in. It's now a 2v3 and Astralis a little low. Summoning Hill has been used. Swing, swing, swing. Helicopter Synkrov does not have the damage today. It's the second for Astralis, but will Xmati get excited? Now it's slammed in the face by Zanzara. Cobby turns it back around, and one more shot. He gets all three! He gets all three! Oh my word, Xmati gets all three!
This could be a triple! This could be a triple! And it is a triple for Xmati in the end. You just do not chase a Jinx with 1% HP bar remaining. It pains my heart, Trevor. Very well played. Really nice setup right here for Astralis. They knew that BDS were playing under the wings of the jungler being around because they were shoving the wave, but Synkrov wasn't actually there and just in time to defend them, which means that Astralis are walking away with the 2 kills. Now here, of course, Promiscu walks a little bit too far forward. There was vision in this bush as well, and
oh my word, what a slow-mo.
No.
Well done, observers.
The auto attack. It's showing you the auto attack.
Oh my word. Xmati using that passive to dodge as much as he could, but managing to stay alive long enough because I think the target focus being on Limit, followed by Synkrov.
Also, I'm not sure because I didn't see if Cobby missed a bunch of his Qs there, which means that if they didn't touch Xmati, you're missing on auto attack damage right there. Cobby!
Oh, manages to get pulled backwards by the dredge line. Xmati will put the Flame Chompers down. I don't think they actually found the bite. Doesn't matter. That's the 4th kill before 5 minutes on Jinx.
See, I have the okay, he's gonna go Mega now here. He's gonna regen some of that HP, which means Adam has to back off from here. But if that was solo queue and you saw that, I think you would tap something that starts with /F plus some other stuff.
It definitely
15.
feels that way. I mean,
something 15.
BDS are on the hunt once more. Promiscu finds the Zenith Blade onto Limit, and Zanzara won't be backed up by Dayor, but It's 1,600 gold. It's 6 minutes. Limit just goes on a little bit of a wander around.
And Limit is definitely not the champion you want to shut down. He doesn't have the money on him. Yes, Kobe is going to bank the 300 gold right there, but there's a 400 gold bounty right now on the head of Xmati. He's almost completed his first item when there's a sheen on Kobe.
I mean, it's terrifying. But I think you can feel a little bit players playing a little bit faster than Lucia in terms of the aggression of the dives. But I think for the comps, it also makes sense because they have so many engaged tools.
Now, allow me a little bit to redeem myself, because I think even back in week 1 and 2 that I was here, I was being a little bit harsh on Xmati and Limit because they weren't having the best games. I think this is the chance for Xmati to redeem himself. He's over the moon fed, and as I remember him from back in the day in his EU Masters performances. If he was fed on a hyper carry, the team would win 100%. Now, of course, Astralis, I think they have a really, really good idea on how to play the game. They're using the priorities from the lanes really, really well. Dayer pushes mid, they invade red buff. Dayer pushes mid, you have Kobe pushing bot lane, then they invade blue buff. So they're using this really, really well. This is what G2 was also doing when Reckless was playing Tristana down the bot lane, get the priority, move straight into the opponent's bot side of the jungle. So they're using this really well. And Astralis do usually make these plays. My problem with them so far has been, what's your plan? What's your plan in general? Yes, you make these plays, but then what? How do you translate this into a bigger lead for yourself?
Well, we'll have to find out when we get there. I think for at least the early game, it has been focused to slowing down Synchro. Another invade on that blue buff earlier.
He doesn't have a bar. He doesn't have a bar.
Not going to be able to gnaw out. Flashes away from Synchro. The teleport now coming in from Dayo. That'll give Nuclear a little bit of time in that middle lane. But Adam and Synkrov managing to force White Knight back. Not a significant difference in CS outside of that middle lane where Nuclear has been able to punish the amount of time that Dayo's been roaming.
Now, look at this here. Nuclear Int has been caught clearing a ward, but then again, you're all alone, Zanzara. You're not going to take down a Victor. He's level 7. He's 1 level above the Jarvan as well. Vex was nowhere near because Dayer was taking his back. Back to the top lane, gang. Yes, you do take the flash, but you don't necessarily punish right now. Now, the problem is that when they try to redo that, and Synchro does have his ultimate available, and Adam does have his own flash available, then it's most likely going to be a dead White Knight if he's in a mid-enough form.
And White Knight has been pushed back by Adam several times. Xmati doesn't have flash yet, by the way. Zanzara is sniffing around for another attempt. He's 1-1 and 2 on this Jarvan. And he's just going hunting, just looking for targets. I mean, a moment or two ago, he tried to jump onto Synkrov on his blue buff. And I think Xmati and Limit, they're aware, they back away, showing the respect of the potential dive.
Yeah, you need to wait a little bit longer. Perfect. That is the perfect crash for the wave. They waited just in time for the other wave to crash together with the cannon wave, which means that even if you don't pull off a dive right here, and you don't necessarily care to pull off a dive, you're taking a bounce of Platins back onto Kobe. What they don't know is that Syncrov's around the corner.
Well, down Sword of Shadows is available for Synkrov. Holds onto the trigger. Super Mega Death Rocket goes wide. Zanzara stays alive for now, and Promiscu will be the next target. He's managing to waddle his way to safety, flashes out of the dredge line, and nobody falls in the fight.
Oh, you know what's gonna fall though? Mid lane turret platings for Nuclear Int that has been farming this entire time unbothered. So much gold going to him. Synkrov is still holding on to his ultimate, which means that BDS can actually push under that tower and maybe even get some kills.
There's a devastating charge, still holding on to the ultimate. Kobe right clicks, gets the zap, 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 turns his attention to Limit. Matty and Synkrov just run away. It ends up being a trade, 1-for-1.
Ooh, I don't like this. I don't like this. You have everything you need to turn this into a dragon, to start stacking up this objective for yourself. You shoved the entire wave underneath the tower. You took one turret plating, turn this to the dragon. 2 members of the set of Astralis were very low. They didn't have ultimates available to them. They didn't have summoners, so you could potentially take the dragon once Synkrov was there and he had his ultimate available. Instead, they choose to pull off the dive, but what do? They donate another kill to Kobe.
It's just pure bloodlust. Looking for dive off the dive.
Right here, you see, Promiscu super low HP, Zanzara is low HP as well, doesn't have his smite. This could have been a very easy dragon. Instead, they try to pull off the dive. The kill goes to Limit. You don't necessarily earn too much out of this, and Kobe gets the wave that was shoved under his tower, gets the kill, and says thank you very much.
I mean, considering Kobe was facing a 4-0 Jinx a few minutes ago.
I mean, he still is.
Fair enough. The point I was trying to build up to, not as terrible as one might have assumed.
No.
And Astralis, they're still down in gold, 1,500. They are trying to make some plays quite aggressively into BDS's jungle, and now Limit will be backed up by Synkrov, and it's just, it looks like it's Dive City once more.
It's these little clever things that pro players do. I like Kobe checking in there to see if anyone was waiting for him. Promiscu knows people are waiting there for him. He still goes in because he's pretty tanky on the Leona.
Yeah, manages to get away. That W does so much. Also, BDS didn't fully jump forward. Wasn't 100% certain who was standing behind him. Dale would have been able to do a lot of damage, and he now may be at risk. And I mean, look, both of these teams are just hunting for kills. And yes, I think Nuclear has been a beneficiary of mid lane plates every time Deo is left.
Ooh, oh, beautiful limit.
Yeah, nicely done. The Dredge line pulls him back onto the Chompers, and that is just another kill for BDS. This will unlock the tower, though.
Just to be very clear, I think the tower was going to be unlocked anyway together with the Dragon, because White Knight doesn't have TP available to join them, and Promiscu is yet again in trouble, but...
Oh, a lot of damage coming out from Kobe. He's going to lose his support as Promiscu falls. The Dredge line's going to be flashed away from it. Next, Maddie, Super Mega Deathstroke not even needed. He picks up his 6th of the game, 6-0 and 2. It's not over yet as Dayor is now being jumped on by Nuclear Int. He's being chased by the Chaos Storm, and I think he's got enough speed to waddle away.
Yeah, that was beautifully done on the bot side of the map. They take the tower, and on the brink of it going down, they manage to dive as well as Astralis. And of course, the Q doesn't go past champions. Once it hits the front champion, it doesn't hit further back, which means Kobe couldn't get damage to finish off Synkrov. You could have auto-attack like normal right click right there, which didn't happen. So they get rid of Zanzara, really beautifully done by Limit right there, and then they dive onto Promiscu. And look at that, Synkrov drops really, really low, but Limit is tanking all of the Qs right there coming in from Kobe, and Xmatic cleans up place.
Man, Kobe played that I think as best as he could, but BDS gets so much out of that play. The gold lead was what, like 1,000, 1,500 for most of the early game. Now it's spiked to nearly 5,000 golds.
Now the difference is going to be seen much more because you have a Phantom Dancer and a Kraken on the Jinx, whilst on the other side it is just a Trinity Force.
Well, once again, top lane is trading back and forth. White Knight's waiting to gnaw out down in the bottom lane. Zenith Blade will get him out of the Flame Chompers, and the Death Rocket won't find the kill. Zanzara flags and drags over the wall, and Synkrov trots away to safety, and Adam runs as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hullbreaker.
Yeah.
More armor against the Olaf. Thank you very much. And then you have a wave and a half that's shoving under the tower. What did we say in the pre-show? These minions do a lot more damage. You do a lot more damage to structures as well like this. And Gnar is one of the sleepiest champions on the top side of the map, whilst also with Hullbreaker he becomes very deadly, and Adam was on the back end of that sword.
And of course, you talked about the comp that from the side of Astralis, the 4-1 let White Knight push a side lane on Gnar is an option. Synkrov will get locked inside the pit. I'm not quite sure what he was doing. White Knight and Zanzara trying to run him down. The Onslaught Shadows will be available in just a moment, but he's crushed. I have no idea what that was.
I'm literally sitting here with my hands on round one level like, what? You wanted the blue buff that bad, Synkrov?
Yeah, it boggles the mind. And also, White Knight's been kind of pushed back by Adam for most of this game. Now he's picked up a kill. He's still stayed relevant in farm. Take a look at mid and bottom though. Nuclear Internex Maddie significantly further ahead, taking advantage of the time that Astralis has spent out of lane.
Oh, that is a 2+K gold lead from Xmati onto Kobe. That is pretty much almost an entire item difference between the two carries. And mind you, Jinx is one of these S-tier hyper carries where it's just much easier to play in a fight. You just stand still, you throw your rockets. Kobe has to outplay their opponents. You saw that your Q doesn't hit behind enemy champions, so whoever tanks that damage, the others can do the damage themselves. And really quickly, they're gonna swap around here as well. I think that Adam is on a disadvantage here being on a side lane versus the Gnar. We've talked about this before, especially when he goes Mega Gnar and gets to play melee onto melee, that Hullbreaker just comes in clutch.
I get this feeling you don't really like Hullbreaker.
I actually love Hullbreaker because he brought back Gnar.
We talked about it so much, and I want to see whether or not White Knight can now use the item to his advantage. He's being pushed in the bottom lane. BDS have been lingering at this top tower for ages. Definitely investing a lot of resources because Nuclear Int is making his way up as well. This will be a 4-man stack.
They want to defend. They're pulling TPs. They're pulling in all TPs.
Oh, BDS BDS are being flanked by Astralis. White Knight gnaws into Matty, and that is a gigantic shutdown for Copy. Zanzara flies forward onto Syncrob, and he's taken out as well. Astralis with a fantastic punish.
Oh, very, very, very well played. White Knight coming in with a full item right there. I think Dayer outplayed that TP as well, because Syncrob was waiting right there for him to land to fear him away, but he flashes it, and Zanzara wants more blood.
Yeah, he's still got the Cataclysm. There's going to be a flash away from Nuclear Int, and the problem is Q does not miss. Manages to pick up the final hit, as now Limit is stuck underneath the tower. And Team BDS, they frankly hung around way too long in the top lane.
But
Limit
wait, there's
will be
more.
able to at least pull one back before he's shut
coming,
down.
he's coming, he's
Super
coming.
Mega Rocket hits, picture-in-picture. Observers are popping off. But just like that, the gold shrinks. It's now negligible, and Astralis showed that they can punish BDS's aggression.
Absolutely. Also, Adam takes the mid lane tier 1. It was in a sliver of health. He ends up pushing that down too. But now the game is coming to a halt because the teams are pretty much even. You see that when a Nod joins the fight, it is just so gold efficient to have that Hull Breaker, because even if you don't get to use the passive because you're not isolated, the stats that it gives you are good enough. And look at Dayer. I want you to look on your screen right now, because he just flashed away from the Hecarim, and the Hecarim has to chase him. Just because he holds on to that fear, that means Nuclear cannot walk forward, Limit cannot walk forward, and I think Dayer right there played it perfectly to zone out members of BDS from the fear of that fear that he was holding on to. And then here, of course, Astralis are going to clean house as well. They're going to dive Limit. But on the other hand, if you look on the other side of the map, you had Adam, who was pushing in both bot lane and mid lane, and he managed to take one and open the tier 1. And that is very important for them, because now they can move in their vision into enemy territory and start making plays with that Hecarim and the Olaf.
Yeah, and following that fight, BDS just pushed that gold lead back. They were 1,000 down, now it's 2,000. And I think that Alcove ward from Astralis, game changer. But I do think BDS kind of opened their flank up to be jumped on, because they were like so hard forcing that top lane for a minute and a half. And these two team compositions screamed skirmishes and team fights. And we're getting a kill a minute as Promiscu step forward. He wants to go in, but nobody else is behind him, and now he may be a little bit caught out.
And with that Rift Herald that they took here, they can actually use that to force the next dragon. You pop the Rift Herald in the mid lane, you create some point of pressure onto the map, and then you move towards the bot side of the map. Now the problem here is that Astralis are going to move into the bot side river first. The problem for Astralis is that they haven't backed, which means they don't have enough control wards to put down. So again, BDS are ahead here. They're going to move back, they're going to reset, they're going to buy items, they're going to buy control wards, and they're going to be the ones moving in first to put down their vision.
Well, 10 seconds till the Infernal Drake spawns. How does this team fight play out for BDS? They're the first ones into the river. Stayon's going to put some poke damage down, and now Astralis look like they're going to contest. So for BDS, they're first into the pit, and may just try to rush this one down.
The problem is, for Astralis, White Knight does not have his bar full, which means he can't transform it into Megana. But when he does, very crucially, his flash is available. So he has a bunch of access to the backline. On the other hand, Adam is doing something that a Hullbreaker user would be doing at this point, which is pushing the side lane, putting in pressure somewhere else, forcing Astralis to reply. You know why? Because none of their laners has TP. So whoever goes to stop Adam, whoever goes to stop the push, they can't not join that dragon fight. This is BDS playing beautiful macro right here, pushing in top, putting referral mid lane, like we mentioned, and now they can create 2 points of pressure and move into the dragon pit.
That's going to be the 4th tower falling in the middle lane, the 5th tower in the top lane. Promiscu flashes over the wall, and Syncrob uses a devastating charge just to escape. But I do want to go back to what you just said. It's beautiful macro. I think BDS are using all 3 lanes on almost every play, despite the fact they got Goomba stomped in the top lane. Still managed to put a lot of pressure, pick up a lot of towers, and now they're going to sneak away this dragon as well. They push the towers top, force Astralis to reply, and then with that open space, go back into clean.
I don't even think they forced Astralis to reply. They forced Astralis to chase them around, to try and figure out how you play the game. And again, this is what I mentioned at the very beginning. Astralis feels like they don't have a plan. Like they know how to play when it comes to, oh yeah, we have priority there, let's invade, let's get this. Zanzara is very clever at taking these small opportunities, but then when it comes to reflecting into the latter stages of the game, and it's like, okay, how do we manage to take these leads and further stretch them out? It's like 404, plan not found.
When you think about chess moves, you have to be planning 2, 3, 4 moves ahead.
They're only planning one.
Exactly. Like, I think once that dragon fell, Astralis set up in the top lane, around that tower, around the red buff, because BDS, that would be the last quadrant they're going to move to. But BDS didn't go 2v, didn't overstep, and despite the fact that Limit was under a little bit of pressure, nobody was caught out. So it's BDS controlling the map, controlling the flow of the game, and as long as they play their team fights well, they'll be able to keep, you know, Astralis at arm's length.
Absolutely, and BDS have again the easier composition to execute. Dayer on that Vex, he starts becoming from a very high threat burst mage, he starts becoming more of a zoning tool for the backline of BDS. He doesn't have as much burst as Nuclear Int is going to have onto this Victor when he becomes that late game AP carry. Xmati, he has more consistent damage that Kobe has onto that Zeri. Kobe needs to hit his Q. They found Xmati, he has flash.
Wow, Xmati's gonna flash away, roots down Zanzara, didn't even get the Cataclysm off, but Promiscu plus Kobe pick up the kill. Teleports now into the middle lane as Promiscu gets taken out by a laser, ends up trading support for support plus Xmati. 3 versus 4 now. It's 4 versus 4, correction. As now Nuclear continues to step forward.
And it was also support for AD carry. This is so important. Xmati is the most fed member on the side of BDS. He's the most consistent damage on their side if they want to do an objective, which means it alleviates a lot of pressure from going towards that Baron area for BDS.
I was so surprised that Zanzara went in that I literally lost my tongue. I did not anticipate him to dive that deep.
So yet again, this is, we are gonna structure this for only one move forward, and they do it. And Kobe, he's the one that gets the kill. And yes, you trade ADC for support. You take this any time of the month. But the problem is, what did you gain from that?
Yep.
Because I'm looking at the map right here, and I see a bunch of wards from BDS right behind that Baron pit. So even if you wanted to go towards the top side of the map and threaten, you can't, because there's a bunch of wards that Adam can very easily TP to and flank you and find Kobe and find Dayer.
The Astralis just haven't had really any...
Hullbreaker Leona?
They haven't had really any of their proactive plays work out. You know, they pushed into Synchrov's jungle early, tried to set up some dives towards the bottom lane, and the one big fight that was in their favor was punishing a BDS mistake. And reminder, Astralis lose this game, they are out of playoffs. And we're setting up once again for another fight. Teleport's not available for Nuclear Int. White Knight has his. Promiscu chucks out the solar flare. But once again, find Xmati. The dive bomb combo, and now Adam is left alone high and dry, but he's got a lot of damage, and Dayer forced to flash before White Knight shuts him down, picks up the kill. 2 secured, and they turn to Baron.
That is so well played, because this is planned. They know move 1, they know move 2, and this is move 3. They catch off Xmati. They know he doesn't have flash or cleanse, because he used it in the previous try from Astralis to kill him. They kill him off, they take Adam off. Now they have to fear Synchro though. He has his smite, he has his ultimate available. Promiscu needs to stop the pony from getting in.
Well, there's Promiscu getting over the wall. No solar flare. Needs to try and lock down Synchro. 5,000 hit points on Baron. Limit. Spider-Man's to the wall. 3,000 hit points on Baron. Synchro is going to burger flip. They're going to flip it. All of a sudden, they turn their attention to Limit. He's taken out. Astralis get another kill. 3,000 hit points. Super Mega Death Rocket comes forward. Zanzara's forced away. No flip today. And Astralis will back away with just a kill onto Limit. The threat of Synchro enough to scare them out.
Absolutely. If Synchro dives in there, gets the Baron, it's kind of lights out here, because Adam gets a lot of pressure on the side lane with a Baron buff as well. And I wanted to end there because you have a 3-0-2 Gnar, and you might be thinking, okay, you've been talking about this Gnar for so long, Georgia, and they just don't give him time to breathe on the side lane. They just keep forcing fights from the side of Astralis, forcing the Gnar to join them, and now there's another Dragon. It's going to be soul point for BDS. The Gnar does not have TP. White Knight has to join them again, so that Hullbreaker just never got any action this game.
No, it really didn't. But I think praise to BDS for playing the side lanes well. And once again, we're going to set up for a face-to-face fight. Nuclear Int almost obliterates Zanzara. He may just jump in, drop the Cataclysm, and die. That's exactly what happens. Daniel jumps forward with a Shadow Surge and is melted by Nuclear Int. And now White Knight, despite having the Gnar available to him, doesn't have a juicy target, and this BDS just gifted 2 kills.
How do you say this one, quick shot? Fool me once.
Shame on me.
Shame on me. Fool me twice.
Shame on you.
Exactly.
Yep, BDS
No, I think it's the opposite. Come on. Okay. So they tried to pull the same play 3 times for the set of Astralis, and the third one fails because they do not find the target, which is Xmati. They overstep their boundaries and they end up getting punished one by one, jumping in with very low HP bars. You see that the trade does go to the side of BDS, and yes, Astralis do stop the soul point from going through, but we mentioned how deadly it is if you get Baron on the side of BDS, because now Adam will be having Baroned up minions and the Hullbreaker will not necessarily be as active. Promised you, good idea right there, trying to find Xmati, but you see Xmati. You see Xmati's underneath his tower, there were minions right there. So they were overreaching a little bit too much, and you don't necessarily have to do that. You put down your vision, you have your Mega now right there, try to pull off a play where White Knight reaches the back. He's so strong, he's 3 items in. Allow the now to do some work for you.
Yeah, it feels like the mentality of the Astralis players is just focused around forcing a fight because maybe they feel more comfortable with them. They feel like that's a better way to play it. Admittedly as well, Astralis have been suffocated on the map by BDS. They've been pushed further and further back, and now with Baron, 5k gold lead, item advantage going through the roof. That's the 5th tower secured. Astralis on the verge of being knocked out from playoffs. I think both of these teams, I think it'll look ahead to the next 4 games they play and consider being heartbreakers for everyone else, especially because Astralis did surprisingly pick up 2 wins. And right now they're going to defend against Baron-empowered minions. Synchro pushes mid and drops down bottom.
Yeah, they do go as a 4-man unit right now. I would like to see someone on the side pressuring yet another wave, because this is only 1 point of pressure, and Astralis, if they find the right engage, they could delete someone instantly because they're playing underneath the tower.
Now or never, now or never, now or never. Astralis, pull the trigger, pull the trigger.
It's a never.
You need to find the targets, you need to lock them in the Cataclysm. Astralis not going to do it. Instead, they'll just watch their inhibitor fall. BDS are going to run right out. Highway robbery in broad daylight.
I think that was also your chance, because you're an even items with the Jinx. The problem here is there's like 2 stopwatches and an hourglass on the side of BDS. They're never going away. Somehow you need to pop them.
But this entire game, Astralis have picked every single fight they wanted. That was the one fight they had to pick, and they didn't pick it.
Oh, now, they picked another one, it didn't work for them, and it resulted in BDS getting Baron.
Admittedly, as you mentioned, hourglasses, flashes, like, it's going to be so hard.
Yeah, but at some point you're going to have to face all the hourglasses and the stopwatches.
Yeah, get rid of them.
And I think underneath your tower is the most comfortable space you can do this to. Now, admittedly, you don't mind losing 1 inhibitor because of Hullbreaker now, because he can take that lane and continuously shove it against you. And then Baron buff will at some point wear off, and then we're back to rinse and repeat. The gold is about 6,000 difference here. It's not that much if Astralis find again their target, which they have done twice in a row.
Yeah, they have. I do think Xmati was a bit surprised, but all credit to Astralis. And I think in comparison to Astralis, BDS's last few games,
is it going to be the
elements
White Knight coming behind
dominance, that's a big engage coming out of Dale. White Knight's looking for the gnaw, will find it, but not the stun, takes down Xmati. Now he's trying to pull the stop the ways around. Synchron's running inside the base. 4 members of BDS down, 2 from Astralis. They find the fight on their 2nd inhibitor.
Get him, he gets the slow,
He gets it. Nicely done there by Cobby. They find another kill. They're still down. They've got an inhibitor down in the bottom lane. I mean, it's going to be so hard, but BDS again caught out from a flank.
What is it about top laners? You see that White Knight forces in the tower on the tops, on the bot side of the map. He gets his bar full, and then he TPs into the fight as Mega Na. Zanzara beautifully cages everyone in. Dayer's gonna go in for the fear as well, and BDS have nowhere to go other than pushing into Astralis' base. Astralis' base has a tower that's assisting them though, and Kobe gets to zoomies around the entire time because BDS is just too busy trying to run for the hills.
I definitely want to watch back those 2 teleport flanks that have worked out for Astralis, because that's literally what's keeping them in this game. And take a look whether or not they've got cheeky wards. I wasn't paying enough attention to the minimap as that loaded up.
This was the perfect setup again for the Hullbreaker now. You take the tower, you fill in your bar, you're on a side lane, you TP in, you make the difference. This time, this was the only time Astralis played well with their split pusher. They know they had their tower and they played underneath it. Problem is right now, White Knight cannot split push. 25 seconds for the Dragon, and they need to find a way to get that Mega Gnar in the back because there is no flash available for him.
No, there's not. Taking a look, flashes up for Cobby, not for Xmati. Ultimates are available for everybody. 14 seconds until the next dragon spawns. Both of these teams have shown they'll pick a fight before the pit instead. Synkrov is now a little bit cut off. Look at the mini-map. Super Minions pushing in the bottom lane. And, it does look like Synkrov is moving up towards the top lane with some help from Nuclear Int. And yeah, for BDS, they don't mind. They don't care about this dragon.
That. It's fine. Conceded. It's only the second dragon for the set of Astralis. Now, of course, if they keep stacking up, it's going to be a problem because Hextech Soul is very, very, very important and very dangerous to have in your opponent's hands. But what they need right now is to get as much farm as possible, reset, and try to get vision around the top side of the map, which is the Baron. The Baron is the one that netted them the bot lane inhibitor tower. They can rinse and repeat that. This is the only way they can force the Na away from lane. When you have the Baron up minions, when you can stop the whole breaker from pushing.
They've struggled to set that up throughout the course of this game. I'm going to get a little bit mean for a moment, so bear with me. But I think, Trouble, you really highlighted how Astralis' approach to the game, the engages, the focus on kills, it's fairly short-sighted. There's rarely, follow-up plays. Conversely, when BDS are making those plays, you do consistently see somebody pushing the lanes, playing the towers.
I just feel like they needed to take a page out of the Excel book. They used Finn so well when he was snowballing the side lane. I think White is playing out of his mind on the map right now. Use that to your advantage. They only used it once, and they actually won an entire fight.
Yeah, I mean, White was kind of bullied a little bit in the laning phase, but as soon as they got out of it...
You mean as soon as he
got away?
Breaker?
I mean, touche. Once again, we're setting up. So that's Baron has now spawned. A number of Astralis wards have been placed inside BDS's jungle. Teleport is up for Dayor, shortly available for White Knight. This could be the make or break fight, as both teams really have got so much damage. If they manage to land their initiation, they can just push into the base.
I think BDS are a bit scared because they don't have flashes on Nuclear Int and Xmati. So walking into the Baron area is going to be really difficult, especially when you have Zanzara and you've got the walls coming down, and then you have Dayor with his ultimate and the Fear. So I think what BDS is waiting for, and this is what they're trying to win time with, this is why they consider the Dragon as well, is getting the 2 flashes up on their carries, and then they can start moving forward.
Yeah, well, take a look at that. A couple seconds to go for Xmati. Astralis are once again inside the Baron pit, and you know what? I love that Astralis do not just go quietly. If they lose this game,
they're giving up
they are out of playoffs. Adam is inside the base. He does have teleport if he wants to join the fight. 3,000 hit points, 2,000 on Baron. Is it going to be secured? All of a sudden, the fight is now turning onto White Knight. He's taken down. The kill is secured by Xmati once more. Baron is picked up by Zanzara, but he's going to lose his support as Promiscu falls.
Disaster!
Super Minions are on the inhibitor, and then blast go backwards. Zanzara will get taken down in just a moment as Synkrov is now being focused up by Copy. It's a fight on 2 fronts. Copy cannot get the kills just yet. Super Mega Death Block not fight just yet. Oh, it's the flash over the wall, and Copy tries to make it work. Copy tries so hard, and ultimately does not work out. Dayor is now defending the Nexus turret alone against 3 impending members. Nuclear Int already hitting, and look at the minimap. The rest of BDS pushing in. Dayor will just about blow up as the golden Nuclear Int stands tall and proud. BDS take down Astralis, eliminating them from playoffs. And for BDS, it was a hard-fought win. It was a challenging game. But I do think I'm happy with some of the progression for the BDS members when you consider how tough their performances were over the last few weeks.
We were critical of Xmati, and I'm gonna say Astralis found ways to break him over and over again in the game. Even though he was 4-0, 5 minutes into the game?
Yeah.
He was insane. But at the end of the day, I think it's Astralis' macro that let them down. BDS found that. They literally used the fact that, like, White Knight is right here. He's right in our hands. He's not split pushing. He's not creating a threat. Let's just engage. The second he TPs in, they just dispatch of him, and then Astralis does what they do best. They dive in one by one by one.
Yeah, I mean, those flanking wards were game changers for Astralis, kept them alive for a little while longer, but ultimately they did lose to BDS. Your key player of the game nominees at LEC on Twitter: Synkrov, Xmati, and Limit. Now, of course, with Astralis removed from the pool, let's see what BDS can do for the rest of the table. BDS, they're live in the race for playoffs, and they eliminate Astralis. I just said that. After the break, Law will be joined by Limit to talk about that important win.
systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind, Captain. We cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back to the LEC as BDS break their lose streak and score an important win today against Astralis and Limit. Thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Congrats on taking Astralis down. I want to say, looking at the game, it really looked like a classic BDS game, a really good early game, picking up the lead into mid-game slip-ups and fights. But what allowed you to keep the game in your hands this time?
Yeah, in classic BDS fashion, we somehow managed to win early game, and then I think it was like a 5k gold lead at min 15.
Yeah.
We saw the enemy had bounties, and that's usually a pretty good sign that you're in the lead. And yeah, you summarized it pretty well. In classic BDS fashion, we managed to stall this game out for like 20 more minutes, I think. But I mean, what kept us in the game? I think we was like even though like the mistakes we did were, yeah, they were bad, but we still thought that we were stronger and that we were a good state in the game, and we were kind of just waiting on Astralis to kind of mess something up, which they did with like starting Nash. I think they just got too impatient or like too nervous, and instead of us trying to win, we let them win for the game for us, I guess.
All right. Well, I feel like betting on opponents' mistake is often a good thing to do, but do you feel like you're making improvements in the mid game?
Yeah, I mean, mid game is a pretty big like question mark for us. Obviously, it's the time like it's not something that you can like practice so much in scrims, I guess. Like obviously to have a decent mid game in scrims, first you need to like have like good early games, right? And like there are like multiple variants that can affect this, right? It's not as easy as practicing like early game stuff, but it's been a big focus of us, and we know it's a problem. Like we are all aware of it, like losing games just because we are like headless chickens, don't know what to do. It's kind of frustrating for us and for the coaching staff as well. But we are making moves and stuff to improve it.
It must be good picking up a game like this, at least. And you know that everything is still open for the race for playoffs. And a game like this, again, may give you hopes for the rest. So what do you think of BDS development for the 4 games you have left? The opponents, if you don't know them, are G2, Rogue, and Mad Lions. What are your take on that?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. We as a collective, like, obviously we still wanna go playoffs, but we're kinda we're just taking it honestly game by game, right? Sure, if we do an accidental miracle run, nice, we're in playoffs, right? But with the stuff we showed, honestly, we kind of don't deserve to be in playoffs, which is, sad, but it's also like a good lesson for us to come back stronger in summer and be prepared there.
As you said, you're putting everything in your favor to just come back stronger, and everything is yet to be decided. So we'll see after the last week. But for now, Limit, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats again on taking down Astralis today.
Thank you.
And for more on the next game, SK versus Vitality, take it away, Shucks.
Thank you so much, Lovely. Another huge clash is up next, as Laura already alluded to, in terms of the race for playoffs. SK Gaming face off against Team Vitality, 2 teams that are incredibly close in the standings, and this win or this loss really matters for the both of them. We've got 2 teams with very different expectations, and when we start with Vitality, we talked about Fnatic being a super team at the top of the day, Broxa, but Vitality was the other one that so many people were looking at. What do you think about the level they have shown so far, and maybe what their issues have been so far this season?
I think there's no doubt that Vitality came into the season being one of the most hyped teams, the team that we really expect to show up. But I think, unfortunately for them, I guess a bit similar to G2 making changes last year. Sometimes you can build these super teams that don't always show up, at least not immediately. These players need time to gel, time to work together, time to find their own style and figure out how to actually approach the game as a team. And I think they've had moments where they've been able to play really well, mostly just through their individual skill, really. And what I would like to see from them is them to actually play more as a team, have that decisiveness when it comes to the team synergy, team decisions. And I think if they can soon enough get to a point where that is the case, obviously they don't have many games left, so it has to happen rather quickly, then they're going to be really scary.
But obviously, you know, we have focused a lot on Vitality in terms of those individual pieces working together, and I don't think all of them have been performing to the standards which they would set themselves. The real question is, you know, can they all start to peak when it matters at this point? Because, as you were saying, there really isn't that much time left.
No, exactly. And Vitality has been finding problems in the early games. The only places where they're finding advantages are in the laning phases of respectively Perkz and Alphari. Perkz is an adversary you've met many a times, right? Both in NA and in EU. Do you think he has the ability, not to put it all on him, but we know that he is the clutch player from the past. Does he have the ability to rally this team for the second half of the season?
I think if there's any player who can turn around this Vitality team, it's going to be Perkz. I have played against Perkz a lot of times, both while he was in G2, while he was in C9, and in both cases I saw him help turn around those teams when they really needed him to. The first thing that comes to my mind is always us playing here at the studio in 2019, summer playing for a final spot in Athens. We and Fnatic were up 2-0. We're backstage, and we were pretty nervous because we needed one win to actually make it to that final. We were like kind of nervous, talking backstage, excited and all. We look over, G2 is standing like pretty far away, and we can just all see Perkz like grinning, smiling, just enjoying himself.
Oh no, he's got us where he wants.
Yeah, and actually seeing that was pretty crazy to me, because normally if you're in that situation, you're down 0-2. It's not an enjoyable time, it's not fun, but he just managed to lift up the atmosphere, lift up the mood, and then, yeah, we kind of got reverse swept, obviously. We don't want to get too far into that, but I think that's a good example of Perkz actually dealing pretty well with the pressure, managing to just put hopes into his team and kind of lift them on his shoulders when it really matters. He did that often in G2, he did that on C9 over in North America. Now he gets a chance to do it for a third team, for Vitality, and can't know for sure if he's going to do it again, but I think he has a good chance to do so.
He definitely has a chance to do so, but is it all going to come together with the other members as well? They're up first is SK Gaming. SK, who started the season so incredibly slow, I think to the point that people had lost hope a little bit, maybe even the players themselves, but then last week, Nymera, 2-0 off the aggressive jungling of Gilius. What is their recipe for success?
Well, like you said, they kind of fell off the radar, but it has come from that early game. That was where they had found a lot of issues beforehand, whereas they'd put a lot of effort into trying to keep this bot lane duo of Jezu and Treats together, and it hadn't worked out for most of this split. We started to see the early game come together, like you said, through Gilius, having that early game jungling to kind of get them back onto the board, and they've started to carry at this point. I think they've also managed to solidify their top lane, so it's all happening together in cohesion. I think Hullbreaker's really worked to help with that cohesion in top lane, reducing the volatility of that laning phase. So you've got something which is kind of set in stone on the top side, and then you've got the bot lane, which is now flourishing because of it.
Talk to me about the Alphari versus Gen X matchup and where that Hullbreaker comes into play.
Oh, well, I think this is the two sides of the coin now, because if we're saying that, okay, well, Gen X wants maybe less volatility, focus more on the wave management, secure his 4v4 elsewhere on the map, because, they do have those competent carries coming online. On the other side, if we're talking about the individual skill and the leads which are coming through Perkz and Alphari, well, maybe having a Hullbreaker on the other side stops some of that volatility working in Alphari's favor. I'm wondering about how he's going to adapt to things. Obviously, he's been playing a lot of the Camille, which scales a lot better into the team fights, can build a Hullbreaker themselves, but it's not quite the same early game domination that you can see from Hullbreakers and neutralizing that lane.
I think the mid lane matchup in particular is going to be a really important one here, because Perkz has been like a little bit shaky. He's been having games where he did well, games where he didn't do so well. Certus, the past couple of games, has been pretty amazing, and one of the big reasons that SK has actually been able to perform so well. And I think if SK can come in prepared, find a way to shut down Perkz, find a way to play through Certus and just help him carry the game, put him in a favorable position, then that's a great win condition for them to have.
A huge match, and I'm hearing a lot of positivity around SK Gaming. Let's see if Certus has what it takes. Is it going to be the Perkz clutch when it matters, or the Gilius miracle run maker? Which is it going to be? Which superpower on the Rift? Let's find out as we get into Champ Select with Trouble and Quickshot.
Thank you so much, Shox. And what an interesting game we have. SK taking on Vitality, and looking at the fact that Mad Lions just lost, that race for the bottom spots in playoffs is getting very, very spicy.
I mean, if you told me that Mad Lions were going to be tied with SK, but that SK has to play a game, so if they do win, they overtake them, it's not so much a surprise for SK, it's more of a surprise for Mad Lions.
Maybe a bold statement, but I think in recent games that SK have looked slightly more impressive than Vitality. So let's find out what happens as we get ready for the draft. Oh, some funky tunes in Game 3 today.
I'm glad their microphones are muted while this music is playing.
I don't think that they were, and I think you serenaded everybody. Let's turn to the draft. What sort of priorities do you think we're going to see here from maybe SK? I think Jezu and Treats have found a little bit of rhythm recently. I think Gilius as well. But I mean, as a team, they have all been stepping up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it all comes down to what Gilius said as well the other day. He's like,
everyone trusts each other, and now I just need to be that machine my team needs to make it to playoffs. He's done it before. He's done it before with Schalke. He can do it again.
Now, what does it mean by machine? Because I interpret that as like God Gilius popping off, carrying everything.
I think it's more about, the players trusting each other, right? It seemed like there were a few trust issues at the start of the split where they were not trusting decision-making or plays that were happening, and everything was on its own pace in different sides of the map. Now they all seem to be playing very well together and coordinated. Going back to your initial question, though, one of my very favorite, champions that is being prioritized actually got banned out, so I'm really happy to see that. Graves has been banned out. I would say Genex first picked Graves in his last game as well, and he did really well. Now, what is up and available? Obviously, the Jinx, the Aphelios are still up. These are some very first pickable picks. Jesu loves to play the Jinx as well.
And of course, both of these teams have played a huge variety of champions throughout the course of Spring. Maybe Jesu leaning a little bit more on Jinx than the rest of the players. 6 games for him this time around, and Jinx has definitely had a great start to week 7 with so many power picks available and trying to anticipate what you want that's relatively safe, quote unquote, into Team Vitality. It's a difficult situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, of course, there's a bunch of power picks like you mentioned, Hecarim being one of them. I think Hecarim is one of these champions that is so versatile. And yes, he's not so active in the very early stages of the game, but Gilius had a fantastic game on the Hecarim last time he played it. It was so instrumental for SK Gaming's victory, and you have the chance to disengage but also engage with the champion. So it's kind of like a joker in your pack of cards.
I mean, that Hecarim, you talked about how good Gilius was in it. Before this week, Hecarim was played 3 times in LEC, 2 of them by Gilius, both of them victories. And today in our first 3 games, we've seen Hecarim showing up. So definite changes in the patch and priority picks as well.
I'm gonna say it's been a champion that we have seen in the ERLs, particularly in the NLC, a lot since the start of season, and now it's been getting picked up more with the whole changes on the Sterak's as well, because he builds that chem tank and it's much easier for him. Now, I'm just not the biggest fan of Kench, especially paired up with Jinx, because you lose a lot of that pressure. For example, if Treats here wants to play something like a Lulu next to Aphelios, you can also go for the Rakan as well. It's just so underwhelming together with the Jinx that wants to have that pushing power in lane.
And, we've seen the power of both the Aphelios and the Jinx multiple times today. Only Copy running the Zeri into it. But I do think one of the things we talked about prior to the show was how that wave pressure, the wave clearing power of Jinx is very valuable. Vitality with the Tahm Kench, if Labrov decides to roam or babysit, will give some tools over. And now we've got the Gangplank locked in. Again, wave control, long range.
Now that makes more sense, and it also makes Aphelios' life so much harder to play in team fights. The counter barrage goes down, you cannot walk in. Now, of course, mid laners here have been completely neglected, the likes of Oriana's, the Corki that has been hovered for both teams. Sertus absolutely murdered last week with the Corki, especially with his package usage right here. So maybe this is something that SK would like to look towards. And Pax, honestly, he has like a huge jumping pool. You can't necessarily pin him down, but you can take away things like probably like Syndra, maybe the Oriana, or you can even look to pin down Selfmade at this point, something like the Gwen, the Diana.
There's so many options available. I'm also very interested to see what Genax is going to be running into Alfari's Gangplank up in the top lane. Genax, one of the quiet performers for SK through the last couple of weeks. There's the Diana you talked about, removed from the pool. Karma taken out as well. And, definitely looking at some of those like utility type picks that would buff up this Hecarim. I think we should get him to the back line, try to shut down Kazi on Jinx. Both SK and Vitality are really taking their time this draft, really trying to react to what the others are doing, and I'm hoping that that is a bit of a sign of things to come because of how important this matchup is. Corki is banned away, so Sertus will not be able to play that.
Something that has not been banned away, though, and he also had very huge success with, has been the Akali. And so far, on Team Vitality, I do not see a lot of hard CC to try and pin the Akali down in a fight. So this could be something that Sertus could potentially be looking forward. Banning away the Oriana gives me also sort of the... it kind of pokes me saying, you know what, Bol does really well into the Akali. You can push her out of lane, you know, level 1. You're very obnoxious to play against. We could potentially see again, the Akali works really well with the Hecarim, diving in together with the Rakan. Xin Zhao,
Not a lot of CC as well. So
Are SK feeling themselves? Are SK feeling confident enough to run those champions into the individual players of Vitality? Since I was locked in there for self-made. So again, some tools to both jump in as well as disengage. It's going to be the Victor in the middle here for Certus. Again, one of these picks that just is so versatile, is so powerful in so many situations, both on offense and defense.
you need another champion to go in together with your Hecarim and your Khan, because technically here your Victor will stay alone with the Aphelios in the backline, so you need some backline access to tear apart that Jinx.
Oh, it's going to be locked in or not? Let's find out. Just a moment. Gen X will be locking in the Aatrox for the top lane. Okay, I need to quickly take a look at
Okay,
his
not the easiest access in the backline, but it does definitely want to be going for that backline and try to make Gangplank's life so much harder.
Third most played champion with 9 games, 5 wins for Gen X on that Aatrox. And I actually distinctly remember him popping off.
There was one game where no one expected him, and in the bot side, in the top side jungle from the red side,
exactly,
he destroyed everyone.
Now, can Gen X do that again today against Team Vitality, and maybe twice, because we have a zillion locked in for perks. You got all the damage of GP, Xin, and Jinx, and when you get Dove on, just revive them, but you can only revive one.
Sure, but I just do not see a bunch of CC, and it's not necessarily that SK Gaming are playing that type of assassin, right? Like a Kali, where she wants to go in, assassinate, you get back out. You have a lot of continuous damage with the Aatrox, with the Victor, you've got the Aphelios. It's not a one and done, and then somebody gets revived and you go again. It's the fact that right here, Team Vitality seem to not have a bunch of engage for themselves. So they're expecting SK Gaming to run into them. Now, here's the thing. Every time you have the engage and you have the button, you have the trigger in your hands, a lot of the teams will go a lot of peeling because they're expecting you to make mistakes to punish them. And with the caliber of the players on the side of Team Vitality, could very easily be the case.
Oh, but the thing is, SK have been on a bit of a tear. They have shown development over the last few weeks. They've got a composition that if they land their initiation tools, they can smash Vitality. Let's find out who picks up one closer step to playoffs. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. It's SK Gaming at 5 wins and 8 losses, taking on Vitality at 6 and 7. We are definitely going to get closer and closer to the every game counts moment in the week 7 and 8 games. And I think my eyes are going to be a little bit drawn towards the impact that Gilius and Gen X can have, because I definitely was very critical of Gilius in the first couple of games he played in Spring. I'm very happy to see the development.
You have to consider what you're giving away every time you B1 a pick and what you're letting go that could potentially help you. For example, Jazu is a fantastic Jinx player. You're giving this away towards to Vitality and you're taking the second, whatever's left behind, which is the Aphelios, that matches the Jinx very well later on. So we need to see if that B1 on the Hecarim actually managed to make an impact. It took a while for Gilius to make that impact, but also Hecarim picks up after level 6 when he already has his ultimate and can dive towers.
Can Gen X do a better job on the Aatrox than what we saw earlier today? I think,
he doesn't have to deal with a champion that rides a bicycle.
That is fair. Skull plus a champion is actually not fair. It's 2-on-1 the entire time.
Yeah.
And Alfari, on the other hand, so just a super comfort pick. I mean, Alfari is one of the players that
Did you see what Alfari did there?
I actually was looking at my stats as now he's being jumped on by Gen X. Explain to me what he did.
So what he did is he allowed only 1 minion to go towards his wave So only one minion got targeted by every single minion of his wave, which means that he's planning to slow push the way towards the top side of the map. Now, if we look at our map, you see that also Selfmade has started from the bot side of the map, heading towards the top side. So potentially, this does not necessarily mean a dive, but you could potentially see some sort of invade. Helios, though, is not going to leave any prisoners behind, because he's cleared his whole top jungle.
And the thing is, I was listening to your description of Vitality's team composition during the draft, and I think if they are able to curate those scenarios where a wave is pushed, it's timed with Selfmade or Perks roaming, moving up to support, that's how they can press their advantages, by planning 3, 4, 5 moves ahead.
My question is, does Selfmade sprint top lane here? Because it looks like to be the case. There's 2.5 waves under Genex's tower. He's only level 2. He will have his flash available, but Selfmade here might as well put the nail in the coffin from very early on.
There's a gigantic minion wave. Genex is going to be able to step forward. A lot of damage on Telfari already. Powder Keg is dropped down. Selfmade's now going to get jumped on. Knock up from Genex. Flash forward, dash out. First blood, pretty clean overall. A lot of minions will die, but I think Genex can teleport in for the last few.
Yeah, he can teleport for the last few, but Selfmade can also choose to stick around because there's still a gigantic wave. They're going to, of course, choose to back because you actually have to harvest what you planted and go back into the same lane with more items, which means now Alfari will be able to bully away Genex. Crucially, Genex did not lose his flash, so on a repeat gank, he could potentially use that, but Gilius in the mid lane.
Well, he's going to try get revenge. Certus will slow Perks, force his flash out. That's the Rampage step 1, Rampage step 2. Certus gets the kill, and Gilius gets the assist. We'll celebrate that in just a moment, because continues to put pressure onto Selfmade. Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, that was Gilius' 1,000th assist in the LEC.
I love the hat.
The hat is the best. I like the confetti. The animation is my favorite. I think I'm going to do it again, actually. Don't know if graphics team are going to like it. There we go! Chuck L confetti out. I have just asked our stats team to confirm how many games he's played. 169 games. Nice. For 1,000 assists. And that will
Look at top lane, look at top lane, look at top lane. What's happening again? Genex has a huge wave and he needs to shove it.
Genex uses his flash already. Selfmade replies with one of his own. Talon Strike will just get the knock up, puts the chains down, pulls Selfmade backwards, and Genex escapes with his life. One auto away.
Oh, that is huge. That is so important that Genex actually survives there, because there's a huge wave building up. And if Vitality shoved that in, he would be in a really difficult position. And especially, so now what Alfari can choose to do is keep the wave where it is right now. Genex walks back to lane, doesn't have TP, it doesn't have flash. Selfmade can leave top side of the map right now, completely shut down Genex's Aatrox, which is that one lane that we said from the start was like, Gilius and Genex, can they make it work in the early game? We saw Ahmed, it didn't go that well for him. Genex doesn't seem to be going well for him either.
No, but it's really, really good counterplay from Vitality. You know, Trouble, you pointed out, literally the first minion auto from Alfari. That move alone sets up the passage of play for Selfmade to repeat gank. They got themselves 1 kill. They've now put him in a CS deficit. It's down 14. But let's not discount the fact that Gilius was able to punch back in the middle lane, get Perks' flash, get a kill of his own, and the bottom lanes have now abandoned.
This is so sad. This is so sad, because Genex has to move into Fog of War every single time, because he can't actually... That's not the Fog of War. There you go.
Look at the middle lane, though. Selfmade will avoid the knock-up. Gilius, not yet level 6. No Ghost available to him either. Certus will avoid any threat, but both of these teams kind of reading one another, and they are responding.
You give up hope. If you're Gilius, you just allow Genex to play on his own at the tops of the map. He's going to get dived again and again and again. And there's another wave that has been stacked for Alfari. He's going to slow push that into the tower. It has another cannon in it, wave and a half actually. And Genex has to respect that or he is going to die. Because Perks also moved away. Now what Gilius has to do is play towards the bottom of the map. But what is your setup? Because that Tam Kench, it's just so difficult to take down.
It really is. Genex will lose a couple of those minions, but is able to sneak his way back in. Currently down a level and down 20 CS. Vitality backed away, but again, heads-up play from Gen X, reacting and reading.
Oh, I don't like that. Okay. They're gonna pull the entire team up from SK Gaming because I'm like, okay, Treat is heading towards the top side of the map, but look where the wave is for the bot side of the map. Aphelios cannot step forward. Selfmade can't step forward either.
Yeah, really nicely done there from SK. Selfmade caught, unattended. He went into the jungle after the rest of Vitality had backed out. Pays the price for it because SK had their members ready. They were, anticipating a potential dive.
And look at the bot side of the map. So the wave was pushed into the Jinx here, which means that Aphelios could not step mid. What does Aphelios do? He goes mid lane while Treats is heading top side of the map. So they have all 3 lanes covered. They don't lose on any CS. And the Aphelios, very crucially, ends up staying safe. And Selfmade is being punished for his overaggression.
Treats gets his first assist of the game. Rakan is his second most played champion. And I'm really happy to see the development of this bot lane from SK as the spring season has gone on.
Again, Selfmade there thinks that he's safe because it's like, okay, who could I say? Who could I face? It could be a Hecarim. Yeah, sure. Hecarim I can deal with because guess what? Alphari also has an ultimate, so if something goes wrong, he can pop down the cannon barrage and I can 1v1. He wasn't there alone, and I think also the Ignite put another nail down.
I mean, Alphari just sidestepped basically everything Gen X threw at him. And I was looking at the minimap when Selfmade moved in. Even if his risk analysis in the 1v1, worked out in his favor.
You don't see anyone.
Both of his lanes were being pushed back, and it does mean he pays with his life. It's even on gold. There's a big CS lead in the top lane for Alphari, and a minor one for Perks in the middle lane.
So I'm not sure who pinged the Rift Herald here, if it was SK Gaming or if it was Vitality, but SK Gaming are moving their Aphelios again to the mid lane. That to me shows again that they might want to go for the top lane play. They have 5 members there. Kazi is all the way down the bottom side of the map. Does have his super mega death rocket, which we have seen some insane snipes from Jinxes, but because SK are moving in first, they have the 5-man stack as well. Vitality is going to respect that, and the Rift Herald is going to go towards the blue side.
Really nicely done. Once again, objective will be secured here, uncontested. Gen X, by the way, hadn't bought anything prior to this, and was trying to pick fights with those plated steel caps on Alphari. I do like the approach he has.
Sorry, quick shot, that is very huge. They send in Gen X towards the bot side of the map because it would be very dangerous for Aphelios to try and cut through the jungle, because look who's in the jungle. There's 4 members right now of Vitality ready to punish whoever walks in. Again, I don't think I've seen SK play that cleverly around the map, especially when they don't know where their opponents are and they're just guessing.
100% agreed. 100% agreed. And they are staying within touching distance. They punished that invade from Selfmade. Now, Kazi is already securing some plates. Need to see how SK can respond in the top lane, because this will be a 3rd one momentarily once the next minion wave crashes. Alphari has paid respect and backed out.
Gilos is heading towards the top side of the map, so I'm assuming this is going to be a Rift Herald drop. Now, what Vitality can reply with is probably they can stay around to take a... Hello, Gen X?
Gen X is, by the way, 2 levels down on Alphari, and Lebrov finds the initiation. Gen X just waiting in range of minions, and this cannon barrage will slow everything down. So big advantages being accrued in terms of gold on the side of Vitality.
This was a big slowdown because what the SK wanted to do there is take the 2.5 platings, drop the Rift Herald, take the entire map, right? But because the whole wave just got completely decimated by Alphari's ultimate, that slowed them down, giving probably in turn to Vitality that first tower down the bot lane. 5 tower platings to Kazi, the entire first tower. They grab the dragon as well because they have most members down the bot side of the map. So there was a really nice use of the cannon barrage to delay and give more gold to his carry.
But fortunately, because SK were first on the Herald, once that next mini wave makes its way up, they will get a tower reply back, still down a minor amount of gold. And I'm getting this feeling, this tingly sensation that Vitality looked SK in the eyes and said, we are just going to outsmart. We're just going to play the map better than you. We're going to out-macro you, right? That's the sensation I'm getting. But what I love is almost every move that Vitality have thrown.
These are 2 chess players.
SK has applied, yes.
And they have both calculated a bunch of moves forward, Trevor. And it's just refreshing to see, especially from SK. And Vitality that has been struggling as well. Getting their macro together, getting their team play together is something that we have been expecting from both of these teams, even more for Vitality due to the caliber of players that they bring in.
For SK, what a phenomenal accomplishment it would be to take down Vitality. They are still behind in gold, but they are up in kills. They are moving around the map. I do like the fact that I think the initiation tools on SK's side are a little cleaner, but then can Perks outplay with that chrono shift? Is Vitality pushing once again into the jungle? If you look at the members of SK in the top lane, turn their attention to Alfari. No Cannon Barrage.
Ooh, this
He
is
does
your
have
time
Flash.
to punish.
He also has 2 levels up on Gen X. Just on the World End. Alfari is trying to get some barrels out. Puts the blade down. Continues to get chunked down. Looking at the minimap. Flashes over the wall and no follow. And all of a sudden, it's Selfmade once again invading. This time he does have support. Perks is coming past that middle lane. Nobody falls just yet. This is so tense.
Yeah, because Vitality have numbers towards the board side of the map, but guess what else they have? They have a Guardian Angel in the likes of Vitality, Perks, his ultimate. So since Escape put 2 members at the tops of the map, Gilius has his ultimate still available here. Oh, the 3 man!
The onslaught of shadows obliterates Vitality. Jesus steps forward, Gilius gets the final hit, and Perks is now running for his life. Forced to flash and use the ulti. That's a sidestep from Treats on the Super Mega Death Rocket. 2 kills secured for SK. They're hunting for a little bit more, but that was just a fantastic collapse.
In all this madness towards the tops of the map, Jesu wants to 1v1.
Oh, that's so much damage. Jesu flashes for his life, heals as well.
Doesn't have the right guns.
Yeah, no, Purple Green is not great to Jinx, but Kazi is in enemy territory. Where's the rest of SK? Can they shut him down? I think the answer will be yes.
Take the wave, Kazi. Grab as much CS and gold as you can, because the second the rest of SK members are there, you are going down. I don't think he's going to give much assist here, though. It's just going to be a kill to Treats, and it's not the worst of the possible scenarios of how Kazi could go down here, honestly. He gets to push the bouts of the wave, you just give the kill to the support. It's the best out of a war situation, but Gilius holds onto his ultimate, fighting on fire in the top side of the map, and that was a beautiful 3-man fear into a 3-man taunt knockup from Treats. Well played right there. Getting to do the kill as well onto the Aphelios is going to be huge.
And especially because Vitality started that play once they realized SK were making a move up top. So cross-map
is
initiated.
very fast.
Exactly. The devastating charge does so much work. Alfari flashless. Still 2 levels up on Gen X. This time around, looks like it'll be a little bit easier. Gen X and Gilius are running him down. Kill secure will once again go to Gilius. 302. He's got himself 150 gold bounty, and SK 6 kills up, but only 400 gold. So keep that in mind. The CS in the laning has gone relatively well for Vitality. A lot of those from plates.
Honestly, at this point, I would give the kill to Gilius as well. I think Hecarim is extremely fearful because look who you're playing against. You do not have that much sustained damage because you have a Zillion in the mid lane. Chris is going to get away here, but you don't have a bunch of sustained damage from the set of Vitality to take down a Hecarim that has completely speeded ahead of you. He's already got the chem tank, he's almost half his next item, and the only one who could potentially take him down is Karzi, but he's not fed enough on that Jinx to put on auto after auto after auto, and you're missing a lot of AP damage because you've got Zillion mid, who's more of a facilitating AP user.
I mean, it's going to be very interesting.
Look at that!
How
He did
Vitality...
One block of his HP with 1 bomb?
If Vitality lose Kazi in a team fight, the amount of pressure on Alfari and Selfmade to close out against Aatrox, Hecarim, Aphelios is going to be incredibly difficult. But
talking about Aatrox, Genax is on the flank here, and they're looking at Kazi, who has no flash available to him.
Oh, will they find any CC? A little bit of split here. A couple members of SK moving towards the bottom lane. Jesus stepping forward. The Moonlight Vigil comes out. That's a gale force forward. The Devour will keep Kazi alive for now, and the rest of SK arrive. So really well played there by both Labrov and Kazi.
That's huge. You need the Devour, especially because Kazi doesn't have his flash available, Perks doesn't have his flash available. Actually, nobody of Vitality has their flashes available, and the next Dragon is coming right up. So it's going to be extremely dangerous playing against the Hecarim when you don't have Devour, when you don't have that safety net from the side of Vitality.
And on the flip side...
they're sprinting again. They're sprinting him again.
Moonlight Vigil not available for a potential fight. Alfari continues to push this lane. He's up 50 CS. Over Gen X, and teleports are now coming in. The rest of the teams are surprising. Alfari will get that Chrono Shift, and now Treats waiting for the engage. The quickness is a few seconds away. Not available yet. Super Mega Death Rocket flying by, and it will be body blocked by SK. But teleports were committed. Perks used his, Certus as well. Now SK are inside the Herald pit. Do Vitality fancy a fight? It looks like it.
No way. You don't have Devour. You do not have Perks' ultimate available. These are the 2 key ultimates that are keeping carries alive from the side of Vitality, especially since you don't have sure engage wave from the side of Vitality. You need at least a survivability. You don't have either of those, you don't walk in there.
Good call. Well spotted. I think I just wanted the bloodshed.
You're like, fight, fight, fight.
I think when we take a look at the last 16 minutes of gameplay, I want to refer back to something we talked about in Picks and Bans around how, SK have got all the tools to initiate, to dive on people, to start the fights. But it feels as though Vitality are pulling those triggers a little bit more, but it comes from these movements around the map. It comes from the vision. It comes from looking for the dives.
I think it mainly comes from the pressure that Alfari is exerting on the map. Again, he's gone for the whole breaker onto the gangplank as well, which means that if you leave him alone in the lane, he's gonna take the entire lane together with every structure he sees in front of him. This is why you see Gilius playing top side of the map so much, trying to shut him down. I think at this point it's a little bit too late to try and shut him down, and especially because Genax is not the one getting the kills to try and play the 1 versus 1 in the lane. It's just a little bit difficult. So you have to stick around Jesu, you have to stick around the more hyper carries on your team, like Cetus on the Victor and like Zezu on the Aphelios. Play around them, try to play for the 4 versus 4, leave Alfari on the side lane.
I mean, this game will come down to which team can pull off their strategy better. If Alfari can win the war of attrition and just keep pushing side lanes until SK lose their Nexus, that is one of the most clear paths to victory that you can see.
Oh, the
and
TP.
SK are demonstrating their path to victory. Engage, stomp, kill. They managed to pop the ultimate from Perks already. Selfmade is now running for his life in the river. Devour by some time, and the flash will put Kazi closer to his tower. Selfmade not taken out just yet, and Kazi may turn it back around. Super Mega Decklock not going to find it. Sotus takes him down. The first kill of the fight is secured in favor of SK, and that was on a knife's edge. So many people so close to death.
You know what? I would reply to this meme with, you did this for what? Why not? Yeah, but why? Why not? Why though? Because there's no objective up on the map to take, SK. You blew up so much without anything that you can take right now. And yes, you blow a bunch of summoners up, but you can see how Vitality love to play this game. They love to play peel back, they love to go backwards. And mind you, in this particular fight, they didn't even have Alfari to play the fight with a bunch of barrels around. So I think it was a very great showing of Vitality on what their composition does best, which is peel backwards when they're getting heavily engaged. And of course, Kazi oversteps his welcome right there and gets completely stampeded over by Gilius.
Oh man, SK managed to at least get themselves the kill. And I think, hypothetically, if they get 1 or 2 more, they can push down that mid tower. And I think that might be one of the tools to freeing up some movement around the map, because Vitality are definitely pushing. Look at the vision inside SK's jungle, continuously pushed forward. And this is looking for that kickback.
It's a little bit alone there.
Selfmade is going to come over the wall if he wants to. Bomb is dropped now. Kazi joins the fray, so sitting up once again.
I would say that that fight would be worth it if there were no flashes, if there was no flash on Cards, if they had taken his flash away. The fact that this Jinx has flash allows for Vitality to go for this play, especially when you have Perks around with the revive and you've got Labrob with the Devour. Now you're leaving alone Alfari in the mid lane. He's going to be able to clear the wave. He has cannon barrage if he has to resort to that. But on the other side of the map, another tower is going to go down for Vitality. They have claimed that side of the jungle for their own, and they're just so good at retreating backwards again with the composition that they have. They've got the zoomies and they've got, the survivability.
I mean, such a great game. I'm loving this game. Thank you, SK Vitality, for putting on such a spectacle. Vitality are now up 1,000 gold.
Can I quote Treats when
Sure.
he said, I think all teams are getting so much better at figuring out how they want to play the game in-game. And I think this shows in this particular one.
And I think the pressure will be on SK. They are still a little bit behind in gold. They're, I think, behind in control. Vitality have got themselves 2 dragons, and if you're watching the screen, our observer's just a great highlight of how dark SK's vision is. Vitality are moving unimpeded through SK's jungle, and if you look at the minimap, there's littered wards. And we're going to set up potentially for this next dragon. 49 seconds to go, and both teams starting to push out this mid wave.
I believe the way that this Hecarim is being used is not to its maximum potential. You are getting so freaking tanky that you're literally the only person that can blind check into the opponent jungle and set down and help Treats set down some vision. Instead, I've seen Gilius going in way too far into Fog of War where his team cannot chase him, and yet it doesn't cost him his life, which is way too tanky, but you don't gain anything for that. You don't gain any vision, you don't gain any control on the map, and I just like to see SK unlock themselves on that because they need that vision. Next dragon coming up in 10 seconds. You mentioned it. It's pitch black down there.
Yeah, it really, really is. There is a ward in the red buff of SK's jungle. Teleport is available for Perks, but he's just pushing forward with the rest of the squad. Treat's quickness is available, no flash. Onslaught of Shadows catches onto 3, the knock up onto 2 as well. But now Gilius is running back out away from the fight. Alfari drops a cannon barrage, and Kazi is flashing for his life. So much damage from Jezu, but he gets turned back around on. He's taken out by Alfari, and all of a sudden SK, they've lost 1. So close to getting the kills, but Vitality win the fight.
No, they didn't lose 1. They lost the 1. They lost their hyper carry, which means it's going to get so much more difficult. Gilius has no way in because he used his ultimate. And we talked about Vitality's composition. They're so good at peeling backwards. Jezu dives in when Perks already... He hasn't even used his ultimate.
Oh, fantastic play there from Vitality. They secure the 3rd dragon of the game. They still maintain some grip, some level of control. But SK, so tantalizingly
I see the
close.
opportunity. I see the opportunity. You're fearing 2 members right there. It's the 2 crucial members, the 2 carries. But no one can follow through because Selfmade is giving so much room to his team to peel backwards. The cannon barrage we mentioned, he went down. Jezu could not walk forward. He couldn't punish that CC. These locked down targets, the 2 carries that couldn't move from the side of Vitality until it was way too late. And by the time he dives in, Perks is like, yeah, our button.
Chrono Shift so good. And Jezu, again, flashes forward. They're playing for the win. They're playing to secure the objective. It just didn't work out. And this is exactly what you said would play out in draft. Vitality controlled. They wait for SK to jump onto them. And thus far, they have played very well.
And they have made 2 mistakes back-to-back. And Vitality has very well punished them. And even though that doesn't reflect on their carries because they're both 0 and 2, you don't have to. If you slowly but slowly choke your opponent, you've got Alfari in a side lane, 233 CS in 23 minutes, where does he get them out of? His pocket, he's literally everywhere. He sees wave, he vacuums wave. 3 dragons for the side of Vitality. That means that SK are gonna have to fight for the next dragon.
Well, SK, they've shown a comfort, a willingness to do so. They need to execute it better. Just a reminder that SK, they're on a 3-game winning streak right now. And I think the level of play they've showed in these first 24 minutes is very, very exciting. And will make the next couple of days, couple of games in the race for playoffs very interesting. But Gilius once again stepping forward. The rest of his team's pretty far away. Certus is coming up from the river. Alfari's pushing down bottom lane. So they're fishing for opportunities, but not necessarily setting up or coaxing Vitality into them.
I don't know if that's fishing or if that's overreaching. Diving and tier 2 mid lane tower. I wouldn't call it very calculated, especially because look at Jezu. He has no heal, he has no flash. How is he gonna get there? And yeah, he gets there. How does he get out when he gets jumped on by the cannon barrage, by the barrels, by Selfmade Xin? You need to keep into consideration, yes, you're fast, and yes, you can get in first, but you need your carries to follow in order to kill somebody.
Well, that didn't happen this time. Selfmade's actually going to flash over the wall looking for Jezu. Didn't manage to connect. Alfari still in the bottom lane. He's got teleport available to him, stunned, and so much burst damage onto Gilius. Not really look for that engage. GenX has pushed Alfari away. By the way, Alfari is nearly going to Flame Horizon GenX. He's 3 levels up already. And Vitality secure their 4th tower of the game. 2,500 gold to lead. And this is giving me a little bit of flashbacks to the Sven Mythy Perks era of G2, where they just played the map and towers.
Now watch bot lane, because Alfari has shoved in his wave, and then Vitality are looking to go towards the Baron area. What does that mean? That means that SK has to push through the mid lane to try and get anything done, but Alfari is flanking, and Selfmade is also flanking.
Selfmade is indeed, and that's a lot of damage onto Gilius. He's not pulled the trigger for the ulti, waiting for GenX, waiting for Jezu. Now Selfmade's running away. No flash, no Crescent Guard. Kicked backwards with a devastating charge. Selfmade may not be the but he is. Chrono Shift has now been used. Jezu remains untouched, but so is Kazi. Kazi's looking for GenX. That's a flash forward. He gets the 1, gets the 2. The Devour buys enough time to keep Kazi alive. And Vitality's, they're playing these reactive fights beautifully.
This is deja vu. This is like the first time these 2 teams played back then. It was so in a standstill. It was so even until Vitality got the right fight. They got the Baron and they ended the game. And this one looks like it's the same exact game like they've played before. They're trying to catch SK off guard and they're doing this. Now, where I think Vitality here could have pressured more is that I feel like Alphari left his lane a little bit too fast. He's 2 levels up on Genax. He can literally bully him underneath his tower. He's 2.5 items in almost 3. Genax only has 1.5. He cannot match him on a side lane. Use that to your advantage. Allow SK to start maybe the Baron, start a big objective, and peel backwards. Wait for Alphari to make his move, win that side lane. They've been doing that flawlessly so far. And again, the kill score doesn't reflect to how well Vitality has been playing League of Legends in this one.
I absolutely agree, and I think as we watch SK start the Baron...
Hey, that's exactly what we talked about. Alphari in a side lane, allow SK to start Baron.
He's going to teleport now to the river. SK will peel out. Lavrov stepping forward, and Perks may be able to interrupt the retreat for now. So much speed with that Time Warp. And now, because Vitality were able to pull SK away from the Baron, they have pressure in the mid lane.
They left him alone with Demolish and Hullbreaker. He takes the tower in literally 3 auto attacks.
I mean, really, really well played. I was going to say that I think SK demonstrated a high proficiency in the early game in terms of moving around the map, in terms of matching Vitality. But as the map widened and opened, is Vitality running circles around SK. The Soul is now secured, and the Unstoppable, so the Onslaught of Shadows is used defensively. Treat's forced to run with his life as well, and Vitality are now really starting to make SK dance to their beats.
And what can you do? What can you do at this point? Because your top lane has fallen so much behind. I think this Aatrox right here has no agency in any team fight. And you're like, cool, put him on a side lane. Who are you going to put him against? 90% slow coming in from the Zilean. Alphari is bullying him on a side lane. And now Vitality, because they have the numbers advantage, they start in the Baron. And because they're so good at peeling back, this is their bread and butter in the pit.
No ultimate for Gilius. 7,500 hit points inside the pit. Treats will arrive late to the party. No ult either. Vitality peel away, but SK are somewhat split. The Moonlight Vigil comes down. Jezu blows up Labrov, but they need Kazi. They need Selfmade. Kazi gets away. He's pushing into SK's jungle. The rocket goes in between the uprights. Jezu gets away from those rockets himself, and the kill secured by SK. And now they've swapped sides. Don't run into death. Gilius stepping forward, face checking, gets slowed by the Time Walk, gets stunned in place, and he's taken out by Selfmade. Treats the Searchers now trying to get one back. Jezu steps forward, gets shot by the rocket, and can't do anything more than that. Doesn't have the right weapons just yet. Genax teleported to the top lane. He's found himself in Alphari. Can Genax get the kills? Turns his attention to Kazi, dodges the zap, doesn't commit further. SK, they're playing a little scared. They're playing a little hesitant because they know how much damage Vitality have available.
You just cannot follow Vitality. The zoomies, the peel. We talked about this. It's so difficult to follow them. They just have so much. And what SK doesn't have is a jungler. This is illegal. This is illegal.
It's got flash, got teleport. Alphari's pulled SK away. SK is now split up as well, and Selfmade's found himself a Jezu. Flashes over the wall, followed by Selfmade 3-talent strike, plus the help of Perks. Easily secured there, and Vitality flirted with defeat for a moment as they'll turn their attention over to Treats. And as soon as SK are scattered, Vitality crush them down. Now they do lose Selfmade in the process, but they will be able to again extend that gold lead, close the kills, and they are literally dancing rings around SK.
My eyes, like my right eye is looking to the right of the map and my left eye is looking to the left of the map because there is action all over the place. Gilius comes in, he dies, SK starts Baron while Vitality is backing, but you don't have Smite, and the Vitality comes back, and then the Zinzao is there, and then he has Smite, but then he dies, which means Vitality cannot do Baron.
I mean, this is one of the games where every single team fight, you should just run at 1/4 speed and look at how different things could be. And also, that's slow. Time Warp, the Zilean E is so powerful. Gilius on the Hecarim needs so much. And you can see the control.
He has no ult.
I mean, Gilius is just literally eaten alive after he was trying to take down Labrov.
This right here could be Baron, because you know who's the most fed on SK? It is Gilius. He is the tankiest member. He is the one who face checks. He's the one who goes in again, yet alone. Ends up being punished by Vitality. SK know their place. They cannot touch the topside river. They're gonna give away that Baron.
Okay, Vitality looking very good today, right? 6 and 7 in the standings. They've got control of this game. They're making a move towards playoffs. But they've had big questions asked of them in recent weeks. I need to see this level of Vitality more to believe in the idea of the super team.
I think they have been playing really good League of Legends, and that level 1 from Alphari has opened up completely the map from them. He took that lead legitimately 1 minute into the game, and he just ran away with it. And now, of course, Vitality, with the Baron buff available to them, are just barging in.
It's a beautiful demonstration of how to play the map. And I think you do have to celebrate SK's early game. Their base is being torn apart right now, trying to deal with the super minions. Remember, the reactive composition of Vitality is so good, despite the knockups. Genex, Certus, Jezu, they can't get past the front line. Selfmade and Alphari have held SK back, put their hands on their forehead, and said, you won't hit me. They secure the kill onto Gilius, and Certus is trying to fire those lasers. I am ridiculously impressed with how SK approached the early stages of this game. And I think
and I am ridiculously impressed that the big names of Vitality are stepping up and playing this clean macro-based League of Legends, where they're playing the map better than they're playing with their own buttons quick shot.
Now, the thing is, because of all the flubs they had earlier in Spring.
This is beautiful. Look at this. So you've got 2 people diving the back line, but look here. They can't walk forward. The carries from SK cannot walk forward because Zinzao is in their face and Cannon Barrage. We mentioned how huge it was, that Gangplank pick into the Aphelios, because the Aphelios cannot step forward. Jezu, yes, he's fed. He's got items. He can't do damage though because he can't reach anyone.
No, but I mean, when you think about every single champion on the Vitality roster, the amount of zone control that they... literally every single one of them can bring to a team fight. You have to respect.
That's what they do. They peel. They peel and they push, they pull back. But at this point, just because they're so fed, they can just allow their Jinx to be in the front line and poke their opponents. And then the second Gilius dives back, you've got so many tools to save Karzi.
Oh, man.
Is this the way to stop Karzi from inting? Getting Zillion and Tam Kench?
I mean, hey, it's a strategy.
They cracked the code. Vitality have cracked the code.
It has worked. But I do think you do have to commend the level of coordination here from Vitality. SK have snuck treats.
That's a support. That's a very squishy.
It is. I'm not sure this is going to work out.
There's a pink ward in that Triburst. There's a pink ward in that Triburst.
Let's find out how SK want to make potentially one last stand.
They've got Genex as well. They've got Genex on the
Teleport coming in. He's going to be late though. Jezu and Certus already being pushed back. Certus treats now, looking towards Karzi. Genex can jump in. Gilius has got the Onslaught of Shadows available to him, and Vitality seem lined up. 1, 2, 3, caught, knocked up as well. That's a shutdown onto Karzi. SK Gaming have got the damage dealer, but now Selfmade is running amok. Genex may lose the fight, forced to go golden, as all of a sudden Perks is slowing down the SK attack. That's another kill now secured as Genex. That drops, and Selfmade was able to fend off 3. Alphari's powder kegs melting the hit points. Alphari's now being jumped on by Jezu, and Selfmade once again the target. He gets devoured by Lebrov, stays alive long enough until he loses Lebrov in the fight. Literally everybody's going to die. Alphari's the last man standing for Vitality. Jezu and Treats, do they fancy a shot?
Look at the base, look at the base.
The super minions of the Nexus.
Look at the base.
The Minions. Oh my word. Vitality don't mind losing the fight because their super minions will win the game. Alphari stepping all the way forward. We literally have a picture-in-picture for the minions. Oh my word.
Alphari.
Vitality PvE their way to win.
Woo! Alphari starteth, Alphari endeth here. Oh my word.
I agree that it was that first move that begun the snowball that turned into an avalanche. But you said it yourself in the draft. Vitality have to play this map. They have to play this composition correctly. They have to respond.
They played the map.
I'm hard pressed to find mistakes. Like heartbreaking for SK. They're on a 3-game winning streak. They now lose to Vitality, but they are still in with the shot because that level of play is scary. You have to take this team seriously. Sorry, key player of the game, at LEC on Twitter. Winions, Winions, or Winions? I mean,
I'll go with Winions. The second one.
I love that the Madman Perks used minions to kill a Nexus. Oh, apparently we actually do have a real vote. It's Alphari, Selfmade, or Perks.
Alphari.
I said Madman Perks. I don't know who made the calls, but literally to bait SK into the fight for minions to kill. I'm just flabbergasted. Absolutely flabbergasted. Oh man, playoffs is going to be so fun.
So good.
When we get there.
Welcome back, Vitality.
Yes, welcome back. I mean, we'll have to find out how they perform in the rest of the games because Team Vitality get this huge victory. They put themselves 2 wins ahead of 7th place. After the break, Law will be joined by their bot laner, Karzi.
think Rogue regular season is always very strong. I don't really know how to do it in the regular split, but they always seem to just play really well.
We might have been so much ahead from other teams in terms of scoreboard, but this doesn't matter, right? Anything can still happen, and we are just being really serious and professional in every single game.
The absolute confidence as they finish Fnatic off slowly but surely, a 6-0 start.
The way they play, I feel like, is very solid and predictable at the same time, which is strength and their weakness all these years. And maybe they're different now and stronger, but the last 3 playoffs I played against them, I won.
DP ult comes in, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Inspired now following up, he's taking away Niski. Maybe this is a chance to turn the power of the Viego. It's done it once, but it will not do it in this fight.
They don't really punish him going for like weird stuff as much. I think when both laners and junglers level up a little bit more and get a little bit better at tracking what Malrang is doing, I think he can get punished both losing camps and giving up a lot of stuff.
Oruamne is going to be in trouble here. Should just be a one-shot combo. They're going to pull it back. They're going to fish for it. Rogue on the bottom side, killing Humanoid. It's a perfect one-for-one trade.
Why you're hurting me, cursing me, thought we had it all. You poisoned me, came for me like an animal. I wanna give you love, 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 love. I wanna give you love, 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 love. If you're loving me, wanting me, why you gotta go? Your melody's chasing me, staring at my phone. I wanna give you love, 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 love. I wanna give you love, love.
They say it started like a wildfire. It's kind of funny that you had me written off dead. Now we're coming for the empire. So now you love me, but you ain't seen nothing yet. Go tell and watch me, keep your eyes on me. I caught you sleeping before, and now I'm in your head. You can close it, the doors are open. Now you ain't seen nothing yet. They say it's starting like a wildfire. I feel it spreading in a new wave out right now. Change the game, build an empire. If you're ready, we can start it up. We can spark this right now. I hear the roar of the wildfire. It makes me wanna aim higher. We have to take control. I'm always chasing the path I'm facing, ignites the fighter. Time to take what's yours. Stand and watch us, keep your eyes on us. Always leaving our mark, living in your head. Can't contain us, there's no escaping. Now you ain't seen nothing yet. They say it's starting like a wildfire. I feel it spreading in a new wave out right now. Change the game, build an empire. If you're ready, we can spark it up. We can spark this right now.
We're just getting started. Fire in the blood, but we're still cold-hearted. Eyes on the prize, do what we gotta do to secure our rise. Like pioneers with no fear, never back down, this our frontier. Ash on the path, don't get too near. Blazing a trail, never adhere. Yeah, the road we chose is only built for the pros, and we can walk through the highs and the lows, lunges and throws. Got the crown, never letting it go. Royalty, you ain't getting the throne. Leaders of a new empire, clawed our way up from the muck and the mire. Nothing will take from us all these desires. We're at the summit, we're still going higher. We are the crucible, we are the fire.
Like a wildfire. I feel it spreading in a new wave out right now. Change the game, build an empire. If you're ready, we can spark it up. We can spark. They say it's starting like a wildfire. I feel it spreading
back to Berlin, Germany after this important win in the race for playoffs, and in the end, the Minions take it for Vitality. Carzzy, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. You were all laughing by the end of the game, so I can imagine why, but can you talk me through the communication and how was everything going in the last moments of the game?
So I don't even think we've noticed that there is so many minions in their base. We've just been focused on winning the fight, which we lost because we kind of missed Zilan ult, you know. And then I mean, once we noticed, like when the fight was basically ending, we noticed that the minions are taking the base, and then we knew we just have to play slowly and cancel the recalls. And the minions did the job.
Right? Yeah, came in as a surprise, I assume, given that you're telling me you didn't know there were so many minions at the base. Did you feel in control during the last stages of the game, though?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, after we took Nashor, basically, the game was really easy to win. We even spotted them flanking us, which was the only way they can win against us. And the minions did the job, like I said.
All right. Yeah, well, nice job by the minions, but also by Vitality, of course. All credit to the players. I want to roll back a bit and talk about the draft, specifically about the bot lane, because it feels like right now the game is mostly about Jinx Aphelios, which pick is prior in which situation. So I want to have your take on these two champions, Carzzy, because it seems like they're very pivotal champions in the late stages of the game. But who do you think has the better scaling and maybe better role in the compositions that we see right now?
So I think that it depends on the team comp. I think both AD carries can outscale the other one. It also depends on the skill level of the team, because I think for better teams, Aphelios is more valuable because you can be more creative with the pick. And Jinx is a lot easier to play than Aphelios. Also, it has Prow in the early, which is pretty good for this champ.
Right.
And honestly, I think they are quite the same.
Okay, quite the same, but maybe different use, regardless of the composition you're playing it in. Last question about Vitality. It looks like the team is becoming more and more a team that shines through team fights and really good macro plays in the mid to late game. Is there anything you would like to refine in the games leading to playoffs?
I mean, we are trying our best to play good early game, because I think we've been struggling with that the most. And that's our biggest focus at the moment, because I think we have pretty good mid game and our team fights are really good as well.
All right, well, let's see what you guys can implement in the last games you have left. Carzzy, thank you so much for the interview and good luck in your game tomorrow. And before jumping on to the next game, let's hear Trimby and his thoughts about facing Ilisen. Stay tuned.
Would be really nice to win versus Fnatic, because I think Hilly is really amazing player. I really love watching him, and I think people watch. I kind of want to be in the way like him, because I can see that if you're actually caring about what he's doing an amazing job. And I really want to also play like this, so people actually see this. It's also the other side of the coin, because he has to do stuff that sometimes look really flippy. So it is what it is, but he's really amazing player, and would be nice to face him.
Well, Trimby with some nice words for Hylissang, and I think Hylissang is one of those players that, as a support, if you're starting out now or in any of the previous years, you're always looking up to. And I know that at the top of the day, Broxa, we talked about no matter what iteration of Fnatic it is, they have that tendency to be very aggressive, right? And to go for the clutch. How much of that comes down to Hilly?
Well, there's no doubt that Hilly is a big part of that aggression. Like when we both joined the team, it got amplified a little bit because both of them were like really on the same page with aggression. Now, Puibo obviously is not there anymore, but Huli is the type of player who's... I don't think he's ever going to change, you know, no matter what team he's playing for, no matter what champion he plays, he's always going to look for those opportunities, and he's so good at finding them as well.
When it comes to Trimby then, who is up against him here, Nymira, do you see similarities between the two? Are they similar kind of players or not really?
I think that they impact their teams in a very different way. I think the most important thing about how Trimby is playing right now and the style that he's playing is that he's going towards more of the enchanters. That really helps with how Malorang wants to play the map, because the enchanters can very much help out with the jungle, kind of like start the fight earlier. I think that that's been a very different way to kind of Hilly starting at a different point. The kindling is lit at a different point because if they win the 2v2, then Hilly starts moving out rather than kind of like the jungler moving towards them.
So both the play style of the respective teams, and I guess, Broxa, also the fact that Hilly is very confident, it seems like, when you're watching him play because of the years experience he has. Is that a great contributor to why he makes the decisions that he always makes?
I don't even know if I would say that's part of it, honestly, because I know just from my first few games playing with Huli, playing in scrims, it's just the way it is. He just has that confidence. He's just always willing to go for those plays, look the opponent in the eye and tell him, you know what, I'm going to outplay you. See you, you're going to have a great screen in a moment, it's all going to be fun. Like, he just goes in for those plays. There's just no mercy, you know.
Yeah, and it's so beautiful to watch.
Yeah, that's what I love about him. I think it's great to have players like that who just have their own unique style of playing the game. Trimby said it in the interview that he would love to be like Huli one day, because Huli is so unique. What he brings to Fnatic is just so special. And the thing is, it doesn't matter for him who he goes up against. He could be going up against the 10th place LEC team. He could be going up against the best in the world. He's going to play the exact same way. He's just going to go play his game, go for some outplays, and often he comes out on top. Usually it works.
Exactly. Talking about unique playstyle, I'm glad we have you here because Malrang has been the talk of the town. So I'd love to take you over to the telestrator to talk a bit about what makes his play. Oh, you're doing well?
I'm good. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
We didn't see anything.
This is smooth. Have you ever seen a smoother walk? Because I definitely have. So in any case, let's talk about Malrang then. As said already, he's the talk of the town when it comes to Rogue and the way he plays. So what are you going to tell us, or teach us rather, about Malrang today?
So I think in a way you could say Malrang is the Huli of Rogue now. He's the one bringing the X factor, bringing the playmaking, and just really looking for those constant plays, constant aggression. And what I really like about him that makes him different than all the junglers in the LEC is that he's willing to sacrifice himself to put his laners ahead. Now Rogue has 3 really strong lanes. That's part of why they're so dominant. You know, once they get to the mid-late game, the laners are stepping up, they're able to carry. And Malrang's playstyle is a big part of why it's so easy to get to that point. Now, I brought 2 examples here today to show you all a bit more about what is special about Malrang, what makes him a little different. Now, the first clip here, Malrang playing Viego, finished 5 camps, finishing his jungle clear, did the top crap. First of all, he looked for the mid gank, pretty normal. You know, he's about to base, but mid gank over, the enemy mid laner overextends, might as well go with the mid gank. Now, what is interesting is what happens here after his base, because now we're just going to pause here for a second. If we look at the map, Malrang is in a situation where his camps are coming up again. And normally, as a jungler, after you make your first play, this is where you want to catch up. This is where you want to clear your camps before looking for the next opportunity. Unless your name is Malrang. Then you go for the plays right away. So instead of going back to farm his jungle, Malrang runs straight towards mid, helps the mid lane push out, sees if there's an opportunity, but nothing really happens. Moves to bot as well. Again, nothing is going on. And in this case, Malrang ended up wasting a little bit of time. In a different game, this is where he gets the big advantage that can help really snowball Rogue into a good early game lead.
And this is actually coincidentally also the last time that they played Fnatic. Now, obviously, if you're the enemy jungle, and we heard this from Zanzara as well after they beat them, you could track him and find out where he is, right? So why haven't more teams done that then?
Well, that's always easier said than done, right? It's easier to say, well, just don't die to him. Just don't die and everything's going to be great. But the thing is, he really forces the plays, like in this example, and he's really good at looking out for those opportunities, like we're going to see in the next clip. It's not all mindless, just crazy ganking. He uses the information he has to make smart decisions. Now, what we're going to see here is Rogue's most recent game against Misfits from week 5, where we see Vitio on the Orianna moving in to place a ward on Rogue's Raptors to get that vision on Malrang, get to spot him so they know what he's up to. Larsen puts a ward on Misfits Raptors as well. Now, at this point, both junglers have a lot of information. Malrang sees a Xin Zhao playing Lee into Xin. Xin is going to be able to win the early game. Malrang doesn't want to fight the Xin Zhao in bot river. He's going to lose that fight. It's not going to be fun. So he sees Xin doing red Raptors, moving down to bot side. Pretty obvious what the Xin Zhao is going to do. He's going to play for the bot crap. Malrang Malrang moves down, takes the spot camps, and while he's doing the Raptors, this ward that Visio places level 1 is timing out, and that means Misfits all of a sudden don't have any information on what Malrang is gonna do. So, with that in mind, Malrang moves to the top side, does the top crab. He knows that Misfits doesn't have any wards left because the ward from the enemy mid laner was used level 1. No vision top side, lingers around the corner for a little moment, finds the opportunity on the mid lane. And all of this is something that can easily be pre-planned level 1, which I'm sure is something Malrang brought up. You know, he's like, well, they have this ward, I don't want to fight the Xin Zhao. Larssen, set up the wave in a state where I can gank it. I'll come level 3, we're gonna get first blood, and life is gonna be great. At least that's how I hope it happened, because that would be a pretty beautiful setup.
Yes, thank you for that. As we go back to the desk, as we're going to cover picks and bans. So it's not as easy as, oh, he's just playing for his laners and trying to gank at whatever chance he gets. It's also using your information to the fullest and to your advantage. Is that one of the hardest things to do as a jungler in a new team?
It can be, because the thing is, every team has different systems, different ways of communicating, different ways of playing the game. It seems like Malrang on Rogue is vocal. He's like taking over the early games, kind of playing the game the way he wants to. And I'm kind of assuming that Malrang is the one leading this. Rogue laner's good at feeding him information, good at setting up the lanes in a way where he can really come to help them. Because obviously, being a laner for Rogue, this is pretty lovely for them. I mean, I would be happy if I had a jungler playing this way, being willing to sacrifice himself for me getting ahead.
Yeah.
Which is often what happens.
And then if you look at the meta, it is all about scaling laners as well. Congratulations on beating the Telestrator. I know it's a rite of passage as well.
Yeah, some people never do it, so great job.
Thank you.
But yeah, I love how it all wraps together into one complete picture about how Rogue are playing the game.
Yes, definitely. So we're going to be looking at the junglers also in this game. A fantastic marquee matchup, Fnatic versus Rogue. Oh, I was baited. It wasn't happening yet, but I'm happy that it's happening. We're going to cover the picks and bans. Is that Medic that I hear laughing in my ear already? That I was absolutely baited. Yeah, we got to stay on our toes. Oh, hi guys.
Hi.
We're actually not doing the picks and bans, so I don't know what's going on. You know, a very important thing in broadcasting is like build up to the apex of the moment. You know, and it's just ruined. It's just awful.
We like to challenge expectations here
Yes.
in all forms.
In all forms. Regardless, I don't know if I'm going to get cut off immediately, but in any case, there's much more that is exciting about this matchup than just the jungle, but it does all start with that. Do we think Razork is going to have a ban? Never mind, picks and bans, let's go! And here we are then finally arriving in those picks and bans. Fnatic versus Rogue, as said. We'll be looking closely at the jungle pool, but, you know, normally it's not that exciting to see what happens in the jungle. So where are we looking at in terms of priorities for both these teams?
I think it's a very clear R1-2 Aatrox. I think that's what we've Yeah, I think obviously a couple of things to keep an eye on, as we've seen throughout most of the day. Are we going to see both of the hyper carry AD carries taken out of the pool? Zeri's probably going to be on red side, and then it kind of falls down the list in terms of, okay, maybe there's a Gwen left, maybe there's a Jhin left.
I think this is going to be a traditional League of Legends game in the sense that it's really going to come down to the two carry positions. There's some really strong mid lane champions and the carry champions in the meta right now that you want to prioritize, you want to get your hands on. Both of these teams are incredibly good at playing around their carries and setting them up for success. And with Comp versus Upset, with the two strongest mid laners in the league currently in Larssen and Humanoid, if they can get their hands on some favorable situations and those matchups, they'll be really big.
And then I think the other thing on the checklist for me outside of that is actually, can Fnatic's bot lane fight 2v2 early on? Because when they have been able to, they've typically won those fights and then won the rest of the map from that. So we'll have to see what happens again in terms of what's going to happen in regards to actually, are they going to pass over the AD carry at that point for a favorable support matchup early on? Lots of ways this can kind of switch about.
Yeah, for sure. Now the draft is pretty interesting so far because the two strongest mid laners in Ryze and Victor are actually gone. The jungle pool has been pinched quite a bit by Fnatic, removing Java and removing Hecarim. and they actually go for the Twisted Fate first pick. That's a slightly new one. It's a pick that Humanoid has been really great on recently, though, and it works really well with Hyli's playstyle. Just having that aggression, having the opportunities to make those cross-map plays in the early game as well.
In fact, last time they played, it was Larson who played the TF and they won versus Fnatic. So maybe that informs a little bit more why the priority is there for
Yes,
Fnatic.
but this is nerf TF as well now. So, you know, you don't have as much attack speed on your E, you're not going to be fighting as hard level 1, your wave clears harder because your Q damage is down, blah, 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 all that stuff. But this is so much burden of responsibility now onto Humanoid, who has been carrying that burden so well for this team. I don't know if you could do this for another mid laner in the LEC on current form right now. So this shows a lot of promise from Fnatic and their expectations on this player.
I think in general, if you're confident enough to first pick TF in a situation like this, it shows that you're coming into the game with a clear plan. I'm assuming they're going to prepare for like an early dive or just an early Herald play. Like have something prepared early to actually make this TF play worth it, because Rogue could easily pick something like an Orianna or an Asia, like something strong, scaling that is going to be able to take over in the later stages where Humanoid is not going to be able to match it.
Okay, so I was actually wondering if at this point they wanted to lock in a support early with Fnatic, because there's stuff which can fight a little earlier and set up for the TF if they want to go straight down bot side, and we've already talked about how bot lane was very important for the side of Fnatic, so stuff like Nautilus might have been a good pick for them. We've seen that combo with Aphelios popping up more and more. However, both teams actually favoring the solo laners, and as we were kind of talking about, oh, the AD carry is very important, that support matchup, particularly with these two on the table, is being left later and later into it so we can get a potential counter pick.
Yeah, and currently all supports except Fresh are actually open. Viego being taken off the table. Razor's champion pool is being pinched quite a little bit here, so he's going to have to dig relatively deep to find the champion of his choice. Now, a champion he has played really well last week was Diana, who actually could work pretty well here into the Jinx, into the Orianna, help setting up those you know, team fights, get them rolling, and it's pretty good with the Jace and Aphelios as well, because they already have plenty of AD damage.
Yeah, you already said about the Jace. I actually wonder if Trundle is a potential option as well, because the ability to fight early on, and then the ability to set up Jace's poke very well, particularly with the gold card locked into, means you have a lot of ability to fight around the fringe of the fights as opposed to just the hard engage. So there are several options here.
Is this a sign that Rogue is also, from a pick and ban standpoint, trying to give the best cards to Malrang in the way he likes to play the game? You know, the first picking the Xin Zhao and then pinching the pool?
Potentially, it's hard to say, right? Because I feel like Fnatic kind of put themselves in this situation, banning
They actually banned.
Obviously, I think looking at Fnatic's draft, forcing the TF pick, forcing the Jace, they probably have a clear plan of wanting to shut down Olu Amne rather than looking into the jungle matchup in particular, because they draft a really strong top lane, they draft the TF more supportive, like team-oriented pick. Pyke has been taken off the table from Hyli here, so I'm wondering if he's going to look into another pick that could roam, really get that Jace rolling, because top matchup is going to be pretty volatile. Jace into Graves. Now Nautilus, one of those picks that could look for an early base and really influence the other side of the map if he wants to.
Okay, so it took us a little while. We actually managed to call out most of those picks which Fnatic were looking towards. They actually have options to play towards either side of the map now. Yeah. I'm a little worried that they have to play towards both sides of the map, because if Jace starts falling behind the Graves, then you have the Hullbreaker problem, where Jace either has the option of going into the Hullbreaker himself and delaying his spike, or not going into it and having zero wave control on the other side. So I think that Rogue have potentially given Fnatic the burden of trying to play the entire map at once.
Very possible. Now, I'm really looking forward to seeing this jungle matchup in particular. I mean, I guess that's kind of obvious. I'm a little biased. I'm a jungle player, but Xin Zhao against Diana is a matchup where Xin Zhao wants to make so many things happen early. He wants to pressure, he wants to look for those early fights. Diana obviously can. Now, she really spikes at level 6, but last time Razor played Diana against Jankos, he got a massive lead in the early game, and there's a chance he can do the same thing now, because Diana just naturally farms faster than Xin Zhao. Maybe can get the map rolling, but if Malrang plays as aggressive as he usually does, it might be hard to get to that point.
Yeah, but what I love about what Rogue have done with the last pick with the Tahm Kench is that they have given an ability to stave off the TF pressure towards bot side with that Devour, so it means that Rogue can possibly leave them on their own little bot lane island, play more towards that Graves, get them into a better position in that matchup topside, which we already talked about. I think Rogue have a easier game plan to go towards with that.
Does it look like Rogue is really waiting for Fnatic to come to them, which they're going to have to do since they also have the Jinx and the scaling on their side?
Yeah, I think the adaptation, like picking the Graves was a pretty safe top laner, picking the Tahm Kench who's going to make bot lane really stable, makes a lot of sense, because Fnatic is going to play aggressive. Like they have the Nautilus who can easily roam, they have TF, they have Jace, they need to win the early game it's pretty clear that they're going to go ham. So Rogue pick something stable, just wants to survive, and then they can take over in the mid game.
Looks like both teams is bread and butter in the picks and bans. Fnatic versus Rogue. Let's get into it.
Let's get on into it. Fnatic versus Rogue. Thank you very much, Atlas Desk, for taking the picks and bans, but we'll take it from here. I'm Medic. I'm joined by Dagda. Welcome back to the LEC. Great to have you back, Dagda.
It's nice to get a chance to cast with you again. It's been a hot minute since we were actually together on a desk, so I'm looking forward to it.
EU Masters a long, long time ago, but we have urgent League of Legends to talk about. Fnatic versus Rogue, last time they met, it was actually quite a slow affair in the early game, and we saw it really explode between the 25 and the 29-minute mark, with Rogue ending the game with about a 10,000 gold lead. But here, we'll have to see how these two teams match up against each other. And before we actually get into the action, I do have one quick congratulations to say. Razork is playing his 100th LEC game. Congratulations, Razork. Alongside that, I believe this is Fnatic's 600th LEC game as well. So accolades all round. We'll see if they can round it out with a win.
And we're kind of hoping that Razork will have a big impact in this game, right? Because when you look towards what Fnatic are doing, you're looking towards a lot of pick composition coming through. The TF wants to try and make sure that he can get out on the map, make sure that he's going to be all good and dandy, and to try and get that started, right? You're looking to see if maybe Razork can try and set up Humanoid in the early stages to have a little bit of push there, because certainly it's not the best of times for Humanoid in this Orianna matchup.
Can be a little bit tricky for the Twisted Fate, and when we've seen Humanoid on the Twisted Fate in the past, it's all about getting out of this lane, getting that Destiny, using it effectively in the early game and getting your lanes ahead. And of course, we've seen what Upset can do if you do give him an advantage in that bottom lane, and what Fnatic can do if Upset is in a position to carry.
And this is actually something we see a lot from Fnatic to try and give that edge to Upset, right? Whenever you see the Aphelios into this Jinx matchup for Upset, they tend to have Razork start on the top side, so Upset and Hilly can try and attack the wave first and try and prevent that big push from coming through in the early stages. So a lot of what Fnatic like to do, as you say, is try and set up Hiblasang and Upset. And when you have two of the best bot laners in the league at wave management, it makes sense to try and give them that opportunity.
At the moment, the wave is being duly managed underneath their tower, pushed in by the Jinx and the Time Catch. Of course, Jinx, with the rockets, very good at pushing those initial waves, has a little bit more AoE than the Aphelios, so this is kind of to be expected. This ward from Rogue, though, will spot out Razork if he tries to come through the tri-bush.
And he was aware of it. If you actually watch the way Razork pathed, he went over to the blast cone, hopped over the walls, was trying to bypass all of that vision that might have been there. So for Razork, really interesting pathing, kind of aware of what Rogue are trying to do in the early stages, which is to spot him out.
Control ward comes down, we'll spot out that ward that was placed near the Razor Beaks. I will say all of those disconnects, reconnects. It's a Rogue game. This tends to happen around this point. I promise you that all of them are still connected into the match and will be trying their hardest to take this win over Fnatic. Would give them their second win of the season over Fnatic. And alongside that, of course, really solidify themselves in that top spot in the LEC. Currently sitting at 11-2, 2 wins ahead. If you can win this game, you're then looking at being, 3 wins ahead of Fnatic with a 2-0 head-to-head, basically guaranteeing yourself at least the top 2 spots.
And I think as well, kind of just bringing a bit of stability back to Rogue as well, right? They had that terrible week 5, so being able to kind of come off of week 6 with 2 wins, now start your week 7 off with a win against Fnatic as well, I think that would just mean a lot for these guys. And I like that we're kind of seeing Rogue go back to this like team fighting style of composition. This is kind of what I've favored them on the most, with like playing towards comp, getting him set up. They've kind of tried a couple of things with where they're trying to play side lanes and stuff, but certainly these kind of zone control team fight styles have been way more comfortable for them.
And I do And looking back at it, Dagda, you had some really good insight on kind of what you thought Rogue's troubles may have been in Week 5 and how they struggled a little bit. And it seemed to come down to teams were just actually really good at reading Malrang and reading what he wanted to do and stopping him from getting these leads. And you can see in the first half of the season, Rogue had substantial leads at the 14-minute mark. Lots of kills, not too many deaths. But then in the second half, that all seemed to fall off a cliff a little bit.
And I think a lot of that, as you said, was teams starting to get like vision control in onto the opposite side of the jungle for Malrang. And yes, Malrang might get some ganks off, but oftentimes teams are realizing, oh, okay, you've invested a lot of time into bot side. We're going to go steal away your top side camps. We're going to go make sure that we can play towards the opposite side of the map, doing really nice cross-map plays. And it meant that even when Rogue were kind of getting these plays off, the opportunity cost really wasn't worth it. This game, though, I actually think we might not see that. I think Razork, when you've got the Diana here, it's really difficult when you don't have mid push off the Twisted Fate as well to get in, get that vision control down, and make something nice happen.
Maybe should be okay here. Even with the Ignite ticking, he does have the thick skin. A lot invested, was exhaust for Ignite, so both of the supports have burnt their offensive summoner spells, or defensive, in the form of the exhaust there. And it's something we see often from Hylissang. He's very unwilling to allow you to get, you know, a freeze or allow you to get a safe base off. And,
or feel safe at any point in time.
Exactly, yeah. You want a base? Go back to the fountain, and then you can base. It's kind of Hylissang's general mentality. Looking at the early game, though, has been a little bit slower. Both the junglers were spotted out on their initial path, so weren't really able to find those ganks. Mid lane, we're seeing Swifties first from Humanoid, not something we see too often on the Twisted Fate, but does once again, when you get to that level 6, give you a little bit more roam potential, and into something like an Orianna, like a Tahm Kench, like a Graves, who do have these slows, the slow reduction can definitely help.
I think that's the big one as well, because when I look at like Rogue's composition, where's the engage tools, right? Yeah. Like you're kind of relying on the Xin Zhao, so it's like, oh, the wind becomes lightning with the slow to get that engage. So things like the Swifties, where you might end up with a Tahm Kench tongue, causing you issues, you can actually try and get away from it. Rogue, though, using the push they have on bot now and also mid to start this up. I don't know if Fnatic can really contest with a level 5 Diana.
Well, Hylissang's flashing forward. He's always willing to take the fight. Destiny comes in as well, and Razork will secure the Infernal. Stolen away, Upset coming in for a fight. Rogue may have to back away. He'll use preemptively. Shockwave hits 2, the hook connects as well. Upset has to open up with the Shakrams, but first blood goes over to Comp. Flash away as Upset looks to try and survive. He gets one in response. Malrang now low. Humanoid stepping forward, no mana on him, but a double for Upset. Fnatic stole away the dragon, take 2 kills to boot, and now Larsen's being forced away. Calibrum just a little bit wide.
I did not expect Fnatic to be able to take that fight. I looked, I was like, you know what? The mid-jungle 2v2 is super strong when you hit that level 6 for Larsen. That's really a nice way to start things off. You know, even just from a damage profile perspective, Humanoid just can't really match, but I mean, the fact that you've got this Aphelios, that's one of the things that he's strong at, is these early skirmishes. It's one of the advantages, at least in relation to the Jinx that he has. And you can see here, right? You end up with Humanoid hopping into the pit. Malrang goes insanely low, has to try and smite to keep himself healthy, which means he can't get that Dragon Smite off. And from this point forward, like, Upset has Infernum. Whenever he's getting these auto attacks off, they're doing so much damage, despite the fact that we had that quick Orianna Shockwave coming.
You see, it's just neck and neck right at the end. Humanoid basically no mana at the end of it. The wild cards connecting with Upset shots, gets him the double. And then after that, he has just that extra range from the Calibrum to keep them at bay.
And this is something that you really need to see from Fnatic, right? When you're playing this sort of pick-orientated style, you want to, well, look for picks, but Fnatic don't really care. As long as you can get those early advantages, that's what you're really interested in. So now you can start turning this into, okay, we've got 2 kills on Upset. He has control of bot side. Let's shove out. You know, Rift Herald's in 15 seconds. They're setting up a slow push in bot lane. Let's rotate our bot lane up to Rift Herald. It becomes a very easy snowball now for Fnatic that Rogue are going to have to try and interrupt.
And let's see if they can keep that snowball rolling. At the moment, Razork is going to start up the Rift Herald, and as you say, Upset and Hylissang already working their way up through that bot side jungle. Trimby in the vicinity, waiting to see perhaps if they can find Humanoid out. Wind becomes lightning going forward. Hylissang there with the hook once again. Larsen has the Shockwave, stun card onto Malrang, will stop him in his tracks as now Trimby, Malrang and Larsen have to retreat back to the safety of their tower. Rift Herald wasn't reset, so that will be secured for Fnatic. Comp continues to push in the bottom lane though, and we'll have some free time with this tower to try and at least get a plate.
And I like the way Rogue have kind of positioned themselves here, right? You got Trimby and Larsen who are trying to contest the mid-wave push while you end up with Malrang moving down to just help Comp. So when you've invested this much time as Fnatic topside, Comp's just answering the turret plates on bot.
And that Rift Herald resetting actually takes a lot of pace out of this play, because if you can take it, immediately shove 5 people to the top lane, you play to force Odoamne away, and then you get all of this extra pressure, it can really change the pace of a game. But Odoamne able to walk away. All this time, Comp is just free. Down towards the bottom side. Look at his gold. He's 400 gold ahead right now. He's going to get another plate. That will get him a little bit more. Odoamne's overstepped a bit here, though, and will flash away. Collateral damage. Able to keep him alive. The smoke screen, stopping the auto attack out of Razork, saves Odoamne's life.
That is really good from Odo, though, in mid here.
Trimby wasn't quite on the right page in terms of location of the shockwave. Oh, that's not, no, Observer, stop baiting us. Stop it.
So, the thing, though, that we are looking at here is that Comp has pretty much got all this gold solo.
Yeah.
And when you look at the top side, right, you actually had 3 people sharing that gold, a little bit more when you also still had Wunder in the vicinity as well. So when you look at the gold advantage that is there, you're still looking at 300 in favor of Comp. And this is one of the things that, I mean, pretty much we've talked to any AD carry in an interview will say, like, yeah, I mean, Aphelios versus Jinx, it very much is dependent on who can get these early advantages. And even now, with the 2 kills that Upset picked up in the early stages, Comp, with this reset, will be able to match that pace.
The player with a small advantage for Fnatic is Razork. He was about 500 gold ahead in the jungle. Of course, Diana can do a lot of work. We saw Razork fluff a few combos last week, but he still had a great performance. He didn't die, got 4 kills. You know, he still did well on the Diana, even if sometimes his flash E's weren't quite on point.
I mean, when do you not have a lead against Malrang? As the enemy,
that is true. That is true.
Look, but still, I mean, I do agree, right? Razork has been pretty good so far, and I'm curious to see now exactly how things are going to escalate now that he's hit the level 6, right? Because that's really where this Diana comes online, and especially when you have Humanoid, he's also got his ult available. It becomes very easy for you to start to operate these picks, especially if you can get vision established in this topside jungle. That seems to be what Fnatic are going for, right? You can already see you've got the push on the top with Hilly. He's starting to move in to get vision, and then you can actually start to contest some of these camps from Malrang and set him even further behind.
Definitely help putting that Xin Zhao in a situation where he can't just dive into the enemy team, just try and get as much damage down as possible. And that matchup between the AD carries is one we have been watching a lot across the course of the season. Upset, actually the only player in our league yet to die at the 14-minute mark. And I know a lot of people will be like, oh yeah, he hasn't died, but he's just, you know, a KDA player. This guy has the tied most kills as well at the 14-minute mark. Like, he is getting a bunch of kills. He doesn't actually have that much extra help from his jungler, although Hylissang is doing a lot of work in that bot lane. And both of these bot laners are having very good early games in general. We see that echoed once again in this game.
I'm not going to lie, I'm slightly infatuated with Upset and Hilly. I think they're insane, but that is not what I wanted to see from Hilly there.
That's the other side of Hilly. So with the Destiny coming in, the Crescent Guard will keep Malrang alive for a second, but not for long enough. It's 1-for-1 traded. Trimby, though, caught out, is going to try and get away. Will escape. Thick Skin's still there. Humanoid, heal. Won't be able to get in range. The flash out of Humanoid didn't quite get the gold card close enough.
Nice pick, though, coming through from Fnatic, right, to get that start. Unfortunate that he had to give his life, but does give a huge amount of control back onto this top side. And that's all the Fnatic are trying to do, right, is just look for these picks, fish for ways that they can try and open up this game. Specifically, they want to start looking to try and get this mid lane turned down at some stages.
Oh, this Humanoid's still here. He's coming forward, but Upset. Whoa, that was so greedy from Upset. Gale force forward, flash heal away. Well, he didn't die, so he keeps his record alive, I guess.
Just about. That was a little bit dicey. I mean, I like the idea of a Humanoid coming up, right? But you know Humanoid has no flash. He just used it. Even having to swap over to the heal on the unsealed spell because he came out just like, all right, show your boots there a little bit. But you see here, right? Unfortunate that the hook misses. It means that Malrang gets to run away just that smidge. The re-engage here from Fnatic, though, is just great, right? You get Upset to try and follow up. He's got the Gravitum to try and lock folks down. Just unfortunate here that they couldn't quite close the distance onto Trimby, thanks to that heal from Comp.
There was a lot of Fnatic trying to get that pick in towards the top lane. Has given Larson a little bit of a CS lead in the mid lane, about 15 to 20, depending on the wave states. But of course, Twisted Fate has that passive that is ticking over extra gold. So that gold difference in the mid lane really won't be too substantial. As you can see, yep, 10 gold. That doesn't even buy you a 7th of a control ward. That's how poor it is. But yeah, nothing too monumental to be talked about right now in that mid lane.
Yeah, the big thing for me to talk about is actually the Dragons.
Yeah.
Because one of the big problems that I see when you get these split push compositions that you get forced to fight early when you don't want to. A lot of that comes down to Dragons, right? Especially when you start to look towards Soul coming through and all that good jazz. But we're actually going to hold on to this because Wunder's in trouble.
Chase is on. Wunder's going to flash away. Flash in by Malrang. Trimby was going in the opposite direction. Knocked back. Wunder changes into ranged form, but he's still in melee range of Rogue. See, Humanoid was trying to come across to help his top laner, but couldn't get there in time.
I mean, just a nice timing window there from Malrang, right? He knows that you actually don't have the Destiny available on Humanoid, so they go to make that deep play in the opposite side, and it's just unfortunate for Wunder, right? They knew that they were trying to trade cross-map. He's like, look, I'll back away, I'll stop myself from dying, but ends up getting caught out as he tries to finish off the Gromp, and it means that Rogue now keeping up on towers when it comes to those sides, and you got that quick kill for yourself as well.
I mean, this is kind of how we expected this game to go, though, Dagday. Look at it. 14 minutes in, even gold, maybe 50 to 100 the difference between the two teams. Even kills, even towers. The gold is funneled to the same place on both teams, and they both played the way that they wanted to in this early game.
And for me, this is actually a big advantage for Rogue, right? Because when you look at the team fighting composition that they have, when you look at the late game scaling that they have with this Orianna and the Jinx, it's so difficult for Fnatic to actually take even fights, right? One, their composition isn't set up for it, but two, like, think about a poor upset in this situation, right? You try to walk into this fight and there's just an Orianna ball following you around wherever you try to position in a fight. It's so hard to deal with.
That's why he's gone for the Gale Force here as well, just trying to give himself a little bit of extra safety. Humanoid locks in the Ever Boss. Shockwave hits only onto Hillisang. Malrang dives over the wall, doesn't have the flash to get away, but comes when he killed him. Moonfall on the backline. Trimby gobbles up Orianna. Larson's able to stay safe. Trimby will fall. Stopwatch popped. Destiny going forward as quick kills coming in here for Fnatic. Odoamne a little late on the TP. Fnatic able to find 2 kills in the mid lane.
Fnatic just outnumbered them faster and are in a better position to follow up on that, and now they can start to move up towards this Rift Herald as well that's just spawned on the top side. And when you really want to start getting these like last outer turret down on Rogue side, we're okay. On Rogue side, I'm used to the LPL, man.
Yeah,
That's a fight in my head, all right?
Look, he's got Hullbreaker, the other guy's got Gale Force. I don't think they're going to die.
But you want to try and get this outer turret down, because one of the big things Fnatic are going to try and do is move vision in on opposite sides of the map. Make sure they're kind of keeping Rogue in check. So having this Rift Herald is super good for doing it, but we're just going to catch the replay here. Upset does a really good job here of getting this Gale Force away from that Shockwave as it comes over the wall from Larson. And that's the big difference maker here. Like, if Upset's actually caught in this, then you have Malrang able to take him down, but it ends up being Malrang traded for Hilly on the bot side, and on the top side, Razork with that ultimate is doing so much work, bursts out the Orianna, and Comp just doesn't have the damage right now to try and follow through.
And that's part of the power of Destiny as well, where we saw Humanoid in the end just destinying forward. It doesn't always have to be moving across the side of the map. Sometimes all you need to do is protect the guy that dived in and popped his stopwatch, and that's exactly what Humanoid does. He goes for it, he's like, hey, if you try and keep fighting this, I'm going to have a gold card in your face in about 30 seconds, and maybe you get sent to the sin bin.
You can see the issues, though, with the Rogue composition of that play, right? Where if Malrang and Larson don't get that big engage tool off, like, Upset's just free to run around and do as he wishes and fight. So you do have to be very careful here as Rogue that you have to land that one punch to start things off, or things can go wrong very quickly.
It's the Saitama comp. It's one punch, man. That's all you got to hit. Are you Genos in this situation?
I haven't watched it. I know it exists as the bald dude from the anime, and that's about it.
Here's the problem.
All right.
I've cast with Betty for 4 years.
Yeah.
I shouldn't know these names. I shouldn't know them.
Is it just like he just drags you into the room eventually? He's just like,
exactly.
look at this. It's
hey,
just like,
watch this, and then he uses the names. I'm like, well, I don't want to be in your situation where you're like sold down the river, by your coca. So obviously, I don't want to be there. So I have to watch these animes, and then he's like, oh yeah, but what about this other one? It's about this person that turns into a slime. I'm like, how is that a good show?
Oshin did that to me. Oshin got me to watch that slime one, and I was like, doesn't work for me.
You know what does work? You know what I enjoy watching?
What?
League of Legends.
That is true.
And that's why we're here. 700 gold between the two teams. 5 kills to 4. Fnatic with those 2 Drakes in their back pocket. And a 4-kill Aphelios. Upset, still unkilled this game. Still unkilled before the 14-minute mark. Fnatic looking to challenge Rogue at the top of the table. And once again, they're looking to challenge this red buff as well. Hillisang misses the hook away. Trimby's on the chase. Razork has a blast cone, but Rogue were just not chasing him down. Super Mega Death. Look at the possibility, but Razork, fancy enough feet. He's got his tap shoes on today that he can dance his way around that one.
Yeah, Fnatic had the numbers advantage there because he had Humanoid in the vicinity. Wunder was even there. He wasn't matching this push on the bot side. So the fact that they didn't pull the trigger means Rogue get the push on bot. Now they get position on this dragon. And I think at this stage, this is why we're talking about those first 2 dragons going to Fnatic. Just do not contest this as Fnatic. Look at where Humanoid is. Just keep pushing for towers. And this is why it's so strong to get these early dragons in a 1-3-1 composition, because you just get to cross-map the entire time, and there's nothing Rogue can do. You get a tower for this.
Top lane tier 2 for Fnatic will extend their gold lead. Humanoid just needs that blue card and one more auto. 600 gold in his back pocket as well. Been very active on the map so far, and this battle between Humanoid and Larson for mid lane supremacy in the LEC Spring continues to rage on. I still remember the first time they came into the league. It was them and Abadage who were like the upcoming new players, and you know, Humanoid had an okay start. Larson struggled a little bit, but then really rose to the fore. And now you look at people like Perks and Caps, it's like they're actually playing second fiddle to these new, in inverted commas, players. It's great to see their rise to prominence.
And it's also interesting because, like, I mean, I talk about Casting EU back in the EU Masters in 2018. Like, growing from that, Humanoid was one of the guys that came up from that. Razork was one of the guys that came up from that. So it's really cool to kind of see these guys now playing alongside veterans like Wonder, Upset, Hylissang, and popping off.
Yeah, Malrang's going to have to put the Crescent Guard here. He thought he could steal away the red buff, but all that is stolen is his life from in front of his eyes. Fnatic with their 6th kill of the game.
I mean, that was just a really nice pick. Humanoid coming in to cut off the retreat pattern, and this is one of the things that we've seen a lot from Rogue, is that sometimes they just overextend when they don't have these big early leads. And Malrang, you trying to play off on this bot side, try to see if you can establish vision control for a side lane push with that Graves with the Hullbreaker, but not able to do so, right? See here, doesn't know where anyone is, thinks he's totally fine, but there's just too many members of Fnatic in the vicinity.
Basically nothing he could do. I don't think he, on the spectator, we can see those Krugs being auto-attacked. I'm pretty sure Malrang can't see that. It's just a spectator client thing, so he wouldn't have had awareness of that anyway. Rift Tower put down in the mid lane, will charge forward, get that mid lane tower down, and Fnatic have begun to extend this gold lead, now 3,000 ahead at the 20-minute mark. Comp stepping forward, though, Gale forcing in. Thinking perhaps he could cut out Razork, but Razork still has the stopwatch, still has the flash, still has a multitude of options to get away from the fight.
And Trimby was still in the wings for Comp, right? That's why you can see him playing so aggressive. He knows that he's allowed to do this, and all he's really trying to do is just slow down the tempo that Fnatic have got for themselves, right? Because now you've got a reset here coming through. As Razork, he's, well, never mind, he's smited, but should be able to like kind of push them back, make sure that they're not able to aggressively shove onto the waves, and that'll stop Fnatic from getting that vision in your jungle. And that's all that you're trying to see for Fnatic right now, right? Is try and make sure you've got the push and bot. You're going to move Humanoid up to this top side momentarily, I imagine. Or even they might just look to see if, you know, Graves shows up in a wave and you just have Humanoid port down onto him in the bot.
Actually looks like Hexgate's coming in here for Upset as they chase forward. Larson spotted on a ward originally. Hylissang here as well. Will flash forward. Depth charge onto Larson. Malrang now on the wrong side of this fight. Rooted up, and that's his 5th death of the game. Fnatic unrelenting in their desire to shut down Malrang. We said it at the start of the game, the second half of the season has not been as impactful for this Rogue jungler, and Fnatic have just kept him on a leash this entire match.
And there was nothing that you could really see from Malrang setting up, right? He hasn't really been able to get into a lane, as I say that.
Hylissang going forward. Moonfall's going to land. Trimby, though, with a good devour, he will fall. Larson, though, look for some damage. Still has the Shockwave. Odoamne forced away. Shockwave lands onto 2, but look at the damage coming out from Wonder. He chases in. Hits one auto onto Odoamne. Can't flashing forward. Can't, well, flashing away. Gale forcing forward. Couldn't get the kill. No Super Mega Death Rocket available, and Fnatic, their health bars may be waning, but the fight continues for them. 6,000 gold ahead.
I mean, they're battered and bruised, but they got what they came for. Bot lane turret, more kills in their pocket, and now this side lane pressure that Fnatic have been able to garner for themselves only gets worse. You're going to be able to push in on this bot side, make sure that you're actually hitting onto inhibitor turret. You now are able to shove in top as well, and if you end up seeing Rogue trying to contest both sides waves, just rotate mid. You just outnumber them, then you're totally fine. So it becomes so difficult for Rogue to try to enact their will on the map. And we're just going to hop into this replay here. Larson, as an Orianna, you never want to be the one defending this. And you can see great hook from Hilly there, sets this all up. The Moonfall onto 2 while you get the Orianna devoured, but everyone is just able to follow up so quickly. And Larson doesn't even get out because Trimby's just dead.
Rogue is just, there's no way you can answer this. Wonder, he's been quiet most of the game, but when it comes down to it, he can still output a lot of damage. And if you just look across the scoreline, Stagter, you can see the indication of how Fnatic are playing this game and how they played so well across the course of Spring. You have 100% kill participation on your AD carry. He's 5-0-4. Fnatic last year did this all the time. We saw Adam TPing down into the bottom lane at level 4 to try and make plays. That's been removed, but they're like, okay, cool. Wonder can get 2 kill participation out of 9. We're still just gonna gank bot lane over and over and over again, and now Upset's at 3 items.
I mean, it's a working game plan, right? Because Upset and Hilly are so good at punishing once they get these advantages, and it makes it really difficult to try and have any sort of answer. And you can see it here, right? I mean, Upset has been monstrous in these team fights alongside Razork setting them up, and at the end of the day, right, Wonder investing resources into Wunder in this matchup isn't going to do anything. As soon as that Hullbreaker comes through, I mean, Odo just wins the push regardless. It's such a stupid item. But Wunder, it doesn't matter. All he has to do is just kind of play in a side lane, push in the wave, and then that's his job done, right? All he wants to do is go, hey, look, maybe I can get some poke off with this 2 items when we get to team fights, but all I want to do is just create pressure on the map that Rogue have to respond to so we can then group and look for picks.
And that's what they're trying to do by securing that dragon as well. But third of the game for them, Rogue unwilling to take the fight. And it's difficult for Rogue because they have a strong front to back. They have strong power if they can find that front to back fight. But it's so tricky when there's so much pick potential coming out for Fnatic. And now Rogue so far in the hole that they are looking down the face of objective bounties.
And you can see Fnatic are aware of what Rogue can do to answer this, right? Like, the best way for Rogue to try and play this would have been to, give up Dragon, go and start up Baron, so then you draw Fnatic into, right? Then you get that front-to-back fight because there's no vision control established for Fnatic in the top side. But Humanoid just pops the Destiny and like, all right, cool, yeah, you're not anywhere near us. Yeah, we're just going to peace off. We're going to go push in top side, make sure that we're consistently getting these waves into your side of the map, and we can ping-pong these back. It's just that very quickly the board that Rogue are playing on is getting shorter and shorter.
Cutting corners off the chessboard, losing pieces by the moment, and Fnatic very willing to capture any unit that they can find. 3 items as well on Humanoids. He's doing his best James Bond impression, 007, his scoreline right now. And of course, Twisted Fate does have some damage, you know, he provides something in terms of DPS to the team, but most it's just about getting those stun cards out and getting the pick potential from the Destiny. It's working out well, especially when you have a second AP carry in the form of Diana.
Yeah, it just means that you can't really go for just pure armor on the side of Rogue, which would have been super nice. We'll see Malrang going towards it, right? I think the death stance that we see a lot of the times coming through second items for the Zinzao works when you're ahead. I definitely prefer something like the Randuin's Omen when you're behind, just because the death stance, like, you don't get the resets when you're behind in fights to try and get rid of the passive bleed, and you just can't make as much use out of the item in general. So definitely the Randuin's Omen going to be good against a very fed Aphelios, as Rogue try and battle for vision on this top side.
Right, Hylissang's trying to battle for a fight. He lands the hook. Odoamne forces him away. Hylissang down to about 60% HP. Rogue will retreat, but their vision is being culled before their eyes. More fog for them to walk into and comp. He's got a little bit of healing in his back pocket, so he shouldn't worry too much about that poke coming out from Wunder, but it is indicative of how much damage this Fnatic lineup can do.
And they're just going to steal away this entire bot side. So now Rogue, even though it's kind of been an even trade back and forth, still losing out. You're going to have Wunder now start to push in on this bot lane. Odo will answer, but Fnatic again dipping into that fog of war. Odo can't step up to try and contest the wave because he doesn't know where Humanoid is. Humanoid can just join Wunder at any moment in time in this bot side, and 2v1 isn't very pretty for the Graves. So now again, Rogue take a step back. They're giving more room to Fnatic, and as Fnatic get the faster reset here, they're going to be able to get vision on this top side again.
It feels very much like it's a waiting game for the next dragon. Yeah. Like, because you say to Rogue, okay, cool, we can set up vision around the Baron because you're not willing to fight us, which makes sense because you're so far behind. If we wait 2 minutes, we now have control of the topside river because you haven't been there for 3 minutes. And we have control of the bot side river where we're fighting for Hextech Soul, and you're only fighting for your second dragon of the game.
Now, if Rogue ever find that fight, though, bloody hell. Like, you've got 2 items already on this Orianna, 3 items on this Jinx. If they find that fight, they hurt like crazy. It's just a case of trying to get that.
Humanoid. There is the Sun card locked in. Malrang pops the Crescent Guard. Razzle dives forward. The question is, can Rogue delay this fight long enough? You got the ultimate out of the Xin Zhao. Fnatic unwilling to step further forward. Odoamne is now joined up with the team. Larson off towards the top side will try and push out that wave. It looks like Fnatic now moving down towards the bottom side, setting up control around this Hextech Soul that we will be spawning in about a minute's time.
And it becomes even harder for Rogue to try and find these fights if this Hextech Soul goes across. Slows on the auto attack, I mean, it's even more difficult for Malrang to try and find these engages. And again, that's their only real engage tool here on Rogue. Like, Malrang going in with the Wind Becomes Lightning and then the Audacious Charge, or Larson finding some miracle shockwave. That is your 2 options here as Rogue, unless Fnatic just send it on a wing and a prayer.
It's a tough tightrope to walk for Rogue. Bounty's still available to them, of course. Not too consequential right now. It's a little bit of extra gold. Malrang's actually taking the Hextech Gate forward here, trying to get some vision into the Fnatic jungle. Looks like we're going to start to see resets coming out. Odoamne TP's back in, as does Larson. Larson still only sitting on Shadow Flame and Ludens. That Shockwave can do a lot, but nowhere near as powerful as it could be at this point in the game.
again, I mean, if Rogue are willing to try and go this hard for the fight, I think Fnatic, you need to be careful. They have a massive lead, which definitely helps, but you do have to be careful your main carries aren't getting picked off or hit by this shockwave.
And the issue is, as Rogue, you're walking into first Darkness, secondly, into a choke point against the Diana, against the Twisted Fate, and against the Jace. Like, the poke is absurd from Fnatic. Upset's going to put a little turret across the wall. Hextech started up the damage onto Odoamne, and comp is sizable. Moonlight Vigil dodged back. Larson stepping in. Madman going forward as well. Has the ball on him. There's a blast cone for Odoamne. He wants to get into the back of that fight, but look at the damage onto Larson. Humanoid once again, the front line. Odoamne stepping in. Blast cones away. Hextech down to about 3,000. Madman dives onto the back. Razzle's on a killing spree though, and he takes 2 out. Comp has to try and survive, but he can do nothing as the Destiny finds him. Larson exhausted. Fnatic rout Rogue in the bottom side river. They claim the soul. They claim 5 kills, and they lose nothing for it.
And they can even turn over towards the Baron as well. Fnatic are outpacing Rogue every step of the way, and they say, screw it, we don't care about the Baron, we can look at the base instead.
Tick, tick, time's up. It's unspeakable violence from Fnatic once again. And the team that has developed across the course of spring now look like the strongest team in the league. They are challenging Rogue for that first place, unwilling to settle for second. Fnatic clean up the kills, and they will take their 10th win of spring.
And with that, Fnatic locking themselves in for playoffs as well. And what a way to do it. That was complete control from start to finish. Entirely different from the first game we saw between these two teams.
Just domination from Fnatic, as you say. Last time it was even until about 25 minutes, and then Rogue skyrocketed. Here it was more like 20 minutes, 18 minutes, and Fnatic just started to roll away with the game. It was a battle of 2 Fed 80 carries, and in the end, it was Upset and Fnatic who came out on top.
And you can see the game plan coming through, right? Let's try and get Upset that control. Humanoid doing a wonderful job once more in this TF. He's just been insane on it.
He really has. Your key player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. Razzle, Humanoid, and Hylissang, all viable options. I always love it when Hylissang plays someone that can be aggressive, which is, you know, all the time, because you just flash forward hooks. It's the hang effect, man. Like, you guys have Hang, we have Hylissang. They're going to meet at Worlds, hopefully.
It'd be sick, and especially since, you know, both these guys just consider Flash, you know, a regular ability. It's just they're going to use it anyway.
It's just like QWER, isn't it? And after the break, we'll look closer at Fnatic's win, but first, let's listen to Wanna Give You Love by DTE, the Warner Song of the Week, available on the official LEC playlist on Spotify.
Chasing me, staring at my phone. I wanna give you love, 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 love. I wanna give you love, 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 love. Why you're hurting me, cursing me, thought we had it all. You poisoned me, came for me like an animal. I wanna give you love, 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 love. I wanna give you love, 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 love. If you're loving me, wanting me, why you gotta go? Your melodies chasing me, staring at my phone. I wanna give you love, 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 love. I wanna give you love, 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 love. Why you're hurting me, cursing me, thought we had it all. You poisoned me, came for me like an animal. I wanna give you love, 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 love. I wanna give you love, 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 love. I wanna gotta go. Your melody's chasing me, staring at my phone. I wanna give you la 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 la. I wanna give you la 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 la. Why you're hurting me, cursing me, thought we had it all. You poisoned me, came for me like an animal. I wanna give you la 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 la. I wanna give you la 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 la. If you're loving me, wanting me, why you gotta go? Your melody's chasing me, staring at my phone. I wanna give you la 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 la. I wanna give you la 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 la. Why you're hurting me, cursing me, thought we had it all. You poisoned me, came for me like an animal. I wanna give you la 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 la. I wanna give you la 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 la. I wanna give you la 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 la. I wanna give you la 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 la.
Back to the LEC, where Fnatic have locked their spot in playoffs, and we are joined by their mid laner, Humanoid. Congratulations, Humanoid.
Thank you.
Really awesome and fun game to watch, and I think a pretty convincing one, Nymira, also from the side of Fnatic. So let's talk about a couple of things. I think starting with the draft. How happy were you with how Fnatic came out of this draft, Humanoid?
I mean, I think our draft was pretty hard winning since, yeah, they didn't really have any engage against our Jason TF long-range poke. So I was really happy with the draft, and I think, yeah, I didn't really see any way for them to win.
Yeah, so I guess my take on this was that, you know, like that obviously you were playing the TF, which has been nerfed a little bit. Your early laning phase was still okay because it was versus an Orianna, but your options might have been a little bit limited if Rogue managed to rotate there in the correct way. Do you feel like you just had a better sense of the macro and the rotations in that game, or was it? Do you think it just was competitive?
I think for sure we out-rotated them a lot in the mid-game. It seemed like they didn't really know what to do, and yeah, we just made sure that there's no like fights where it's not 5v5, because we knew that in a 5v5 there's no way we win. I mean, there's no way we lose. So yeah, that was our main focus.
Of course, the TF is a comfort pick for you, very much so. And even with the nerfs that was first locked in, obviously TF still offers a lot of tools that are extremely, extremely handy. Why do you think you still gravitate towards it? And what is it that makes TF so valuable specifically for Fnatic?
I think the nerfs for TF didn't really do that much. The wave clear didn't change with the Q nerf, and the only thing that changed is the 10% attack speed. So other than that, it's basically the same champion as before. So it's for sure still very strong. And if you can draft like the long range ADCs with it, like Aphelios Jinx, and also the long range, you know, like Jace, then this champion is really strong because you can always follow up on the gold car. And then it's really hard for enemy if they don't have engaged to play the game.
I like that, because we quickly were like, oh, this champion is nerfed, we're never going to see it again, but you got to read the patch notes. Nymira, we saw what we expected out of Fnatic, I think, before the game even started, which was a lot of focus on that early game and a lot of focus on that bot lane.
Very much so. And of course, we saw Hilly getting right in there involved again. And I think that even on something like the Nautilus, which is a little bit more difficult when you start falling behind, he kind of showed no fear, as we've come to know from this player. And it's great to see him again just retaining that mentality as he always has done.
Humanoid, in this case specifically, can you talk to me about this fight?
So I think this fight was just them starting a dragon when they shouldn't really be in a position to start it. And yeah, even though the fight was pretty close, I think we had a really advantageous position to fight, since yeah, our champions were just stronger at that point of time.
But it's really interesting that you say that, because you're talking about how Rogue had a lack of engage, and actually a lot of the ways that you can play out a lack of engage is by saying, well, we'll just start an objective and let them come into us. Do you still think it was a mistake even despite that?
I think in this case, since you do the Drake so early, you will lose a lot of HP for it. So it's really hard to fight unless you have like winning lanes, and the lane state was pretty even at that point. So I think starting Drake at that point was not really too good for them.
Do you feel like Rogue has made in this game, but also in general, it's hard to put, because I don't want to put Rogue down because they're, you know, in the fight for first together with you guys. But do you find you have an easier time predicting what they're going to do in the mid game and thus beating them in this game?
Yeah, I think for sure. I've always felt like that against Rogue, even last year, that once you start playing the mid game slow and don't really do random fights, then they will just run into you and die because they don't really know how to play it. So that's, I guess, it didn't really change from last year. So I would say that we for sure have the number in the macro department.
Definitely looks like it. The Kia player of the game was Razork. I'd love to know how you think things have been going in terms of the mid-jungle synergy in your team.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been going pretty well since we've been winning pretty convincingly in the last few weeks, I guess. So yeah, for sure, we have been doing great. And even though he might have missed a few Diana ults last week, I think this week he managed to hit all of them. So yeah, it's way better.
Okay, so I think one of the things which impresses me about you as a player is how you can kind of succeed even when you're not given that jungle attention. Obviously, you're starting to really link up well with the mid-jungle synergy, as Shox was saying. But is there another mid-jungle that you're actually afraid of at this point, or is it just another walk in the park?
I don't think I'm particularly afraid of anyone. I don't really think there's like one mid-jungle that's like far above everyone else. I think the top 3, top 4 are pretty close to each other. So I wouldn't really say there's like one duo that I'm afraid of.
Thank you so much for your insight on this match. And we're also going to keep you around for a little bit to talk about our next one. That's our last game of the day. Misfits whoa, oh my God. Misfits versus G2
like a Batman transition.
That was crazy. And oh, Jesus. Flacket is just... these guys are so funny.
He's found his Kled bicycle.
He has found his bicycle. Oh my God, he just said it about Romad. That's so funny. Anyways, Humanoid, this is a huge matchup. Misfits has actually been playing extremely well, is also fighting to get into even the #1 spot in the standings. And G2 obviously has been revamped coming into this year. What can you tell me about the mid laners in, you know, how they've been playing this year? Because you've been playing against them, VTO and Caps.
Yeah, I think VTO for sure is really strong. I think even last year as a rookie he was doing really well, and yeah, as his second year in LEC, he's just improving pretty fast, and I think he will become a top player in no time. And Caps, of course, has been on the top for a while, so I think this mid lane matchup will be the most important in this game for sure.
Yeah, and obviously he's been playing different champions too to kind of allow him to fight earlier and earlier into the game. Stuff like he's playing at Sylas, and a lot of people have really struggled to put that onto the table for various reasons. But I think what's also kind of propping that up is the fact that actually the rest of the team is, particularly jungle support, started to sort out their early game. I think Mercer and Zlatan had very difficult early split. They've started to step that up, and the fact that that's all working in tandem now has kind of shot them up the standings.
Definitely. So for Misfits, Humanoid, when they get to the playoffs in terms of Misfits and G2, at this point in time, how many marks would you give them in terms of the best of 5s? Do you think they're both well-rounded enough teams to make it far once they get there?
I think they can for sure make it far. I think both of them are pretty strong, and I would say that they are pretty close to each other in terms of skill. So if there was a best of 5 between them, I would still say that G2 has the edge, but I would say it's like a 60% to 40 for Misfits. Yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah, and the reason that I would actually side with that too, and actually maybe even a little bit heavier towards G2, is because they had some really good impact towards their top side of the map. Here it has been great when the eye has been drawn away from that and it isolates the top lane, but when he's not been given resources and the enemy team have put that up there, I've been a little bit worried for Hirat when he's played weak side.
Even though I think we talked about it also at the top of the day, and Nymera, we talk so much about VTO. It's also the narrative, you know, we love talking about him. But when you do look at their damage profile and about the jobs that have to be done, Hirat is also stepping in. Neon, who we almost never really talk about, is also doing that.
He has nice drinks.
Exactly. Do you think that triple threat is something that we can expect more of going forward?
It gives them more variety than we saw in the first half of the split from them, and variety means a lot for best of fives. Obviously, we're not at that state right now, but it does give them that extra flexibility to kind of take on all comers, whereas sometimes you have some bad stylistic matchups. So, for instance, in this game, maybe they can go a bit more towards top side, help out Hirat a bit more. I mean, obviously, we're yet to see the draft and things like that, but having that ability to kind of go towards whoever kind of puts their hands up to be a carry is very important.
Then on the side of G2, if I can lure you into a prediction, Humanoid, who's going to win, Misfits or G2, and why?
Yeah, I think G2 is going to win, but it's going to be close. I think G2 just is really good at playing around the top side, and Misfits hasn't really shown that much play around the top side. So I think if G2 plays their normal game, they should be able to win around top and snowball it from there.
Okay, that almost limitless
a normal
trust
game
in G2 in that game. Do you agree?
I mean, the key there is normal game. We haven't seen too many of them here over the last couple of weeks.
That's true.
Week 5 kind of
Especially
just broke
today.
us, and
Yeah.
then today again. I really like what Misfits have been showing recently. I think today, they're coming with a little bit better form, and G2 for me need to stabilize once more.
I think we have a bit of a delay, which is
Ooh, more talking time. Lovely.
Let's see. Humanoid, what have you thought about kind of the shifts in draft priority coming into this new patch? And do you think generally you've had to change a lot over the last 2 patches? And is there more room to be pushed out of your comfort zone, or is it kind of business as usual?
I feel like with the patches, they are not really changing anything impactful. Usually, there's maybe like one champion that is played in pro play that gets nerfed, but that's basically it. The meta is almost the same for a while. The only big change was the fighter items that were changed. So yeah, that was the only change. That doesn't really affect me since I don't really play them on mid lane. But yeah, for me, I think the mid meta is like pretty stale.
I mean, at least we don't see Corki now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty stale. Well, you're still picking TF, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's really boring. Riot should really nerf it a bit more. But yeah, I mean, it's the mid lane meta should just get changed. I've been saying this for a long time. I still believe it, and yeah, maybe someone will listen to me.
Yeah, I know you've been shouting it for a little while. But thank you so much, Humanoid, for talking to us. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
And now we'll head over to our casters and with the informational nugget that Misfits would lock playoffs with a win here. So Dagda and Medic, what do you think about that?
Yes, I think it's correct, Shox. 100% agree with you. I will say, Humanoid needs to be careful what he wishes for. Because last time we saw a big mid lane shift, it was Lulu Karma mid, and it was just Ardent.
That is true, yeah.
So, like, Humanoid, if you want to play Enchanters the whole time, like, we can organize that for you. We'll set that up for you. But now we are moving into our next game of the day, Misfits versus G2. As Shox so eloquently put, if Misfits win this, they lock playoffs alongside Fnatic and Rogue, and probably really push themselves into that top 4 position, which gives you double elimination coming into our playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not surprising, right? Misfits have looked really, really good, especially when it comes towards team fights. Like, this team has kind of been a bit unstoppable, so I'm excited to see what they can do.
Yep, they do struggle in the early game, though. We'll see if they do that again today as we line up for G2 versus Misfits. Let's get on into the draft as we see Jankos' wonderful face. I will say he's been surprisingly quiet. Have you been here when Jankos is in the studio?
I haven't been here when anyone's in the studio.
Okay, well, with Jankos, imagine there's an oncoming storm.
Okay.
And you hear it rumbling for a while, and then it's thunder, it's lightning, there's cracks next to you. He is the loudest person I've ever heard, and I'm a shoutcast.
I'm ready. I mean, he's over there, so I'm just waiting for him to completely
through your
distract me.
headset.
Yeah.
Trust me. For now, though, a little bit subdued, perhaps looking to see if they can take down their rivals, Misfits. Here we are with G2 on the blue side, Misfits on the red. Lee Sin ban to kick us off here. That is Zlatan's most played so far in Spring and Twisted Fate by Misfits.
Yeah, and you imagine like Zeri and stuff is going to come in as right side bans as well, right? This has kind of been the bog standard play that we've seen, and maybe you kind of slide in something like a Xin Zhao or something into that. The Jace ban away here as well. Rise taken off the board, so definitely looking towards those mid laners that can try and roam around the map and get active, and I think that makes sense, right? Especially when you're playing against G2. Caps likes to try and play off in those side lanes, and for Video as well, you want to try and force them into team fights. That's where you're strong.
Yeah, we're now in an interesting position though with this Aphelios ban. Misfits, Zeri and Jinx left open. If you ban one, you give away the other, right? But if you don't ban either, G2 get to pick which of those strong bot laners they want. Of course, Zeri can be flexed towards the mid lane as well. We have seen that a few times, but I wonder if Misfits will decide, well, we'll leave both Jinx and Zeri open and take away the Hecarim ourselves.
Okay, yeah, so I personally would prefer the Jinx here. I think she's just insanely strong, and it looks like G2 agree, and for Flack and Targamas, they'll be totally fine. And now for Neon and Mercer, right, you expect the Zeri to come through. The question for me, though, is what do you want to try and pair with it? Because we've seen a lot of things like Yuumi come in, for example, and kind of playing off the passive that Zeri has, that she gets more shields and can do all that good jazz. But you probably want to stay and wait, see what G2 are planning here, because you can always go towards something like the Thresh, and then you're kind of in a bit of a pickle when you want to be Zeri and roaming around, and suddenly you're getting a lot of pressure from Jankos with that Thresh in the bot side as well.
Yeah, especially if you want to shore up some of Zeri's weaker damage in the early game, and Enchanter works really well there, but Misfits have the option to go jungle pick here, then leave 2-3 on blue side for G2, and then decide, do we go mid, do we go support for that third pick on the red side? They do that, Xin Zhao locked in, and now G2 have the pick of the litter.
Yeah, I like something like a volley bear here coming through for Jankos. Like, when I see things like the Jinx that can tend to get some push in the bot side, I like seeing volley because you can go for these dives, you can try and play off the fact that you have that push, and especially if you end up with a favorable matchup for Caps in that mid lane, that becomes even easier. But we're just going to see Jankos go back towards the Viego and an insta-lock at the Ahri as well. So, I mean, I've mixed feelings on Ahri. I'm very sorry, Nightmare.
I mean, Caps has some pretty happy feelings about it.
Because I'm just like, I've seen it where we go for the Everfrost build, which I wasn't really expecting to come through, and you kind of use the Ahri as your solo engage tool, which I'm not a fan of. So I'd rather see like a bit more engage come through on G2 esports side. But now the problem is you can go towards that Yuumi on Misfits side, then you ban away supports here like the Nautilus, the Leonas, and suddenly you're kind of missing that big engage tool in G2 esports, and you're stuck in that position where you're an Everfrost Ahri trying to fish for engages.
Totally agree with you there. I think Misfits get rid of some of those engaged supports in the bottom lane, gives you a very safe lane. Yuumi Xin Zhao, a great combination as well if Zlatan is able to get ahead on that pick. The only problem is Thresh, Leona, and Nautilus are still available, so Misfits can only get rid of 2 of those. I honestly think you probably leave open the Thresh. You get rid of the Leona. Thresh has less pick potential in the bottom lane, especially into a Zeri who can just dodge away.
Yeah, it's really hard to try and lock her down. But I think as well, like, if you're looking at what Misfits have set up for right now, chances are they're going for some sort of dive composition. That's traditionally what we've seen Zeri with, and kind of the Xin Zhao as well. So we're probably looking like things like the Gnar in the top side for here and these kind of styles, which Thresh can do really well against, where you're able to try and flay them out, have that dark passage to make sure you can keep your team safe. So maybe when we look at G2 esports, they may actually just opt in to go for, hey, we're going to go for a very peel-oriented composition, right? Ahri can keep herself relatively safe, take that Thresh as well, and then if you're looking in the top side for Broken Blade, that's where the question starts to come into play about exactly what you'd go for there, but you're going to have to pick something blind, so maybe you just go back towards the Graves that we see so often.
You could go for something like the Graves Broken Blade. Well, he's not going to be able to get it as Graves is banned away. I was wondering if G2 might totally switch up the usual playstyle for Broken Blade in the top lane and look for something like a Gragas or even an Ornn if you want that sort of longer range engage. Does provide you a little bit of disengage as well. G2 though still have their final ban, could try and continue to lock down mid laners. VTO has probably been the shining light of Misfits so far. We've seen him play well on the Corki, on the Silas, on the Yasuo, on the LeBlanc, so it's hard to totally shut him down, but they have taken away his Victor and his Silas.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard here when you're kind of looking. Like, I mean, the one that stands out to me is Vex, right? Oftentimes when you look at these kind of dive-orientated comps, it is the Vex that we get for the mid lane. It can do relatively well against the Ahri because she has all those dashes, but Ahri does get the push in the early stages because her Q deals more damage, and it means that you've actually got basically a similar mana. It's about 70 mana per Q cost on either side, so you end up having to invest more on the Vex to go through, but there is that Gwen.
So Gwen for top lane, relatively safe blind, especially with the Graves banned away. Now, is this Zeri mid? Because leaving mid lane for last pick here doesn't really make too much sense. Why would you blind pick your top laner when you still have the option of picking into the Ahri.
So I'd be surprised if it was, because the only champion to kind of go, oh, you know, you got the Yuumi there, would be Ezreal.
Yeah.
And you end up with a lot of push in the bot side. It's somewhere you can play around. And yes, you hit a very strong mid-game spike. I just feel like you're kind of lacking them when it comes towards the ability to play a lot of these fights.
It's definitely possible Misfits just wanted a little bit more time to think about their mid laner as well. It's just often when you see something picked blind when it doesn't need to be, there's something a little bit fishy going on in that draft. And that Yuumi, she can catch a fish from anywhere on the map. So as a cat, it's a good joke. You get the good joke. Anyway, Tryndamere and Pyke locked in here for G2. And now Misfits are looking for their mid laner. Akali will be the lock for PTO.
And Tryndamere coming through on the opposite side. So, I mean, you've got strong split push coming through for G2 with Broken Blade on that top side. And you've got the opportunity now to look for picks with the Ahri and the Pyke as well. Super strong. And, I mean, we are seeing Viego and Pyke more and more often because you make it very easy for Viego to get these resets and fights. So, you've got a lot of opportunities as G2 to kind of play team fights, look for picks, play side lane. I really like that they've kind of hit an all-rounder here. Whereas on Misfits side, you're still looking at a very strong 1-3-1 with both the Akali and the Gwen on side lanes. Zeri as well, kind of feeding into a lot of the short-range kind of dive aspects that Misfits have for their team fighting style.
Both these teams battling near the top of the table, of course. With Rogue and Fnatic having already locked their spots, Misfits looking to do the same with a win here. G2 have actually had a relatively strong spring split. After a lot of people doubted the changes they made, you know, bringing in Flakked, bringing in Broken Blade, bringing in Targamas, a lot of people thought this would be more rebuilding for G2. And yes, it is not the 29 G2 that exploded on the world scene, but they have had a very strong performance, especially when you compare them to other teams that made changes, like the Mad Lions, who are struggling and really need to win every game to make it into playoffs. Misfits, though, probably the surprise of the top of the table. Generally, I don't think people thought that they would be this far up in contention if you looked at them just at the start of the season. For now, though, we have one game in front of us. Talk less about the playoffs, more about the game at hand. G2 versus Misfits up next. And on we go to Summoner's Rift. As you said, Dagda, G2 with a strong composition that can do many things. Misfits, on the other hand, have a little bit less of a fewer options for themselves in the game, but they still have a composition that works very well together.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have kind of talked extensively. I like this MC Hammer frontline where you got the Can't Touch Me, the Gwen, and the Zinzao. I think it works super, super well, especially when you're against the Jinx. Because how the hell does Jinx actually get into the fight, right? Like, you try to play up, you end up getting separated from your team because, well, or at least from separated from trying to do the damage because you've got two people that are invulnerable in front of you. You can't do anything. If you try and play into the range, you're only just setting yourself up for disaster, especially when you're looking towards like Video being in the mix, Mercy being able to do that. So it's one of the biggest counters we've actually seen to this Jinx in the bottom lane.
And we'll see how that goes, how that plays out as the game goes on. I do want to note that Neon here placed a ward in that bottom lane bush and then went back and got himself a sweeper. Usually we see this either from the junglers or from the supports on an AD carry. I guess with Yuumi being on you so often, it doesn't really matter which one of you has the sweeper and which one of you has the ward.
It's odd. Oh, hang on. I'm going to hold on to this point because Schlatter.
He's doing his red buff right now. Jankos and Broken Blade show. Broken Blade spins in. Ward goes down from Schlatan. No one really here to answer too quickly. You can see Hirit trying to get his way down here from the top lane. Broken Blade build up just that little bit of fury, getting a bit angry as he forces Hirit away. And Jankos should be able to smite this one. Schlatan in the vicinity though. Jankos takes it. And now Schlatan in for a world of hurt. Has to flash away. That red buff slow flash onto the blast cone could be an option. Jankos doesn't want to chase him. Zlatan holds on to his summoner.
I mean, Jankos gets everything he wants here, right? You get the folk camp and you get the Raptors. Now you can very easily move over to your bot side, and Zlatan would love to try and invade bot, but you've got push bot in lane, you've got push in mid, you're getting damage done to Neon. Like, you just can't really fight back here, Zlatan. Great early game from G2.
Neon here trying to trade back onto Targamas, who did land a bone skewer, but Jankos actually going for another invade here. Neon has to try and get away from this one. Mercer just tanks it up. Oh, that's not what you want to do. This is so good for G2. Jankos forcing Zlatan away. He does still have the flash and will escape, but it's just disaster all over the map for Misfits.
And especially when you're looking at these two teams trying to battle for the top of the table, it's not the start you want, Misfits. Now you've got an advantage already for the bot side. Jankos is just going to live in your jungle, and all that Jankos has to do is stop Zlatan interacting with his lanes. Like, you've winning top, winning bot, and winning mid. If Jankos just stops Zlatan from existing, G2 can win through their lanes.
I mean, Zlatan has taken his wolves and his Crux, and he has no jungle left. Bone Skewer available. Neon has no flash, but can just dash away. Caps here. Charm connects, but just to force that Zeri away from the bottom side wave.
And this was something I wanted to touch on when I saw a video going for the Akali, right? As I may not get a chance in this game, but
is disgusting.
Video is the main kill participant for Misfits, right? When we look at this guy, he is the one that you want to be trying to set up for success. You can see here, 75% kill participation. All good things in Misfits flow from this guy. He's not an Akali.
Yep.
You're not going to get out of lane in this scenario. And yes, all those numbers are very, very nice, but they're going to probably be taking a hit with the matchup that you have right now.
Well, that kill participation hasn't yet, because Misfits haven't yet got a kill. However, they have got about a 5 to 6 CS difference in that bottom lane. They burnt through all of their summoners apart from Neon's Cleanse. And Caps was even able to roam away from this lane. VTO still unable to catch him in terms of total CS. G2 off to a stormer of a start.
And the reason that I want to kind of look and go, right, like, why is it okay for Jankos to, well, obviously have a big CS lead, but kind of giving up a lot of his jungle to play in on the opposite side? Because if you stop Zlatan interacting, like, Caps would just push mid all day, be able to poke away at the turret. He can go for roams like we just saw, help Flacken and Targamas get ahead. Broken Blade's going to build Hullbreaker. AP damage does nothing against that cannon minion. And you look at the two solo laners around Misfits side, they're both AP. Like, as soon as Broken Blade gets that Hullbreaker, he just wins the side lane automatically, and becomes really difficult then for Misfits to try and play against both Broken Blade in the good matchup and trying to manage the team fight that G2 can go for, even the pick potential that they have when they establish vision control in Misfits side.
So for everyone that's wondering why Hullbreaker matters for minions, because a lot of people don't know the second part of the passive. Basically, when you have Hullbreaker, nearby large minions, so cannon minions and super minions, gain 60 to 135 armor and magic resist. It's very difficult to kill something that has 60 to 135 armor to magic resist extra on top of its usual stats. It becomes very challenging, as you say, for VTO and Hibit to do anything about it. Broken Blade here stepping forward, just wants to get this wave shoved in so he can get a recall off. And across the board, G2 out to very strong leads. This Zeri pick, once again, struggling a little bit in the bottom lane as Neon and Mercer have been forced behind.
And I'd love to see Jankos kind of like power through the fact that he's winning here, right? Like, start to pick up these early dragons. You already have a pretty big advantage just by the, well, the CS numbers, the experience numbers. So taking a bit of that time to start going for these dragons is going to set you too far behind. But it looks like Jankos may just be looking for mid and trying to put a little bit more hurt onto Zlatan as he's in this top side, but just going to cross over to the bot lane instead.
And can work his way down towards that Hextech Drake if he so desires. A very strong start, as we say, for G2. And it's actually, this playing around bot side is something we've seen more from G2 in the second half of the season. Now, I'm just going to wait to see if Jankos does anything. I see he's on the grump. It doesn't look like he's going to go for a play. I'm going to give you guys a lot of numbers. And I apologize for this plethora of numbers. As Caps moves down, I'm not going to give you guys any numbers. The only numbers that matter are the numbers advantage.
He saved us.
He did. He really did. The only number that matters is the numbers advantage that G2 have. Now, that ward will be spotted by the control ward, which means they know that Caps is in the area. Targamas diving underneath the tower. The plates fall. Caps with the charm will connect. Zap goes in as well, but the heal from the zoomies from Yuumi will be enough to keep Neon topped up underneath that turret.
Yeah, G2 though still, I mean, you're not losing a huge amount for this. The wave still hasn't been crashed in mid, so Caps is just going to run back and get that. Broken Blade now behind Heroes.
He has the Undying range, can just pop that ultimate. He's a very angry man in that top lane, and he brings down That almighty sword. Broken Blade with a solo kill in the top lane, and here it just didn't expect the damage.
And I love and hate that we're seeing Tryndamere more because, I mean, Tryndamere just as a champion infuriates me. But it is so cool to see this champion coming out. There's a lot of answers to the big meta top laners that we're seeing, right? Like the Graves, the Gwens, even the Jaces in some scenarios. And you can see the results, right? You just don't have the opportunity to really fight back against this guy. And now he takes over your side lane. You've already died once. You're sure going to die twice with no ghost up and no real way to escape away from an angry Tryndamere as heroes.
Here it comes in to catch the mid lane wave, TPing in there because VTO had worked his way up towards the top side. And I was going to do all these numbers, Dagda, but I've decided not to. I'll be honest, because I think there are more pertinent things to be talking about right now. And that is the fact that Zlatan has half of Jankos' CS. He's at 32 to 56. Jankos is already level 6. Zlatan only just ticked over to level 5. Targamas has been all over the map. There's a 15 CS lead for Blackhead in the bottom lane. There's an 8 CS lead for Caps in the mid lane. Broken Blade just got a solo kill. And in all honesty, what looked like a battle at the top of the table is incredibly one-sided.
It's not even close. And G2 now, like, you're only going to add to this. Rift Herald now going to be picked up. Vision control is already being established in the topside jungle. And with Targamas and Jankos linking up like this, they're going to be able to find these picks very easily to get this game snowballing. And what I wanted to go back to was, you know, when we talked about in the early stages that we had the sweeper that was going to be picked up by Neon, right? Usually Mersa is the one that picks it up because he's going to join with Zlatan, right? He's going to be situated on top of Zlatan, and this support jungle combo is so difficult to deal with in the early stages. The skirmishes are so strong. You can't leave bot lane anymore.
Zlatan can't even walk into his own jungle. Rift Herald available here as Hirit is forced underneath his tower by Broken Blade, who has that ultimate once again. Jankos just doesn't want Zlatan to enjoy this game of League of Legends. Caps on the roam, needlework from Hirit, but Broken Blade, once again, unkillable under his tower. Hirit falls for the second time in the game, and Jankos doesn't even deign to put down the Herald as of yet. May look for the second tower plate before he decides to put that down. Targamas now roaming again. And all this time, Flack has been left on an island by his support, but it really doesn't matter. He's in a good position to farm up. Zlatan now going to push into Jankos and Broken Blade, who will try and chip away at this tower. They want that extra plate before the Rift Tower charges in. They will get it. And then with the Rift Tower charging in, that will be about 2.5 plates worth of damage. They won't be able to quite finish off the tower. But at the 10-minute mark, or 9.5, they are 3,000 gold ahead, Dagda.
And this is why I wasn't I was kind of calling for like the Vex in the draft for Misfits, right? When you have something that can actually push against Caps, makes things a hell of a lot easier. You're not losing out with Caps already roaming bot side. Maybe you can find windows around your resets to get some plays down to the bot lane, but with Video in the position that he's in, he's just getting shoved in constantly. He can't move, and Targamas is looking for more.
But look at where Caps is as well. Final chapter comes out, but the book is all but written on this game. 2 more kills, 1 to Caps, 1 to Blackhead. 5-0 now the score, and it is not pretty to watch, in all honesty. It is dirty League of Legends here by G2 as they continue to just shut down any hope Misfits have in this game.
So we don't have the Vex, but it's still doomed, which is, you know, a nice back and forth, because Misfits, it's really not looking so hot.
There's no doom, but there's a lot of gloom for Misfits right now.
I mean, you can see here, right? Caps, again, we just said he's totally free. Just shove in that mid wave, start to look for roams, and he doesn't even have to go bot here. This is just like the icing on the cake for Flacken and Targamas, who are already ahead. He can at any point in time, as he saw, go top as well, make sure that Broken Blade's fine, here it's dead.
Yep.
And now they're going to take the tower, and then they'll start to move forward from that. You don't even need Jankos in this equation. This is just the lanes and the advantages that these picks have, and especially when you're on red side for Misfits, right? Ending up in 3 losing lanes, it's not the best signs for your draft.
Not at all. Misfits really struggling here as G2 continues to put the pedal to the metal. Metal, that's the one I was looking for. Always seems to rhyme in my head. VTO, though, trying to chase down Broken Blade. Knows he doesn't have ultimate, but he just can't get in range. 5-point strike goes in the wrong direction as Broken Blade wasn't Alcove Gaming. And this is... It is domination not only from Jankos in the early game, but also from Caps with these roams, and from the new players from G2, from Flack and Targamas. Targamas especially, he's had a very good season, but his ability to move around the map and read the map has really paid off for G2 so far in this game. Now, it's not all over and done, but when the enemy team has 30% of your gold on top, it is pretty all over and done. Zlatan trying to get away here, can't escape Jankos underneath the tower. Jankos will fall as VTO takes him down. 7-1 the scoreline. Misfits think back to memories of Brazil as they are on the losing side of this match.
For G2 as well, to get a little bit funky with it. Still have to be careful though, right? Because if you end up giving a whole bunch of kills over into this mid lane, probably not the best of ideas. Like,
sure,
Video has been a monster for Misfits, and you still do need to close this game out. So you are trading 1 for 1. It's a bit crazy that they're diving tier 2s, but maybe pump the brakes a little bit, G2. You're not fully completed this game just yet.
Targamas is looking to keep the pace rolling, misses the hook. Neon does still have flash, so would have been able to escape if that hook had been on its way to a destination. But, for the moment, what we expect is just G2 to continue the pressure here. They haven't actually taken that first dragon. No. I will note they haven't pushed towards an early soul, but what they have done is just keep finding Schlattern out of position, making picks, making catches, and moving very well around the map.
And it's just about compounding your advantages for me, with the dragon just being there, right? Jankos doesn't... Like, Jankos farming is great and all. He's now having Broken Blade do his job for him against Schlattern.
But I mean, here it's here as well. Can they? It's 3v1. Broken Blade, you got the ult. He has a big shutdown as well. 150 extra gold to anyone that is able to kill him. Still hasn't popped the ultimate. Now he goes back in. And they're going to try and wait him out, but he is not quite able to find the final shot onto him. It shut down onto the Akali, and you said it. You don't want to give this Akali too much gold.
That was a lot closer than I expected, though. Yep. I didn't think that he was actually going to manage to get that much damage down. But
also without his summoners in that situation.
Which doesn't bode well. However, G2, with the response that you have from Misfits on that top side, will get the bot lane turret, so at least Jinx is getting ahead. Now they're turning over towards this dragon on the bottom side as well, so they are starting to compound this. And this is where all you want to do is try and like force Misfits into uncomfortable situations where at the mid game point, mid to late game, you gotta decide: do we deal with Broken Blade in a side lane where he's taking our tier 2s, tier 3s, or do we end up going for these dragon contests?
Broken Blade actually deciding against going for Hullbreaker. Schlattern trading here onto Caps. Caps still has the ultimate. Crescent Guard comes out. Caps pops a stopwatch and decides to go back in. Spirit Rush forward. Schlattern, no Crescent Guard left, and with the charm, he will meet his maker. X marks the spot for Targamas as he claims his first kill of the game.
And Caps is just able to Spirit Rush his way back over towards the mid lane, because with the new Ari, you get those extra Spirit Rushes the second you kill someone. So, G2 now grouped up in the mid lane with bot lane turret down. They're already in a good spot here to just shove mid, looking towards Rift Herald number 2 for themselves here on this top side. Like, it's all coming up here for G2, and Misfits still haven't really found any way to mount a defense.
Yeah, but how do you, right? You don't have great wave clear. You don't have great engage. You don't have any gold. You get hit by a charm, and Targamas like, oh, I can chase in, but the final chapter onto Blackhead. Final shot not quite enough. Targamas tanks up 2 tower shots, and he just survives as well. Neon looking to go in, but G2 dancing with death.
And there's your answer, mind control. You just make sure G2 do city stuff and stay underneath the tower. That's how you do it.
Very sleepy. Come under the tower.
It nearly worked. I mean, and the tower's still standing. Misfits nearly get 2 kills, but they are going to back away. It feels like inevitable that essentially G2 now, especially when you've got the Rift Herald there, move in towards mid, take that tier 1, and then you're looking to go, all right, well, we can use that Rift Herald on any of these tier 2s whenever we're feeling it.
As much as we're having a little bit of fun, this game obviously is important in terms of standings in the league. Misfits, if they do win somehow from this position, would claim themselves a spot in the playoffs. G2 would get themselves to 9 wins, which historically has always got you into playoffs, apart from one time for Schalke in 2018.
And look, we have seen G2 against Misfits have these really big leads that nearly end up being tossed away. The very last time these 2 teams played... Okay.
Is it worth casting that?
I was probably not. I just didn't want to make this point while he's dying. It felt a little bit unfair. And as they take mid turret, but you know, they had a struggle against Misfits last time where Misfits nearly turned around. I will say it didn't feel as one-sided as this game, but I'm fishing for anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 10,000 gold lead at the 16-minute mark is pretty insurmountable. Yeah. If my solo queue teammates lost this lead, I think I would give up on League for a while. I'll be honest here. Neon trying to get away. He will dash all the way across the wall and is able to escape. Does have that Trinity Force, but it is very clean from G2. And something we haven't always seen from them this spring is the ability to get an early lead and then take that lead and just shut the enemy team out of the game. They've been good at fighting, but not always good at closing games.
This does feel like a composition G2 would really like, though. Because when you look at the way they tend to play their mid-game, a lot of it is pick-based. Like moving in, getting vision control, looking for 1 or 2 members that are stragglers, and trying to like keep Caps in a side lane so we can always move in and get vision and look for that stall. But
oh no, Pepe Laffy doesn't know. He doesn't know! Oh, that's your Fed carry dying. Mercer.
It's a 2-for-1 deal.
Yep. Buy one, get one free, it seems, as it looks like BTO gets the double kill because it's Akali's picture, but it's actually Jankos stealing those away. 5-1 now on the Viego. The catalyst for the early game, and now he's a catalyst as well as he takes down the Cat Yuumi. Jankos stepping forward onto Neon, who can just dash the wall, but with the Rift held in the bottom. Yeah, that was really bad. I'll admit that was a bad one, but I mean, apparently there's more than one way to skin a cat, it seems. G2 have done it a few times this game so far. Rift held charging in. Sadly, no dancing Shadi this game. It will just be the inhibitor falling. I mean, I say that G2 might look for it, but it's only got 110 health left. There's the charm once again onto BTO, who is in the Twilight Shroud. Shelly gets one more charge in, and here it. By darn it! He is making sure that Misfits get 1 tower this game. He secures it in the top lane. For it, they lose 2 inhibitors, but at least they have their dignity.
I mean, sometimes it's a matter of pride, and that's all you're gonna have left, Misfits.
Is there pride in this sort of defeat? Misfits, of course, can fight back. A single win will take them to playoffs, and they're looking to try and get some kills back here. Caps forced low. Neon on the chase. VTO diving in as well, and G2. They got 2 inhibitors, but maybe they overchased. Broken Blade, though, having none of it as he dives back in. Exhausted, he will fall. Misfits find 4 kills.
But at 18 minutes, you've lost 2 inhibitors already. And I know some people are like, hey, if we do the maths, you know, you can get this all this money back off the super creeps. That's not what's going to happen this game. G2 have so much control, and Nexus Turret falls. And yes, you get Misfits kind of making this chase down, which does get some nice gold back into their pockets, but they are such a long way from finding their way back into the game. You've got Dragon now that's going to go over towards Misfits, which at least is a bit of a nice boon, but I think with G2 coming back out onto the map, trying to defend mid and bot super creeps plus the push on top is going to be so difficult.
Of course, credit to Misfits, you know, it would be easy in that situation to be like, okay, this is kind of done for. Obviously, they are not willing to give this one up without a fight, and they will continue to try and fight. But, as you say, 10,000 gold behind it is a very precarious situation for them to navigate. Super Minions pushing in, and with Baron up in about 50 seconds time, you can't even just leech that XP, let the Super Minions push into and freeze the waves, because there's objectives on the map to be had for G2.
And G2 establishing control in this top side. You can see Broken Blade is taking his spot rightfully in this bottom lane because he's just going to command those minions in towards the base. And with only a single Nexus turret, you don't really have the resources for Misfits to let those super minions get onto the Nexus. So G2 now splitting the map and doing a good job of kind of at least keeping their waves at bay here on top side until that bot wave hits.
Because who answers Broken Blade, right? There's literally no one that can deal with him right now. He is Navori Quick Blades, Kraken Slayer, Quick Cloak as well, just for those extra hard slams of his sword. Neon trying to defend here. Hydra helping him clear out the wave a little bit. Hook connects, Zap goes wide, so does the charm, but the Spirit Orb will still hit. Jankos stepping forward. Get excited. VTO dives in the final chapter. They're going to be able to take down one. Targus next on the menu as VTO takes him. Hit it. Forced onto the fountain by Broken Blade, but that Nexus Tower still remains. Misfits able to find 2 kills. They're looking for more. It's actually 3 as Broken Blade will go down as well. Caps being chased. The charm not quite hitting. Spectral Morph from Jankos gets the stun. VTO, though, healed up by this Yuumi. And G2, once again at the mercies of this Akali. They overstay, they overchase. Game over, says Mercer. A double for BTO. Akali 7-1. And Dagda. There's no flipping way. There's no way they do this.
They have no, there's no inhibitor turrets. It's really hard. Baron will help. And VDO, this was really well played, right? We talked about this guy being the standout performer for Misfits. You're seeing it on your screens right now. Dodge Duck dip diving and dodging his way through this fight from all the summoner spells, the abilities that are being tossed his way. But now, Targamas, you don't get this. But, I mean, big bounty coming off of the Baron. The Baron gold itself coming through, and you've got a whole load of kills.
Neon could get caught here, Schleiton as well. Recall is going to come out from BTO. He gets back to base, but Neon caught a little bit. Caps could chase his Spirit Rush available for him. Targamas over the wall. A possibility. Everfoss for the slow. The hook connects, and now Mercer's trying to get his way out, but the charm will land as well. And Caps was having none of it. TP's in. VTO now tries to join the party. Dives onto Caps. Blackhead next up. Targamas with a good hook. Schlatten forced off by Broken Blade. VTO will take another. Hibbit now diving in onto Blackhead. Jankos yet to join this fight. The needle works on Blackhead. Hex Drinker not enough to keep him alive. Hibbit pops the stopwatch. Broken Blade has already used his ultimate. Hibbit's trying to survive the healing from Gwen is absurd, but not enough. And now Jankos and Broken Blade staring down super minions and a Nexus tower. And their last inhibitor of the game. They don't need it. It's all on VTO. Can you defend? Jankos goes in. Jankos is immune. Broken Blade on the Nexus. VTO tries to get away, but the Heartbreaker will do exactly that. For any hopes the Misfits had of closing out this game, I say that as Broken Blade falls, Jankos dives away. He's dead! No! What? Look at Dylan Falco's face! That is the face of disbelief if I've ever seen it. Man, imagine if you lose from here. If you lose from here.
It's only 5,000 gold now.
Yeah, it was 10,000.
Look at the scores,
then they won the
16.
top fight. Okay.
I don't think so. Like,
no, nor do I.
No,
but what did they do?
This is like the last time these two teams faced off. G2 had this great early lead. Misfits find 2 big fights, and then we think Misfits are going to come back, and then they throw it at the Nexus. Then G2 win, and my heart isn't ready for this. I'm a guest. I'm not supposed to live through this, Medic. This isn't what I came here for.
Welcome to the LEC.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. Let's take a quick recap, a moment, because it felt all done but the Nexus falling, and now it feels a lot closer than that. Misfits, all 3 inhibitors back up, but they have no Nexus towers. G2, 5,000 gold ahead. They have 1 dragon. This will be their second if they decide to take it. They have a big Tryndamere. They have a big Viego, and they have a Jinx on 2.5 items. They are strong. Misfits have VTO.
And that's the problem. Who deals with VTO? There's no real lockup for VTO. It's like a charm or a hook or a stray tumble coming through from Targamas. And that just unleashes VTO. So even though Flakked might be huge, you've still got ways for VTO to get in onto the backline and assassinate him. When you look towards Broken Blade, right, you've actually got the opportunity to lock up Tryndamere with Mercer, with the ability to like have Neon try and dance away from him. Even Hirit is starting to get to the point where he's strong. There's been so much gold that's drifted over towards Misfits. It's kind of insane. Like, we talk about Neon being out of the equation. He's at 2 items working up towards his Ruin's Hurricane. He's got to be pretty ready for these fights now.
You can see Mercer deciding the AP carries are the key damage dealers here. Staff of Flowing Water, second on the Yuumi. Obviously buffs up the ability power that Gwen and the Akali can have. I will be honest, I don't think he's going to be sitting on Hirit too much. It's going to just be on the shoulders of VTO on this Akali, and on his shoulders as well. This game would be won for Misfits if they're able to claw it back from this position.
So my biggest worry is, like, if G2 just run at the Nexus with Tryndamere.
That was my thought.
Yeah, I don't think they actually stop him. I think you literally just 5-man brute force it as soon as an inhibitor is down.
That's the thing. You have to get an inhibitor down, and he doesn't have TP, so it can't be like Targamas dashes over the wall, puts down a ward, you TP, and you have 2 people there. It's only Broken Blade. You have Exhaust on Mercer coming off in a second. There's not enough CC to lock down the Tryndamere, but you do have a knock-up, you do have a final chapter, you can root him in place, so it can be a little bit tricky for G2 to navigate this. Caps, Charm, it's going to connect. Everfoss goes in as well. Broken Blade looking for the inhibitor instead, actually looking for Schlatten here. Neon there as well. Broken Blade pops the Undying Rage. Hibbit coming in. Schlatten will fall. Broken Blade still chasing in. He will go down as well. VTO on the flank now. Inhibitor still stands. Flakked has to flash away. Hibbit on the chase. Not today. Jankos steps in. Caps pushing in the bot lane. He's looking for an inhibitor of his own. Jankos now tries to get the Spectrum more forward, but a great cleanse from Neon keeps him alive. The Heartbreaker not enough. Misfits still survive.
They still hold on, and none of the structures went down. More gold going over towards Misfits. Neon crucially getting those kills as well. Hirit getting some of that gold. Bit by bit, the key members of Misfits are getting their gold that they need. And again, coming back to kind of the conversation we had earlier on, it's Cloud Soul, not the biggest thing, but G2 haven't really set up a lot of these objectives early, so they can kind of fall back on that as a win con. Now, as we start to see here, Broken Blade kind of gets caught between 2 minds, right? Do I go for Neon? Do I just take Schlatten? And it means that he ends up trading 1 for 1. And because Caps is situated in the bot wave trying to go for the inhibitor, it means Misfits can run across, and that defender's advantage comes into play with just how quickly they can close the gap in their own base.
You see Jankos there, greed a little bit, trying to get that inhibitor as well. Now, Dagda, you may not remember this game with all the games you have in the LPL.
Just a
but,
few.
Last year, Misfits against G2 were 10,000 gold behind. They went to a dragon fight. And do you want to guess the result?
Tell.
They won. They won the game from 10,000 gold behind. It was all done. But somehow Misfits were able to grasp victory from the jaws of defeat. Here, 10,000 gold behind at the 18-minute mark. Now at 27, they are within 5k, and they are the ones on the front foot. They are the ones pushing in.
And do you know what upsets me? Broken Blade went on to EU4 and was talking about all these mad Hullbreaker builds, but like maybe Hullbreaker Vayne, and starting to like brainstorm all these really cool things. And the game where it would have been really good for him to go for it, he doesn't bother to flack it.
Tries to get away, the heal there, Neon flashing forward, Targamas, hook wide. Where are we in terms of match state? Well, Broken Blade was thinking about coming up, but he decides against it. Jankos is in that top side jungle. Caps is holding VTO. And both of them just trying to dance around a little bit of a apprehensive battle for these two. And I think you can see G2 are a little apprehensive themselves, a little worried about stepping too far forward. They will let Broken Blade push in. TP's available for Hirit and VTO if G2 start up a Baron with this side lane pressure.
Yeah, I think G2 have kind of slapped themselves and gone, right, this is actually starting to become an issue. So instead what they're doing is pushing out both side lanes, stopping the advantage from coming through on the mid push, because you have to go back and defend against that. So now with that, they come in to push out mid and start to turn towards the Baron. So certainly G2 starting to go, right, we can't just keep playing like this. We've got to start actually playing correctly. And that is by getting their side lanes in order, putting pressure onto Misfits base, and then seeing if they can keep playing for these objectives on the map.
I love just seeing the behind the scenes. Roman head in his hands, Dylan Falco there, wondering what he can do, and you just know Grabs is somewhere like, first time, guys? First time, guys? We've beaten this G2, we've beaten this situation before. Now Goldly shrunk to 4,000. And every one of you that doubted Misfits, every one of you, including myself, who thought, it's done, you know, it's over. We were even saying it was over. Misfits showing that they have earned the right to battle with the top of the table here. 9-4 currently. This win would take them to playoffs. And since 2017, this team really hasn't had a win. You look at it, they had Worlds, they lost to SKT, it was a close series. Since then, you had the super team that collapsed. You had missed playoffs, you had 6th places. They have never really found their form when it really counted in the LEC. And this year could be their year to start challenging near the top.
And no one really expected it with this team either, right? Yeah. You've got Video, who's only in his 3rd split. This guy has really come into his own this year. You've got Mercer as well, who was only coming on. I don't think he's even played EU Masters. He's only just come up and making a really good improvement bit by bit over the course of the split. Like, when I saw Mercer originally, you know, week 2, week 3, very much focused on the 2v2. As the split went on, this guy started to have more pressure on the map, linking up with Zlatan. And now, obviously, on a Yuumi, it's a little bit of a different game plan, but we're starting to see that, you know, Misfits, they are a team that can battle for those top spots, and when we've got a bunch of people that have only just joined the team, that's incredible.
I don't think I've ever seen a closer game at 11 towers to 2. Like, Misfits do not have a tower remaining. Their Fountain Laser is their only offensive structure left in this game. Inhibitors do exactly that. They're defensive, they inhibit the enemy from getting onto your Nexus, and right now they are doing their job perfectly. Broken Blade, 3 items. Last Whisper, Infinity Edge on him. 3 items as well on Jankos. He has the Chempunk Chainsword, but he is caught out, and even with the charm, what was VTO? Remember the name, put respect on it, because once again, he and Mercer team up to find a kill. Broken Blade is pushing in the side lane. He does not have TP, and here it is in the vicinity. He can answer. The question is, can he stop them? VTO Bax has TP to come back into this fight. Perhaps Broken Blade will overstep, thinking there's only one person there. Zlatan going in. It's Neon, Zlatan, and Mercer trying to put the damage down. Target was stashing away. Blast cone away from flank. It counts as a flank. Broken Blade pops the Undying Rage, but away gets Hirit, and down goes Blackhead. Zlatan, unrelenting, unwilling to give this up. Everfrost in from Caps. He's going to Spirit Rush away, but can he escape? Not today, say Misfits. A final charm connects, but so does the Yuumi Q. Mercer takes the kill. G2, only Targamas survives. And even without Akali, even without Gwen, Misfits still destroyed G2.
How do Misfits bring this game back? They've been on the brink for so long, and now they're finding the picks onto G2. Now they're turning towards the Baron. Jankos and Targamas, though, starting to move in.
Can Jankos make the steal? Video's here. He has the ultimate. He can play keep away from Jankos and Targamas. They can't get on to the Baron. Misfits still in play, and Misfits will keep G2 away.
And the mental... Whoa, what? Jankos is dead! Jankos is dead! Not allowed to play the game. I said that 25 minutes ago about Zlatan. Now it's Jankos who is spending his time mulling his thoughts back at the fountain.
And Kay just pointed this out. Video is a prophet. He named himself Spring Split MVP 2022, and my God, is this a statement game from him. We said in the early stages, this Akali started to get kills. You cannot give these kills to Video. This Akali can do work in these fights, and now we're seeing it come to the forefront. Misfits and Video are taking over in this game. And G2, how do you try and contest on towards those exposed inhibitors when you don't have control of the map?
I'm gobsmacked, awestruck, I have to admit. The mental strength from Misfits, their Nexus towers fell and they held the line not once but twice. They lost 3 inhibitors and they were unwilling to lose the game when they were counted out by you, by me, by, I'm sure, a plethora of people at home. They did not count themselves out, and this is the sort of winner's mentality that will continue to serve them well in Spring. One final push, perhaps, from taking their rightful spot in playoffs.
And as long as Misfits play this right, they should be okay. Hear it though, caught by Broken Blade.
Broken Blade has Surrealers now, Rylai's stopwatch complete on Hear It. Broken Blade goes in, Spectral Maw lands the stun still. TP coming in, Jankos able to get a kill, but VTO was on his way. Neon chasing off Caps, Zlatan coming in for the shutdown as well. The final chapter finds his mark and Neon takes the kill. You can see Jankos behind enemy lines here. He's trying to catch the wave. He knows that they can't fight Misfits in the 4v4. Instead, he is trying to stop the wave coming in. Now he will back and he will rejoin with G2. Didn't actually get the wave. Now, minions pushing in. Flackered off towards the top side, trying to stop stuff from happening, trying to stop those minions from being an oncoming force for Misfits. But Misfits, they don't care about top lane. Charm comes in. G2, last chance defense for them. VTO low, healed up by the Yuumi. Super Mega Death Rocket does not live up to its name. The hook's gonna land though, and Zlatan will fall. VTO's gotta do it all. Jankos goes in, possesses away Zlatan. Neon now on that front line. Targamas continues to step in with the hooks. VTO has the perfect execution back up and has the flash. 3v4 now. Misfits continue to force in. First Nexus tower down. Hear It up in 1 second, has a TP, but Misfits will be willing to back away. They will not overforce as they saw G2 do in the past.
We've seen Misfits with the Nexus be their downfall. Already this split against G2. They don't want it to happen again, but now Neon might be caught with the TP from Caps.
Neon has flash, has cleanse. Can he get away? He dodges the charm. Pops away, has the GA, and here it's on his way as well. Caps has a flash, tries to get away. Needlewatt going in. Jankos stepping forward, stopwatch from Caps. Him it maybe overstayed here. He's going to get charmed and he will fall. So Mega Death Rocket goes wide. G2, do you continue to fight? Because it's the sole point for you if you can find it. Misfits may just give it up. It's only Cloud Soul. You do not need to fight this if you are Misfits. Just remember, only a few weeks ago, Misfits against G2 came back from behind, were on the Nexus, and then fell to Blackhead center. Here, they are unwilling to take a fight where they may be undermanned, where they may not have the advantage. They found a few fights before, but now G2 have the soul.
And if Misfits manage to come back from this game, not only does that say so much about Misfits mentally, the resilience from this team, but also about G2. I mean, them being caught out consistently in side lanes, overstretching, not playing towards their advantages and win conditions has really started to come back to bite them. And now you've got a 12-2 Akali who is taking over in side lanes. And as long as you kind of go, right, Broken Blade trading for Hear It in the bot side, right, I will dive in as Video on the top lane and make that one-for-one trade. You can still continuously trade up here as Misfits. Like, the damage that Hear It can do to Broken Blade is far more substantial than anyone can answer for against Video.
And throughout the entire course of this game, it has been back and forth very much in G2's favor. Originally in Discord, you can vote for who will win. Almost 50-50 split, but that is definitely erring on the side of the Bunnies. The Rampant Rabbits have managed to find their way back into this game. And now they have a gold lead. It doesn't really matter too much. 700 their advantage. Baron up in 1:30. Misfits trying to gain control around it. You talked about VTO as well. I don't want to overlook Neon is 8-8. His full build still has this GA. On the other side, Blackhead's building up towards a more. He's had that Hex Drinker for a while. It is a 4.5 item Jinx who can shred through an enemy front line.
And it's the reason Misfits have actually looked so strong this year is because of their team fighting, is because of the duo carry of Video and Neon. These guys have stepped up massively, and we're seeing it once more here. Misfits now establishing vision control on this top side. Baron is going to be up soon. Broken Blade has no TP, but is trying to push in on this bottom side against the super creeps that are there. And this could just mean that Misfits look for the play, look for the pick, or even just start up Baron with where these waves are positioned. Hear it now, answering for the push on bot, but Broken Blade will kill this Gwen if left alone. Misfits have to make these like very time-sensitive decisions and make sure they are making the correct one at all moments in time here.
See Targum is stepping forward, trying to gain vision control as well for Broken Blade in that side lane. Jankos going in, control ward here. BTO does have TP. Instead, he's going to channel the base now. Looks like G2 willing to let him survive for now, or maybe just unwilling to take the fight. Broken Blade a little bit pushed up, doesn't get slowed there, but the final chapter will come out. Broken Blade tries to turn it around, they exhaust immediately. He was rooted for a second there, Undying Rage. He's got a couple of seconds of invulnerability, but he ticks away. Broken Blade down now. G2 trying to call this Baron, trying to call Misfits up towards the top side of the map.
And Misfits won't get there in time. You've got too much damage there on G2. The Viego, the Jinx, they're tearing it down. You can't get here in time. G2, they ended up trading Broken Blade for the Baron, and can they get out?
You might not get there in time as Misfits, but maybe you get there in time for the fight. G2 backing away, Zlatan pushing the mid lane, stop the ports. It's the call here for Misfits. VTO looking for the backline. Blackhead and Caps on top of each other, stopwatch. Jankos going in with a Heartbreaker, Mercer there as well, and VTO is on a rampage! And VTO! What other way to carry your team to victory than this TP to the mid lane, my friend? Caps will push in, but here it can chase him down. And Misfits, from the jaws of defeat, they clasp a glorious victory over G2. 10,000 gold behind. Let me say it again, because that's 10K that they were losing. And now G2 can only stand and watch. Broken Blade may look to do a little bit more. The second Nexus Tower will fall. Broken Blade going in. A Dying Rage a possibility. Final chapter goes wide. TP though from Hirit as he's killed off Caps. And G2 have no defenses left. Misfits with the comeback of the flipping century as they take down G2.
Misfits, that was insane! How do you manage to bring that back? 3 inhibitor turrets down, inhibitors falling right, left, and center. And Video on the Sakali pops the hell off. Neon coming up on this area. It just was non-stop, pick by pick, bit by bit. They build the road to victory once more, and now stand relieved in front of you.
What a performance, man! Like,
I'm sweating.
What was that from Misfits? Just sublime. Every moment, every accolade deserved for them. Of course, people will say G2 threw it, G2 overstepped, G2 overstayed. But when you're 10K goal behind at 18 minutes, it is just such despair looking at that game. Of course, G2 need to take a moment to evaluate what happened. They are still very much in the race for playoffs, still sitting at 8 wins. They just need 1 or 2 to guarantee that spot. But take a bow, Misfits. Playoffs secured in such a fashion, the like of which we will probably not see again for many moons, many months indeed. Just gobsmacking, I'll be honest.
How many times do we see this?
Yeah.
Last split, this split, we even saw it once more where this time Misfits get it across the line. They don't fumble at the Nexus. They're managed to get the win, and holy moly, like, that was insane. I cannot believe that was brought back.
Nor can I. Your key player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter, VTO, Neon, and Mercer, your options. Here's the thing, right? VTO is an obvious one. He had a great performance. He got tons of kills. But everyone on that team had to step up. Zlatan for his mental strength to not just be like, it's flipping done. Mercer for his positioning on the Yuumi, it's often overlooked, the ability of a good Yuumi to find picks. The final chapter constantly stopping Broken Blade. Neon, after a very poor early laning phase, like forced away from his tower, he was able to come back into the game as well. Misfits just, as a whole, they deserve team of the game, never mind picking out an individual player.
And it's even just the team decision making, right? Like, you have to balance the fact that you've got Broken Blade who's got this insane push in the side lane.
here it doesn't beat them. All right, well, now we have to try and figure out how we're going to try and deal with that alongside pushing our advantage, not just making sure we're losing on those side lanes, then finding team fights, finding the picks at the right moment. There's so many different things you were trying to balance at the right time, and somehow they managed it.
Well, they did. In a historic comeback, Misfits locked their spot in the playoffs, and after the break, Law will be joined by the victorious Zlatan, and VTO will be our guest in the LEC post-game lobby. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Welcome back to the LEC after this crazy last game. Misfits finally take the revenge on G2 after the first game that happened between them during the split. Zlatan, thank you so much for joining me. Any few words on this game, please?
And the words? Yeah, we won, I guess. Like, it was a really hard game at the early game, and then they just kept throwing all the time. So we got it back in the end, but I'm not really like happy with how the game went, right?
All right.
I was feeling not the best in the game.
You get a W in the end, and there's something about Misfits coming back from deficits, but you mentioned the early game. I was actually feeling super bad for you given the invades that Jankos put you through. Talk me through your early game and what it took for you to get back in the game after what he did to you.
So basically I was thinking if they're gonna like late invade me, level 1, and I was like, we have better level 1, they're not gonna do it. And then they went anyway, then I got like behind from that. And then the worst part comes because if you got late invade level 1, and then you have like 3 losing lanes without priors, then the hard times begins, and I can't like farm anything, and my camp timers like were really bad. So yeah, it was hard from like that moment, and then they just kept snowballing pretty well. They did like really good with heralds. Like they didn't do drakes, I guess, but they took every turret and they were like killing us and taking every plate. And yeah, then they just I don't know if they had fun in the end or what they were playing for, but. It felt like they are not playing serious at the end and just threw a lot, gave us shutdowns, and that's how we came back.
Maybe losing their track of thoughts and not knowing what to do, but also you being able to capitalize on all that. And I remember the first game you played with them, it was actually the same situation, but you couldn't just put it through and get the win in the end. So what was different this time, especially in the mindset and the communication all around to just stay focused?
Well, I think it was like pretty similar, just the difference, as you said, like maybe we were more focused at the end because even the first game against them, like we were really behind as well. We also had like worse early game and we played bad early game, but then we could finish the Nexus. Like they gave us so much free time and they threw the game and we could finish the Nexus, but we just, I don't know, we just like Neon did something stupid, I did something stupid, everyone did something stupid. But this game we were more focused at the end, I guess.
Yeah.
So we came back, we got them in the second half,
Turned out, yeah, and that's what matters in the end. But Zlatan, there's something about Misfits thriving in bad situations, I want to say. Usually guys play from a deficit more often than with a lead. How do you explain that and the fact that you're so good playing from behind?
I mean, I don't have anything like specific like that. I think we're like good at playing from behind. I think it just comes from the like enemy team giving us too much maybe free time or like just inting, honestly. Like they were just inting. Same for their first game. It wasn't like they like played really good or something and we just came back, but they were just inting. So yeah, I mean, I just hope we get better at early games and then I hope the LEC teams will still keep inting and then we can get more wins.
All right. Int aside, you mentioned the early game, and I think it's interesting. You just got playoffs here, and before the interview, you were telling me that you don't care actually about making playoffs. I feel that being the perfectionist you are, you want to be at your top form, reaching playoffs. So you mentioned the early game getting better. What else do you want to improve on to be ready for playoffs?
Just I don't know, like being more confident, maybe playing on stage, playing more stage games. Maybe this will help me as well. And I think like we need to work on like our teamwork because it just feels like we are more playing as individuals than a team yet. But I hope with screen time it will be get better. And yeah, that's it.
Mentioning stage, do you think you play better on stage? It's different from player to player.
I know it's like just different. I know, like I feel like I play worse because like the setup is actually different. So maybe with time it will be better.
All right.
But it feels worse for now.
Well, it feels really good having you guys back in the studio, of course. Last question for you. We're going to have Vitio in PGL in just a few minutes. He's been popping off lately, really. What's your take on his success and improvements over the split?
Yeah, I mean, like last year I was in Academy, right, of Misfits, and I saw him playing, and he was pretty good, right, with his Zoe. He was one trick back then, and he was playing really good in LEC with this time, but overall he wasn't as good as right now. He improved so much. He went to Korea to do his boot camp. And I don't know, he just put so much effort. Maybe that's why he's way better now. And yeah, I'm happy to play with him.
And a good jungler paired with him, of course. Zlatan, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on making your first LEC playoffs. And we're going to take a short break now, and we'll be back with Vitio and Shux for the post-game lobby. Actually, it's right now. Take it away, Shux.
Thank you, Laure. Yeah, no, there's no more break. I was surprised too. Great interview, by the way. Great energy. And I'm super happy that we have Vitio with us here in the post-game lobby together with Broxa. Because a little bit of background on how this works. Basically, all teams can be on PGL or have to be on PGL at least once, of course, during the split of the season. And Misfits hadn't been yet. So we asked Misfits, hey, could Vitio join, win or lose, after their game versus G2? But as you can imagine, 10 minutes into that game, we were going to send a note to your management to excuse you if you wanted to. Because, oh my God, Vitio,
That was insane. How did you come back from that 10K deficit?
How did we come back? I have no idea. I mean, this game was crazy. It was really, hard to play because when you lose like both inhib at 17 minutes, you say, yeah, but I kind of want to play too. So when we see them hinting, because they got too cocky, hitting our like tower Nexus at 17 minutes, so we said, okay, the guys, we need to at least play the game. So we keep taking good fights, and they keep like griefing and doing nothing. You could see that they were a bit stressed during game, I think, because like for 15 minutes they didn't do anything, and because we had like so many, we had 2 inhib downs, we had so many XP and golds advantage, and with our comp we were kind of outscaling anyway, so we couldn't lose the game, I felt like, at one point.
Crazy. Broxa, what was your view on what G2 did badly and what Misfits did well?
Well, I found it interesting that you said that at one point it feels like you're ahead all of a sudden, because when you're in the game, when you stall for that long, that's kind of what it feels like. But the crazy part is that because you guys were so far down, like 10k so early, it's like at the point where you're in the game and you feel like you're stronger, you're actually only even with G2 all of a sudden. So it feels like you're ahead, you feel like you have some momentum. And I think you did, like at one point, you know, as you said, it felt like G2 were getting stressed. I'm sure they were kind of shaking towards the end, you know, throwing that game. And yeah, you guys just kept finding picks and taking them down, really.
Look at, oh, it's gone, but it's going to come back. Oh, there it is. The goal difference over time, that is nuts. Obviously, you can't really know exactly how far you're behind. But is it true what Broxa says, that because of if you were so far behind and you managed to hang on and then you win like skirmish after skirmish after skirmish, do you just begin to feel like you are in control, even though technically you might not be?
I mean, when you win every fight, you just feel that you can't lose. At one point, I remember saying like, guys, we can't lose any fight anyway, so it's fine. Because, yeah, we couldn't lose fight because our comp, we were outscaling, out XP, and I think like XP has a lot of value that you can't measure it with golds, but XP has a lot of value. I was like 2 levels up, and like AD and top were 1 level up when we were like 10k behind. So yeah, at one point I just felt like we couldn't really lose the game.
You've got the Kia player of the game again. With 95% of the votes, you now have 9 player of the games. And I know there's a lot of chatter online that people are like, well, the French people are very passionate, blah, 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 but you deserve this one and you deserve so many of the others as well. Yeah, how do you feel about the fact that you're getting so much, I think, recognition also from the wider community as to how you've been playing this season?
To be really honest, I don't really care. It's like, I mean, it's good, and I feel like sometimes some that I won could have went to my teammates, and it was totally fine. I won maybe because, I mean, that's a bit strange, but yeah, I have probably the biggest fan base out of my teammates. So sometimes it's more like a fan vote, and yeah, I don't really care. It's like I'm playing good when, I mean, I'm the first who knows when I'm playing good and when I'm playing bad, and I mean, it feels like a bit good, but I don't really care that much.
Yeah, I think Broxa can probably relate. Or you're probably on a lot of teams where you thought you always did well, and you did, but there were other names that always got the fan bases and the votes. Unlucky.
Well, what really strikes out to me is like the humbleness, you know, saying like, oh, I would like to share it with my team. It's like a team effort. I mean, you have been playing really well, and obviously you deserve it. There was one thing I just thought about, like, because you've been doing really well in this current meta. Like, are there any champions, mid lane champions you're missing that you would like to see come back into the meta?
I mean, there is, I think that right now, and in general, I can say like a lot of styles of champs. And yes, there is like some of champs that I really like that are a bit missing or less powerful than they were. But to be honest, every meta will find some picks that I like. So it doesn't really matter because I know meta shifts and I have a lot of time to play and a lot of time to play the champs I like. It will rotate. So for me, I really like how the meta is going.
I love that you're so humble as well, but I think everybody can see that you're playing so well, and it's really cool to see in following you for a few years now, and the fact that you came onto the scene as a rookie, and then you were just finding your ceiling, which is super crazy. I know that you renamed your account, I believe, to MVP 2022 MVP, and I think that really signifies the growth and the work that you put in yourself. How do you feel about your own work ethic when it comes to being the best? And do you feel like you put in more hours, or do you approach practice from a different way, etc.?
I think I have good work ethic. I play a lot. I mean, it's like League is my whole life, and I put my whole life into League. So I just play. When I don't play, I watch VODs or stuff. I just think about League every time. So I think I have good work ethic. I can maybe still put more effort in scrims and maybe like get less affected by my solo queue results too. But I think my work ethic is good, and I think that at least I have the right mentality. That's one of my strengths, I think.
Is there anything you do different now than last year? Now that you have more experience, when you look at like what your
games like this, for instance,
is like on a regular day, is there anything you do differently compared to last year?
I think that last year, I always really wanted to win, but this year I feel more like I do everything I can to win, and that I think I could have done more last year in this right now I can still probably do more, but I have really the feeling that I do everything I can to win and to become better. So yeah, I think that change between, I think, like the fact of missing Worlds last year really affected me, and during off season I just wanted to not lose again. So right now, maybe I don't win every time, but at least I do everything I can to win.
Yeah, and it wasn't the easiest in terms of, it's not like you were playing with the same team coming into this year. There were adjustments made as well, but you've now already locked in the playoffs, which means that you can approach the rest of the season in a different way. I guess you can really work on the things you want to work on. When you look at your team as a whole, where are there areas of work? I would say maybe the early game, but on the other hand, you keep losing the early game and winning the game, so...
Yeah, I think we can definitely become way better on lane, how to play first Drake, first Herald, and laning phase. I think we need experience. I've been rookie last year, and I think experience gave you so much confidence and stuff. To be fair, I think my teammates are doing insanely well. Zlatan and Mersa are doing so great, and way better than me last year. So yeah, I am really confident with this team, with experience, and keep working on the stuff we're missing, and keep playing new champs and stuff like this. We can really, I think we can work fine, but we can become so much better than we are right now.
Are you the leader, or do you feel like the leader?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think I'm just a normal person that gives his best, and I don't think we have a real leader. Just everyone is trying their best, and I think that's really good this way.
Final question about the game before we talk about the standings. Do you feel like playing a game like this and coming back from a deficit like this on stage is valuable in terms of the lessons you learn and you are going to have to learn going into the playoffs and going up against these teams in best of fives?
I think, you can learn so much from this game, to be honest. And I think it feels really good. It keeps us closer to win this kind of game. Come back, nobody gave up and stuff like this. But I just think we played really poorly early game, and we need to work on our early game before playoffs.
Let's take a look at the standings then, because right now Rogue, Fnatic, and Misfits are all already locked in playoffs. Unfortunately, Astralis is eliminated. They had a very good fight, and they won a few games, and actually a lot of games, and I think gave hope to the fans and everyone. But unfortunately, it is their exit. Broxa, what do you make of our current top 3? Is this what you had expected pre-season?
To be honest, I'm not very surprised about the current top 3. Obviously, a lot of people were expecting G2, Vitality to be further up the standings, but at the same time, Vivi already mentioned how important the experience is for a team like Misfits, obviously mixing in a few rookies, but also having some members with experience stepping up big time. Rogue and Fnatic also experienced rosters, and I think most of all the experience has really been paying off. A team like Vitality, I guess, is the exception to that in general, but very strong top right now.
VTO, when you look at the standings and the race for playoffs, we of course have a lot that can still happen, but I'm looking at Vitality, SK Gaming, Mad Lions, BDS maybe even. Who's your pick to be like the last team that makes it into the playoffs, and maybe who falls out?
I think the playoff will be like this. I think Vitality, G2, and Excel will make it with the top 3. I don't know which order, but I think these are the 6 teams who will make playoffs.
So no Mad Lions and no SK Gaming.
No, I don't think so.
Oof. Is this coming also off you scrimming and then just seeing their potential?
Not really. It's more about what I see on stage. Because, I mean, to be fair, I don't think we're a good scrim team.
Oh.
I mean, lately we're not doing that good on scrim, so I can't really relate to scrims. But I can see how teams play. I mean, when I scrim them and when they play on stage, I can even see the difference. So yeah, it's mostly about what I see from them on stage.
This looked like a scrim, to be honest, this game. If this happens in a scrim, do you say, let's go next, or?
I mean, with what happened early, I think we'll probably remake the game.
Ah! See, I mean, you didn't even practice it, and yet it worked when you did it on stage. That's very impressive. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. We have the match of the week, Mad versus Fnatic, both on very different trajectories. And I hear you, people that are like, well, why don't you take another match? Because Mad's not doing too well. But that's exactly why we want to make it a match of the week, because Mad might fall out of the playoffs, which is crazy. And we also have XL versus Rogue, which is going to be huge for playoffs. Yeah, Mad versus Fnatic, the match of the week. Mats, Broxa, what do you think after what you saw today? Ouch.
I think overall, today has turned out very different than I expected coming into it. So I'm not really sure what to expect going into tomorrow. I think there's a lot of exciting games. Obviously, Mad versus Fnatic being a very interesting one towards the end. And while it's match of the week, if Mad and Fnatic play the way they did today, then I think it's going to be pretty one-sided. So I guess we'll see.
Yeah, unfortunately, that kind of looks like it. As said, also XL and Rogue up versus each other. Huge battles in terms of the playoffs. But VTO and Misfits can rest easy because they have already made it to the playoffs. I'd like to take a PGL selfie, socially distanced, of course. I think if we stand up. Let's see. Okay, this is going to be trickier than usual. Okay. All right, here we go. Yay! Awesome. Here we go. I forget that I have a handheld mic, so if you didn't hear me, we had to get a PGL selfie. And thank you so much, Broxa, for being here today, and you'll be here tomorrow as well. Thank you, VTO. Congratulations once again. And that's all from us here tonight. Over in the LCS, they're going to start their super week. They're going to start with a clash between Cloud9 and Dignitas, and we'll see you for more LEC tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Finn uses the skull timing flawlessly. The bear trap on a rope does land. No, it doesn't! It just flashes forward though. And now Armor's running for his life. One more hit will just about do it. Skull is still alive. Finn running, gets the chop! And Finn for first blood.
I'm dead, man. Holy.
XL. Outclass, outshine.
Oh my god, Trevor, it smells like playoffs.
Oh, I don't know if we should say it. I don't know if we should say it. I have bought into the XL hype train so many times, only to be dropped at the final hurdle. But will XP get excited? Now slammed in the face by Zenzara. Cobra. Cobby turns it back around, and one more shot. He gets all three. Oh my word, Xfati gets all three.
You just do not chase a Jinx with 1% HP bar remaining.
Vitality don't mind losing the fight because their super minions will win the game. Alphari stepping all the way forward. We literally have a picture-in-picture for the minions. Oh my word!
Alphari!
Vitality PvE their way to it.
Alphari starteth, Alphari endeth here. Oh my word!
Say that?
Looks like going forward. Moonfall's gonna land. Trimby though with a good devour. He will fall. Larson though, look for some damage. Still has the shockwave. Over one, they forced away. Shockwave lands onto two, but look at the damage coming out from Wonder. He chases in.
That was complete control from start to finish. Entirely different from the first game we saw between these two teams.
And in the end, was Upset and Fnatic who came out on top. A single win will take them to playoffs, and they're looking to try and get some kills back here. Caps forced low. Neon on the chase. VTO diving in as well, and G2. They got two inhibitors, but maybe they overchased. Broken Blade, though, having none of it.
My heart isn't ready for this. I'm a guest. I'm not supposed to live through this, Fnatic. This isn't what I came here for.
Welcome to the LEC. Final chapter goes wide. TP though from Hirit as he's killed off Caps. And G2 have no defenses left. Misfits with the comeback of the flipping century as they take down G2.
Misfits, that was insane. How do you manage to bring that back?
If you're loving me, wanting me, why you gotta go? Your melody's chasing me, staring at my phone. I wanna give you la 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 love. I wanna give you la 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 love. Why you're hurting me, cursing me, thought we had it all. You poisoned me, came for me like an animal. I wanna give you la 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 la. I wanna give you la 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 la. If you're loving me, wanting me, why you gotta go? Your melody's chasing me, staring at my phone. I wanna give you la 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 la. I wanna give you la 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 la. Why you're hurting me, cursing me, thought we had it all. You poisoned me, came for me like an animal. I wanna give you la 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 la. 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 If you're loving me, wanting me, why you gotta go? Your melody's chasing me, staring at my phone.